Welcome back to Audible Archives. I'm Raoul, your host, and tonight, we step into a mystery of shadows and charm, deception and destiny. At the grand English estate known only as Chimneys, secrets are currency, alliances shift like candlelight, and a single letter can alter the fate of nations. From blackmail and royal intrigue to buried identities and hidden motives. This is The Secret of Chimneys by Agatha Christie, where every door opens to another secret waiting to be revealed. Before we begin, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, because in the world of Agatha Christie, the truth is never where it seems. 1. Anthony Cade signs on. I heard my name cut through the noise of the station. Sharp, familiar, impossible to ignore. I turned, and there he was, Jimmy McGrath. I hadn't seen him in years, and for a second the whole station seemed to tilt. He looked almost the same, broad shoulders, heavy across the chest, that carved and stone jaw. A man built for trouble, or for ending it. I felt myself smile instinctively, that old reflex, but even as I stepped toward him, I could feel the eyes of the tour on my back. Castle's select tour. 7 wilted women, 3 overheated men, all gawking like they'd just spotted a rare animal stepping out of the brush. They'd followed me for days now, adoring every easy grin, every confident gesture, every moment I pretended to know exactly what I was doing. I was their steady hand, their charming guide, their temporary sun in the middle of a very hot, very boring bull whale. And now, they were watching me meet a man who didn't fit in their picture at all. Jimmy stood there with that rugged, unreadable face. The kind of face you could trust, right up until the moment you couldn't. When he smiled, the eyes stayed cool still. A mismatch that always made people lean back an inch without knowing why. I could feel it, the air between us tightening. Not dangerous, not friendly either, just charged, like 2 histories brushing against each other. The tourists didn't know what to make of him. Honestly, neither did I. I stepped aside with Jimmy, away from their stares, and the heat felt heavier around us. He gave me that look, the one that cut straight past excuses, and I could practically hear the unspoken question. What the hell are you doing here? And maybe I didn't want to answer it out loud, but the truth flickered through me anyway. Gosh, bad timing. That old tendency of mine to drift into places I probably shouldn't be. I'd taken this job out of need, not love. Guiding a pack of tired strangers from ruin to ruin, pretending I had a plan. It didn't suit me, never did, but something always turned up. It always had. Jimmy knew it too. He'd always claimed I had the instincts of a man who walks straight into trouble and somehow walks out laughing. 9 lives and no lessons learned. He wasn't wrong. Standing there in the blinding African sun, sweat on my neck, tourists whispering behind me, I felt it again. That faint prickle, that subtle shift, that quiet warning in the air that something, somewhere, was beginning. And as Jimmy watched me with that too still smile, I couldn't shake the feeling that my next life was already starting. I let out a slow breath, the kind a man only learns after shepherding 10 exhausted souls across dust, sun, and too much history. Guiding Castle's select tour wasn't a job, it was penance. And yet somehow I'd become good at it. I watched Jimmy fade back into the heat as I headed toward the group. He stood there with that knowing look, the kind that always made me wonder whether he saw more of me than I admitted to myself. By the time I reached the tour, I slipped back into the role they expected. The charming guide, the unflappable one, the sun-browned fellow who smiles as though nothing in the world could trouble him. Miss Taylor was already circling me with that bright, eager curiosity of hers. I didn't need to hear her question to know exactly what she wanted. A little mystery, a little flirtation, a scrap of story to carry home like a souvenir. So I gave her the easy smile, the one that kept the peace, and steered the whole flock toward the rattling car waiting for us. Dust curled around our feet as we moved out across the veldt. Late afternoon light spilled gold over everything, over the tired women, the sweating men, the endless road stretching forward like a jail. They followed behind me, admiring, trusting, certain I was exactly who I seemed. And maybe I was, the least, In part, I played the role well. I always had, listening to complaints, soothing bruised egos, pointing out postcard stalls with the enthusiasm of a man who'd never seen one before. And when charm was needed, true charm, the kind that flickers between mischief and promise, I could conjure it without thinking. It was easy, too easy, but beneath all that ease, something else lived. A quiet itch under the skin, a restlessness that never fully slept. Even as I walked beside that creaking vehicle, smiling in the sun, I could feel it, like a pulse from another life tapping at my ribs. They saw the guide, they saw the gentleman, they saw the harmless adventurer. Jimmy McGrath, he'd seen the rest. And as the car rumbled forward and Miss Taylor's chatter filled the heat behind me, I felt a thought slip through my mind. Soft, unwelcome, undeniably true. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep playing this version of me. I could hear Miss Taylor before she even opened her mouth. The bright curiosity, the youthful insistence. She always wanted answers, names, stories, meanings, and I gave her what I always gave everyone on this tour. The polished version, the easy version, the one that didn't matter. It was strange how people loved to circle around the smallest mysteries as though they were treasure. My name, my nickname, why a rugged man in the sun called me Joe. I tossed explanations at them the way you toss crumbs to eager birds. Kept them happy, kept them moving. By the time we paused beneath the shade of an acacia, half the group already looked pink and wilted. Miss Taylor wanted entertainment. Of course she did. So I gave it to them. Flourish, fire, mock heroics. I made a fool of myself with gusto, sweeping my arms through imaginary flames, sprinting across the dusty ground like a man fleeing his own legend. They roared with laughter. Even the sternest faces softened. I bowed, smiling, letting the moment shimmer over them like a cool breeze. And inside, that flicker again. That reminder that the man they saw wasn't the whole of me, not even close. As they drifted toward the cafe, buzzing with leftover amusement, I kept up the chatter, the charm, the mask. I knew exactly what to say, how to say it, how to guide them through the day without letting a single true piece of myself slip loose. Every question Miss Taylor asked tugged at the edges of the past. 7 years. Another part of Africa. A memory of stumbling onto Jimmy McGrath tied up like a prize goat, ready for the fire. Violence reduced to a tale. Danger smoothed down to an anecdote. They listened with big eyes, hungry for adventure they'd never taste. When she told me I must have lived an extraordinary life, I gave her the soft grin, the practiced dismissal. Peaceful, I said. She didn't believe me. I don't think I believed me either. By the time night cooled the settlement, I felt the weight of the day settle into my bones. The bugs humming, the palms rustling, the heat finally loosening its grip. I slipped into a dim little room on the edge of the town, hoping for quiet, for a moment where no one expected me to smile. Jimmy was behind the counter, hands steady as ever. He always looked like a man halfway through a fight he'd already decided to win. I dropped into a chair with a sigh that came from deeper than the day alone, letting the mask lift just a little, just enough. For a moment, with the glass clinking and the shadows stretching long across the floor, everything felt distant. The tour, the laughter, the lies I told so easily I barely tasted them anymore. In that silence, I realized something unsettling. I'm getting too good at being the man they want, and forgetting the man I actually am. Jimmy told me he wouldn't take my job for anything, and I believed him. Not many men would sign up to babysit tourists across half of Africa. Not unless they were broke, unlucky, or running from something. In my case, it was a healthy mix of all three. I joked that I'd ditch the whole thing if something better came along. It was half a laugh, half a quiet plea. Jimmy didn't laugh back. He just poured himself another drink with that steady hand of his and watched me over the rim of the glass. When he finally spoke, I felt the shift in the room. A small one, but unmistakable. He wanted to know if I meant it. If I'd really step out of this life the moment another one opened its door. I told him I would. God, I meant it. Then he said he had a job he didn't want, and the air changed again. Suspicion flickered through me. Instinctive, familiar. Whenever Jimmy offered something, there was always a shadow behind it. Always a catch lurking in the wings. I teased him about Sunday schools, revolutions, South America. Anything to keep things light. But Jimmy wasn't playing. England, he said. England. I froze for a second. I hadn't heard that name spoken at me in years. Home was a place that got farther away the more I ran from it. Debts, mistakes, ghosts of versions of myself I didn't want to meet again. 7 years, maybe long enough for the past to forget me. Or maybe not. Jimmy asked if I wanted to hear the rest. I did. Of course I did. But I needed to know why he wasn't taking the job himself. That's when he told me, cold. Always cold. Always some rumor of it glittering far in the interior where most men didn't come back. I whistled, half admiring, half pitying the man. We all had our obsessions. His was cold. Mine was trouble. And neither of us had ever managed to shake the habit. He finally got to the point. Czechoslovakia. The name hit me like a dropped match in a dark room. I tried to play it casual. Lean back, grin, pretend it was nothing, but something tightened in my chest. I listed the facts like a schoolboy rattling off geography. Mountains, rivers, brigands, revolutions. King Nicholas IV dead 7 years ago, the country now a republic. But the truth ran deeper. I felt it stir under my skin as soon as I said the name. Czechoslovakia. A place where history never quite settled. Where danger and opportunity shared the same bed. Jimmy laughed at my interest. I didn't blame him. Every sane man ran from a place like that. Me? I felt the old itch waking up again. I knew then, long before he finished explaining, that whatever this job was, whatever shadows trailed behind it, I was already leaning toward yes. And that should have worried me far more than it did. Jimmy kept talking, spinning his tale with that stubborn, unhurried calm of his. And I couldn't help staring at him with something halfway between exasperation and affection. The man could turn a simple story into a maze. And half the time he didn't even notice. I told him as much with a look. The kind of look that says, for heaven's sake, James, tighten it up. But he just carried on, unfazed. As if my patience were an endless resource he could draw from. Then he dropped a name that brought me upright. Count Stulptich. Now that was a name that carried weight. Even people who'd never heard of Czechoslovakia would sit up at the mention of him. The old wizard of the Balkans. Patriot, villain, mastermind. Depending on who you asked. A man whose shadow stretched across half of Europe and lingered there for decades. And suddenly the rambling story had teeth. Jimmy said he'd once rescued the old man in Paris. A dark street. A gang of roughs. One of those moments where trouble finds you before you find it. I could see it clearly. Jimmy wading in with those heady fists of his, scattering the lot of them like startled birds. They always did hate an unfair fight. The image fit him too well. A lonely street. The thud of fists. The shock scramble as the toughs realized they'd picked the wrong man. Jimmy walking away without a second thought. Never guessing he'd just pulled the most dangerous statesman in Europe out of the fire. Stulptich had thanked him the next day, of course. Jimmy said it like it was nothing. But the idea of that old spider, the mastermind behind half the revolutions in the Balkans, showing up with gratitude instead of schemes, that was something else entirely. And then came the part about King Nicholas. Nicholas with his absurd taste in wives. Nicholas who crowned a music hall girl and paid for it with his life when the people decided they preferred their monarchs to be authentically royal. Czechoslovakia had always been a nest of intrigue. But that story, well, even by Balkan standards it was theatrical. I let the history spill through my mind. The uprising, the stormed palace, the fall of the monarchy, the republic patched together in the chaos that followed. Presidents toppled as casually as dominoes. Plots thickening faster than anyone could stir them. Czechoslovakia, a place where politics didn't just simmer, they detonated. And here Jimmy was, telling me he'd stood in the street one night and pulled the most infamous political architect of that region out of a beating, just casually dropping it into the evening like a garnish. Somewhere outside, the night pressed closer, humming with heat and distant insects. Inside, The lamplight flickered against the walls, throwing shadows that seemed to lean in, listening. I watched Jimmy talk, the memories sharpening his face, and something uneasy began to coil low in my stomach, because if Stilptich was involved, even from the grave, then whatever job Jimmy was offering wasn't going to be simple, and it definitely wasn't going to be safe. Jimmy finally reached the point, the real point, and it landed like a stone in my lap. A parcel, he said, something odd, something that had chased him halfway across continents without him ever knowing why, caught up with him only 2 weeks ago. And inside, the memoirs of Count Stilptich. Stilptich, dead in Paris, and still pulling strings. The old fox had left instructions. Deliver the manuscript to a London publisher by October 13th, and the bearer would receive £1,000. £1,000. I felt the number thud through me. Money like that could shift an entire life off its axis. Jimmy treated it with that mix of caution and hope only he could manage. Half convinced it was a hoax, half terrified it wasn't. He looked torn, truly torn, between the weight of that manuscript and the call of the interior, the promise of gold glinting somewhere beyond the horizon. I could see it in his face, that quiet yearning only a man with too many disappointments can wear. And that's when I understood what he'd been circling toward. He wanted me to go in his place. I got up, lit a cigarette, let the smoke settle my thoughts. It made a strange sort of sense. He went north to chase gold. I went west to chase £1,000. Like two gamblers splitting a stake before stepping up to different tables. He offered me a quarter, £250 for carrying a parcel and a signature across the world. I said yes. Too fast probably, too easily definitely, but that's the thing about me. The moment a road appears, I'm already halfway down it. I told Jimmy he was lucky I didn't haggle, told him I'd have done it for far less. And somewhere in the middle of all that bravado, we sealed the pact with a glass lifted in the dim light of that little room. Crystal touched crystal. Clean, confident sound. And just like that, the world shifted under my feet. Because what lay ahead wasn't just a delivery, not with Stilptich involved, not with Herzoslovakia lurking like a ghost behind his name. I could feel it, that familiar tightening in the air, the warning, the invitation, £1,000 on one side, danger on the other, and I, damn fool that I am, was already walking toward both. To a lady in distress, I drained the last of my drink and set the glass down with a quiet click. The kind of sound that told me a decision had been made, even if I hadn't fully admitted it yet. Jimmy told me the ship he was taking, the Granarth Castle, his passage already booked, which meant I'd be traveling under his name. Convenient, messy, reckless, very much our style. In the old days, passports were more of a suggestion than an identity. Two tall men with brown hair and blue eyes. The bureaucracy would never know the difference. I joked about Castle selecting me for my good looks and manners. Jimmy shot me one of his looks. The dry, knowing ones. The kind that said he'd seen every one of my so-called manners in action that morning. But beneath the banter, something started needling me. Stilptich died in Paris. The manuscript was in Paris. The publisher was in London. So why, in God's name, was the thing touring half the world before reaching its destination? I paced the length of the room, the boards creaking under my boots. The lamp threw long shadows across the walls, stretching and shrinking as I moved. I asked myself the same question over and over. Why send a manuscript from France to Africa just to reach England? Jimmy didn't know, and that unsettled me more than I expected. Mail existed. Ships traveled daily. Diplomatic bags, couriers, sealed pouches. The usual channels. Even kings, with all their pomp and ridiculous ceremony, managed more direct systems than this. I found myself imagining medieval rings granting passage, stolen signets opening gates to the wrong men. It all seemed absurd, yet somehow less absurd than whatever Stilptich had engineered. If the old man simply wanted to give Jimmy £1,000, he could have left a line in his will. But he didn't. He chose this strange, wandering relay. Felt deliberate. Too deliberate. Then I realized something that made me stop mid-stride. Jimmy had never opened the manuscript. For years it had been chasing him. 2 weeks since he received it. £1,000 at stake. And he hadn't even looked inside. He said it like it was nothing. But the very idea of reading a dead man's memoirs was beneath him. But I knew better. Memoirs were dangerous things. People lived guarded, careful lives, and then reveled in causing chaos once they no longer had to face the consequences. Secrets spilled easily when the mouth that spoke them was already in the grave. I asked myself the question Jimmy couldn't answer. What sort of man had Stulptich been in his final years? Jimmy remembered him drunk that first night, all gratitude and blurred words, and refined, polished and possibly courteous the next day, a politician in both moods, a strategist even in silence, the kind of man who could reshape nations with a whisper, the kind of man who would absolutely send a manuscript on a convoluted journey if it hit something meant for exactly the right or wrong hands. I felt the air tighten, as if the walls themselves were listening. And for the first time since Jimmy mentioned the parcel, I wondered if I had just agreed to carry far more than a stack of old papers. Jimmy dug deep into his memory and finally produced the one scrap he could remember. That Stulptich had claimed he knew where the Kohinoor was. I couldn't help smiling at that. Every schoolboy knows where the Kohinoor sits. Glass cases, iron bars, guards and costumes stiff enough to stand up without them. But the more Jimmy spoke, the more I felt something prickling at the back of my neck. The odd detail, the one strange remark, the kind a drunken mastermind might let slip without meaning to. I lit another cigarette and began pacing again, smoke unfurling in thin, restless strands. Jimmy never read the papers, never cared to, but I did, and Czechoslovakia had been in them more than usual lately. Murmurs about royalist restoration, whispers of old bloodlines stirring in the dark. Nicholas IV had died without a legitimate heir, but the Abalovich clan. Well, Balkan dynasties multiply like weeds. There was never a shortage of cousins, pretenders, and hopefuls waiting for the right shadow to slip into. And then Jimmy said something that stopped me dead. Stulptich had claimed he knew who was after him. King Victor's people. The name hit me like a jolt. Jimmy saw it. He always saw more than he admitted. But I turned away and let the window cool my face while I sorted through the sudden weight of it. King Victor, not a monarch, a legend in the wrong sort of circles. The most audacious jewel thief Paris ever produced. A man who'd slipped past guards, traps, steel, and sanity more times than anyone could count. They locked him up for 7 years on a minor charge, but that only meant one thing. He'd be out soon. Maybe he already was. If Stulptich had been targeted by his gang, then the manuscript wasn't just valuable. It was dangerous. The kind of dangerous that didn't rust or fade. The kind that chased you across oceans. Oil in Czechoslovakia. Whispers of a returning king. Stulptich dead. Memoirs surfacing out of nowhere. Everything pointed the same way. Something brewing in that little country everyone claimed was unimportant. I felt it in my bones, the way a man feels a storm long before the air breaks. Financiers would be sniffing around already, politicians too. The kind of people who smile at maps while planning how to bleed a land dry. Jimmy told me I was making my simple job complicated. He wasn't wrong. Handing over a manuscript shouldn't be anything more than a walk to a London office. But my mind was already leaping ahead. £250 in my pocket, and something wilder waiting beyond it. I found myself imagining Czechoslovakia. The dust of revolutions rising again, the thrill of a country shifting underfoot. Men like me always drift toward those places, as if chaos were a magnet and I were nothing but iron filings. I knew exactly what I'd do with my cut. I'd head straight for that restless little republic. Get close to the right people, make myself useful, and, with enough luck and audacity, climb higher than anyone would expect. The thought struck me with a sudden, dangerous clarity. With the right push in the right place at the right moment, I might not just witness the next revolution, I might help start it. Jimmy's talk of kings and presidents drifted around the room, easy as smoke. I caught myself smiling at the absurdity of it. The idea of governing Czechoslovakia for 4 years, stepping in and out of power like a man trying on coats. Jimmy muttered something about the average king lasting even less time. He wasn't wrong. I could already imagine it. Me pocket-stuffed with a share of the 1,000, investing the lot in Slovakian oil stocks just to spite him when he returned weighed down with imaginary nuggets. The whole ridiculous plan amused me more with every passing moment. One day in London, collect the money, then the Balkan Express. A foolish dream, but a bright one. Jimmy cut across it with the same bluntness he applied to everything. He had another commission, another errand tucked behind the first. I felt it before he said it. That shadow he'd been hiding. I sat down hard and gave him a look that said exactly what I thought. Here comes the catch. He insisted it wasn't what I thought. Not romance. Not one of his hopeless entanglements. Something to help a lady, he said, as if that made it pure. I demanded a drink before hearing another of his rambling epics, and he obliged. Then he started his tale. Uganda this time. A stranger whose life he'd saved. Another gratitude. Another dying man thrusting a secret into Jimmy's hands. He always seemed to collect these stories like burrs in tall grass. I listened, the cigarette burning between my fingers, watching the past blur behind his eyes. A drowning man, an oilskin packet worn against the skin, a whispered secret mistaken for a gold mine. Of course Jimmy had opened it. Of course his heart had raced at the thought of hidden treasure. And of course he'd been disappointed. Not gold, not silver, not anything useful to a man governed by wanderlust and greed. Letters. A woman's letters. An Englishwoman at that. Blackmail material inherited unintentionally, and left to rot in the bottom of his belongings while he tried to figure out what sort of curse he'd been given. He raged about it, but I could see the dilemma. Burn them, and the woman might spend her life fearing their reappearance. Keep them, and he was no better than the man who drowned in that river. And then came the detail. The only clue. The single word on one envelope. Chimneys. I was lighting a match when he said it. The name hit me like a crack of thunder. My hand jerked. The match flared too close. I dropped it before it scorched my skin. The tiny flame extinguished itself against the floorboards. But the name kept burning through me. Chimneys. And in that moment, in the shift of the air, the prickling at the back of my neck, I knew this wasn't just another one of Jimmy's errands. This was something else. Something dangerous. Something waiting for me on the other side of London. Long before the Balkan Express ever left the station. Chimneys. The moment Jimmy said the name, something shifted inside me. A kind of internal click, like a key turning in a lock I hadn't known existed. Chimneys wasn't just a house. It was a place whispered about in political corridors, tucked into society pages, and used as shorthand for power. A stately home where monarchs slipped away for weekends, where diplomats plotted futures over teacups, where decisions were made behind the thinnest veil of politeness. And now, somehow, it was tied to a packet of blackmail letters passed from a dying man in Uganda to Jimmy's unsuspecting hands. And from Jimmy to mine. I felt the weight of it before I even touched the letters. Jimmy talked about why he hadn't sent them by post. The danger, the jealous husband, the possibility that the woman might be dead. He wasn't wrong. Too much could go wrong when a secret like that was tossed into the postal void. So he thought the safest path was me. Someone who'd been raised among England's polished manners and privileged institutions. Or, well, at least one of them. Someone who could navigate the world where women named Virginia Revel lived and worried and hid their fears behind perfect smiles. I crossed to him and clapped a hand on his shoulder, though I'm not sure whether the gesture was affection, or acceptance, or resignation. Maybe all three. I told him I'd do it, and I meant it. He pulled out the letters, a small bundle wrapped in the remnants of their oilskin protection, and let them drop onto the table. The sight of them made the room feel smaller, thicker, as though secrets radiated heat. I hesitated, not wanting to pry, not wanting to see the desperation of someone who'd written things she never imagined would survive her own shame. But Jimmy was right. I needed to know whether Chimneys was a clue or merely a backdrop. So we spread the letters out and read enough to understand the fear between the lines. No address, no dates, just emotion pressed into paper. Too raw, too trusting, too vulnerable for a world that ate women like her alive. I gathered them up slowly, feeling the edges of the pages brush my fingertips like fragile bones. She'd been terrified. That much was clear. Jimmy asked whether I thought I could find her, and in the quiet that followed, I felt a kind of resolve settle into me. A promise I hadn't realized I was already making. I told myself I wouldn't leave England until I did. And then Jimmy traced a finger absently across the signature. The one thing she'd offered without fear. Virginia Revel. A name soft enough to bruise, elegant enough to belong at Chimneys, mysterious enough to pull me toward it like a tide. And as that name echoed through me, I realized something unsettling. Stilltich's manuscript wasn't the only thing dragging me toward England. There was a woman at the center of the story. Scared, alone, painted in desperation, and somehow, I was already walking toward her. 3. Anxiety in high places. George Lomax had already repeated himself 3 times, and each time I'd hoped it meant the conversation was finally dying. No such luck. There I was, pinned to the steps of my own club, forced to endure his endless political thunder while every instinct in me screamed to run. I've never looked much like a marquis. Small, slightly shabby, eyes that always seem a little lost. Certainly nothing like my brother, the great 8th Marquis of Cade, who dominated English politics and managed Chimneys as if it were an extension of the Foreign Office. I admired him deeply, but I never wanted to be him. Yet somehow the world decided I must. Chimneys wasn't a home anymore. It was a national asset, a sort of semi-public stage where other people's great plans were expected to unfold. And here stood Lomax, clutching my coat lapel as if terrified I'd escape before he finished delivering his latest decree from Olympus. He went on about delicacy and scandal and Czechoslovakian oil. Always the utmost importance. Always the fate of the nation. I nodded and murmured at intervals, my only real strategy being to agree until he exhausted himself. He never did. I told him I was planning to go abroad. A hopeless, flimsy lie. He flicked it aside as if it were a smudge on his cuff. October, according to him, was no month for travel. My doctor, I said. My health. My deteriorating condition. He ignored that too, tightening his grip on my lapel, holding me hostage on the club steps like a polite kidnapper. He spoke of crises, national responsibilities, imperial burdens. All the things that make my skin crawl. I felt that peculiar creeping panic I always get when someone quotes from one of their own speeches. A man quoting himself is one who intends to be here a long time. In the end, I surrendered. Anything to silence him. I agreed to host the gathering at Chimneys. The so-called shooting party, that would in truth be the stage for some delicate Czechoslovakian negotiation. Prince Michael was arriving, Lomax would be 7 miles off at the Abbey, and I would once again play unwilling host to people who took politics as seriously as religion. He assured me there was nothing to arrange. He always says that. It is never true. Then he asked me to house young Bill Eversley as well. A messenger, a helper, a convenient extra body. I nodded, though I hardly cared. My mind was already elsewhere. Picturing that slow-moving taxi I'd watched crawl past, imagining myself inside it, carried anywhere, absolutely anywhere, away from George Lomax and the heavy machinery of the empire. And yet, there it was again. Chimneys. Always Chimneys. The place I inherited. The place I never asked for. The place where history had been made and, if Lomax had his way, where it would soon be made again. And standing on those cold stone steps, caught in his grip like a trapped sparrow, I felt a realization sink in like a stone dropped into deep water. I wasn't getting out of this. Not this time. Lomax's voice droned on, and I felt myself slipping between boredom and mild despair. I tried to show a flicker of enthusiasm when he mentioned Bill Eversley. Bundle likes the boy, and I've always had a soft spot for anyone she approves of. But Lomax instantly reminded me that the shooting party was nothing more than camouflage for politics. That pulled me right back into gloom. I repeated the guest list silently in my head as he laid it out. The prince, his entourage Eversley, the representative of some all-British oil syndicate, Harman Isaacstein, A name that made me blink. Not particularly British. But Lomax brushed right past my curiosity with the usual self-importance. Then he added that we'd need outsiders to make the whole thing look natural. As though foreign princes routinely dropped in for partridge pots at Chimneys. He suggested Lady Eileen could arrange it. Bundle would handle the young people, the bright set, the ones too naive to recognize that politics stalks every corridor of a country house. And just when I thought he was finally winding down, Lomax leaned in with that conspiratorial hush of his and whispered about the memoirs. Stulptich's memoirs. I could feel the weight he placed on the word, the almost superstitious fear pulsing under it. He insisted their publication now could destroy everything. Disturb the delicate Herzo-Slovakian negotiations, ignite public outrage, topple the fragile arrangement His Majesty's government was quietly stitching together behind closed doors. Oil, monarchy, restoration, concessions, all swirling together in a pot that only Lomax pretended to fully understand. And then he hinted at something else. A disappearance. Something that happened at Chimneys. Something that nearly wrecked my brother Henry's career. Something I vaguely remembered but had long since pushed to the back of my mind. A curious affair, whispered about and swiftly buried, impossible to investigate publicly. If Stulptich had known anything at all, and if he had written it down, I could practically hear Lomax trembling beside me. He insisted Stulptich's manuscript had been spirited away from Paris before the old man even died. Agents, secrecy, shadows. The whole business handled like a smuggling operation. And then the final blow. They knew where the manuscript had gone. A man in Africa, a Canadian named James McGrath, arriving tomorrow, on the Granarth Castle. Lomax's voice tightened, and I could feel the question forming in the air even before he forced it out. What was I going to do? Standing there, his fingers still latched onto my coat like a trap. I felt it. A sudden, cold awareness sliding through me. This wasn't just politics anymore. This wasn't just inconvenience or duty or the dull machinery of government. This was Chimneys again, drawing trouble the way some houses draw lightning. And whether I wanted it or not, something was coming straight toward me. Lomax finally outlined his plan. The grand, delicate strategy the government would employ the moment this mysterious Canadian set foot in England. Approach him immediately, warn him of the catastrophic consequences, coax him into delaying the memoirs, perhaps even persuade him to let someone edit them. Judiciously, as Lomax would put it. I could almost see the disaster unfolding already, because what if the man refused? What if he laughed in our faces? What if he slapped down the entire mission with the blunt certainty of someone who owed England nothing? Lomax feared exactly that. I could hear it in the tightness of his breath. He suggested inviting the man to Chimneys. Of course he did. Everything in Lomax's world began and ended at Chimneys. A glittering lure, a political net. Feed the man compliments. Feed him the illusion of importance. Feed him to the prince if necessary. I refused outright. I've never been fond of Canadians, particularly the sun-baked, self-assured sort who come back from Africa sounding like they've discovered the secret to living. No thank you. Lomax pressed on. He always presses on. His next idea was worse. A woman, he said. A woman would handle the Canadian more delicately. She could soften him, charm him, drop the right words at the right moment without ruffling whatever feathers Canadians grow in that wild country they call home. Lomax even praised the influence of women, which shocked me more than any political revelation he'd offered so far. And then it happened. He spoke a name that made something in me lift. Involuntarily, unexpectedly. Virginia Revel. Of course. His cousin. Charming, intelligent, worldly. Poised in a way that made diplomacy look effortless. The moment her name entered the conversation, like gloom thinned. The prospect of hosting a house party filled with politicians, princes, syndicates, and dangerous secrets was unbearable. But Virginia was different. A bright spark in the dreariest of evenings. Lomax seemed pleased with himself, announcing the matter settled. And as soon as he loosened his grip on my coat, I escaped. Practically dove into the first taxi that appeared, leaving his puffing red face behind me on the club steps. It struck me then as the taxi rattled away. For all his pomp and patriotic thunder, I could scarcely stand Lomax. His eyes bulged with importance. His breathing heaved with effort, and every word he spoke carried the weight of a man convinced the entire empire depended solely on his personal vigilance. The coming week promised nothing but nuisance. A circus of politics and pretensions marching straight into my unwilling home. But then I remembered Virginia Revel. Her smile, her bright, quick mind, the way she could warm a room simply by stepping into it. And despite myself, I felt my spirits lift. A delightful creature, I thought. A most delightful creature. And if trouble was coming to Chimneys, and I had no doubt that it was, I suddenly didn't mind meeting it quite so much. For, introducing a very charming lady, Lomax swept back into Whitehall like a man carrying the weight of empires in his coat pockets. I followed behind him, still half stunned by the relentless monologue I'd endured outside the club, and stepped into the ornate office where he carried out what he liked to call affairs of state. There was the familiar scuffling sound. Bill Eversley, loyal, ungainly, wonderfully earnest, was pretending to file letters with great seriousness. The armchair by the window was still warm from whoever had been reclining there moments earlier. Typical of Bill, always leaving traces of his presence like a large, well-meaning puppy. I've always liked the boy, 20-something, all elbows and enthusiasm, with a face that somehow grew more attractive the longer one looked at it. Honest brown eyes, a grin full of perfect teeth, and a manner that made you forgive him anything. Lomax began rattling off instructions the moment he stepped through the door, and Bill scrambled to keep up. Reports, messages, invitations, the Savoy schedules, all the usual machinery grinding away. And then Lomax requested that Bill call Virginia Revel. I watched the small hesitation cross Bill's face. Something sheepish, something secret. Then he remembered. Her telephone line was down. Lomax reacted with that imperious annoyance of his, tapping the table as if deciding the fate of nations. Bill, eager to be useful, volunteered to go in person. I could practically feel his excitement radiating off him. The boy would have leapt into the taxi before Lomax even finished the sentence if decorum hadn't held him in place. Finally, Lomax agreed. Bill snatched up his hat, thrilled for any excuse to escape the office and even more thrilled, though he'd never admit it aloud, to see Virginia. 10 minutes later, the taxi left him at her door in Pont Street. I wasn't there, but I can imagine the scene so clearly it feels like memory. Chilvers, solemn and impeccable, answering the door. The familiar greeting exchanged between two people who have shared this ritual far too many times. And then Virginia's voice, bright, teasing, unmistakable, drifting down the staircase like light spilling into a dim room. I know the effect she has on Bill. On most men, really. She is 27, all grace and gleaming vitality. The kind of woman who seems lit from within. Slim, radiant, expressive, every movement a spark, every look a challenge, every smile a small, devastating victory. If beauty is an art, Virginia practices it without effort, not as a weapon, not as a performance, simply as the natural state of being Virginia Revel. Bill practically flew up the stairs. Of course he did, and I can picture the two of them stepping into that pale, delicate drawing room, mauve and crocus yellow and soft greens, as if the entire world had arranged itself to frame her perfectly. Bill, flushed and beaming. Virginia, luminous and amused. A moment suspended in that golden air between message and meaning, and underneath it all, the quiet, growing hum of something larger. Something that neither of them knew was on its way. I should never have let Bill Eversley into that drawing room. Not if I expected him to stay sensible. The boy turns into molten sugar the second he's near Virginia Revel. I've seen it many times, but it still fascinates me. Her voice drifted down from the landing, bright, playful, unmistakably hers, and Bill all but flew up the steps, as though summoned by some enchantress. And truly, that's what she is. Virginia shines in a way other women only pretend to. Graceful, quick, slim as poetry, with that bronze gold hair and those slanted cornflower eyes that always look like they're in on some secret the rest of us haven't caught yet. Bill stepped into her world. That pale, mauve, crocus-tinted room of hers, and I could practically feel him dissolve. Whatever message Lomax had sent him with was already fading into the background, replaced by the dizzy thrill of simply being near her. She teased him gently, laughed in that effortless way that turns any man into a worshipper, and Bill tried his best to look composed. But it was hopeless. The poor fellow wears his heart like a badge on his sleeve. Honest, eager, completely smitten. I watched him falter, regain himself, falter again, saying things he meant and things he wished he didn't mean, all tangled together in the way only the very young and very sincere can manage. Virginia let him twist with just enough sympathy to soften the cruelty of her honesty. She adored being adored. She always had. She collected devotion the way some women collect jewels. And Bill? He offered his whole self without even realizing it. She told him she'd change her plans and meet Lomax later. I could see the delight flicker in him. Not because of Lomax, but because she'd allowed him to sway her. She indulged him further, let him linger, let him invite her to lunch. And though she resisted at first, she gave in with that warm little smile of hers that seems to break men open like ripe fruit. Bill practically glowed. He needed so little encouragement to build a fantasy. Virginia, of course, dismantled that fantasy just enough to keep it from becoming a problem. She told him she wasn't going to marry anyone, that she loved her independence, that she reveled in her freedom as a widow. And yet, she kept him close, kept him hopeful, kept him charmed. A soft-hearted heartbreaker if ever there was one. Watching them, I couldn't help feeling that quiet twist in the chest. The one that always comes when you see a young man walk willingly into a dream that can only bruise him. But then Virginia's laughter filled the room again. Bright, reckless, irresistible. And Bill forgot every warning his mind might have whispered. He would follow her anywhere. To lunch, to heartbreak, to the ends of the earth. And Virginia, radiant, wicked, and possibly alive, would let him, because she could, because she always did, because she was Virginia Revel, and no one with a pulse ever really escaped her orbit. 5. First night in London, there is always a flaw in the best-made plans. George Lomax, for all his pomp and precision, had overlooked the most obvious one. Bill Eversley. A charming lad, but hopeless as an official instrument. Good at cricket, good at golf, good at looking eager and well-bred, but not good at accuracy, or precision, or really anything that required clarity of speech. He was perfect for errands, perfectly harmless, perfectly loyal, and perfectly incapable of pronouncing Granarth Castle in a way any human being could understand. So when George sent him to inquire about the ship, Bill did what Bill always did. He asked the question in that pleasant but practically non-existent voice of his. The clerk heard something entirely different, Carnfree Castle, and confidently provided the wrong date. Bill thanked him and went away none the wiser. George planned everything on the strength of that one muddled syllable. He had no notion that the real Granarth Castle was already tied up at Southampton, nor that the man he feared, Jimmy McGrath, was already walking freely through London by early afternoon. In fact, that man was me. At 2 o'clock I stepped off the boat train at Waterloo, my luggage slung over my shoulder, wearing Jimmy's name like a borrowed coat. I hesitated only a moment before choosing the Blitz Hotel. Comfort first, danger second. London looked strange after 14 years. Familiar buildings stood like memories worn thin at the edges. I wandered along the embankment, letting the river murmur a welcome. I remembered being 18, earnest, feverish with ideology, full of hopes and red ties and revolutionary conversations in dingy cafes. So young then, so incredibly young. Crossing the road back toward the hotel, a man collided with me, hard enough to nearly knock me off balance. I caught myself, and so did he. He muttered something that might have been an apology, but what struck me wasn't the words. It was the stare. A short, thick-set fellow with a foreign look in his eyes. a long searching look as though trying to pull a name from the bones of my face. I shook it off, though something inside me stayed alert. Back in my room, I found myself studying the mirror. The dark tan, the sharpened features, the older eyes. No one from my youth would recognize me. The soft-faced boy I had been was gone. Buried under sun, travel, and all the odd corners of the world that had carved me into someone else. Then the telephone rang. Someone wanted to see James McGrath. A foreign gentleman, the clerk said. I felt a prickle of something. Not fear, but the awareness that the game had begun far sooner than expected. A page arrived with a card on a silver tray. One look at the name and I understood the pause the clerk had taken. Baron Lalo Pretchel. The sort of name only a diplomat or a danger could carry. I stood still for a moment, holding the card, letting the weight of the next step settle into me. Then I told them to send him up. A few minutes later, he filled the doorway. A massive man with a fan-like black beard, a high bald dome of a forehead, and a posture that clicked like a weapon being readied. He bowed, heels snapping together. And in that heartbeat, in the quiet before anyone spoke, I realized just how quickly the simple errand had turned into a crossroads. Whoever he was, whatever he wanted, he hadn't come across continents for nothing. The man introduced himself as Baron Lalo Pretchel, and I mirrored his stiff bow as best I could. The beard alone could have commanded a room. Black, fan-shaped, and proud enough to be a national symbol. He moved with the rigid precision of someone who had spent a lifetime in ceremonial halls. I offered him a chair, studying the way he lowered himself as though performing a ritual instead of sitting. He wasted no time. To him, everything was business, and he plunged into it with grim formality. He represented the loyalists of Czechoslovakia, a cause he carried in every syllable, every stiff nod, every tightening of his jaw. According to him, the time had come for the monarchy's grand return. Nicholas IV, of blessed memory, hovered over his words like a martyr. Prince Michael, he insisted, was ready to reclaim the throne, supported by Britain, buoyed by destiny. I let him talk. Men like this need to spill everything before they feel safe enough to say what they truly came for. And eventually he reached it. I was making trouble. Me. The man who had been in London less than 2 hours. His stern gaze fixed on me with sudden authority. He knew about the memoirs. Stulptich's memoirs. He spoke the name like it might poison the air, like simply possessing the manuscript was a threat to European stability. He feared what Stulptich might have written, not specifics. He didn't even know the contents. It was the possibility that terrified him. Diplomats, he said, were always indiscreet. A single paragraph could tip a kingdom off its pedestal. A single detail could send Europe into chaos. I tried to picture it. The old statesman scribbling down secrets with a mischievous gleam, preparing to stir the Balkans from beyond the grave. And strangely, it didn't seem impossible. When I pointed out that publishers normally incubate manuscripts for a year or more, the Baron dismissed me with a look somewhere between pity and accusation. He already knew the memoirs were scheduled for immediate release in the Sunday paper. And then he made his move. He named the sum Jimmy had promised me. He congratulated his intelligence department. And he offered more. 1,500, then 2,000. Each number landed like a weight dropped onto the table between us. He watched my face, searching for the crack, for the flicker of greed, for the moment when money would begin to outweigh loyalty. He didn't know me. I'd taken the job, and once I took a thing on, I followed it through. Come hell, war, or Balkan intrigue. I told him I couldn't be bought off. Not by his side, not by any side. And as I speak, I watched something shift behind his eyes. A faint flicker, unreadable. Let the moment before a storm begins to gather its shape. The Baron nodded slowly, once, twice, a quiet, thoughtful rhythm, as though he were deciding what came next, as though the refusal wasn't the end of the conversation, but the beginning of something far more dangerous. The Baron clicked his heels together and departed with the stiff dignity of a man who has just failed, and refuses to show it. I watched him march out, spine rigid, beard bristling like a storm cloud. His last remark clung to the air long after he vanished. Another way, I wasn't sure whether he'd meant it as a threat, but I felt a tiny shiver of suspicion crawl up my spine. Not fear, just awareness. The kind that tells you the board has shifted and the next move won't be polite. I found myself pacing the room again, thinking of the deadline. The 13th, just over a week. I had no intention of delivering the manuscript early, and now, more than ever, I was desperate to know what Stilptich had actually written. I had planned to read it on the boat, but fever had knocked me flat, left the pages untouched. Now it felt like holding a live charge. The letters were another matter entirely. The woman behind them, somewhere in London or far from it, Virginia Revel. I turned through the directory, sorting through 6 Revels, dismissing some, circling others in my mind. Too broad, too vague, too uncertain. So I left the matter to chance. Luck had always served me well. It didn't take long. Half an hour later I stumbled across an illustrated paper in the hotel lounge. A society tableau hosted by the Duchess of Perth. And there, in the center of the photograph, Cleopatra in gold and jewels, stood the woman I sought. Virginia Revel. Alive, radiant, impossible to miss. I stared at her image for a long moment, lips pressed into a silent whistle. Then I tore out the page, folded it, and tucked it under the string binding the packet of letters. One problem solved. I went upstairs to stow everything safely, opened my suitcase, and that's when I heard it. A shift of air behind me, the sense of someone standing exactly where no one should be. I spun round, and there he was, the kind of man I'd only ever expected to see in farce or operetta. Squat, brutal, lips twisted into a grin that looked carved rather than felt. A head built like a hammer, eyes that gleamed with the dull violence of someone who enjoyed breaking things. How he'd gotten into my room, I couldn't imagine. How long he'd been there, I didn't want to know. He stood in the doorway like a slab of menace, blocking out the hall behind him. His gaze wasn't on me. It was locked on the packet of letters in my hand. Hungry, fixed, feral. I told him to get out. Instinct, reflex, bravado. But he didn't move. He only stared. And then I understood. He hadn't come for me. He had come for what I carried. The memoirs. Stilptich's damned, dangerous memoirs. In that moment, in the silence that settled like a stone, I realized something I should have known from the start. Where secrets move, wolves follow. And one had just walked into my room. The man spat at the very idea of Baron Lollipop sending him. Spat with such venom it was almost theatrical. Then he slapped a sheet of paper onto the table. A crude red symbol drawn in thick strokes. A human hand or something meant to resemble one. He told me to tremble. I didn't. I studied it with mild interest, thinking it looked more like a schoolboy's attempt at modern art. But he called it the sign of the red hand. The mark of some secret brotherhood he claimed to belong to. A violent, shadowy group, if his posture was anything to go by. He puffed himself up with righteous hatred, calling me a dog, a slave, an enemy of revolutions he probably didn't fully understand. Then came the ultimatum. He wanted the memoirs. He promised I could walk away unscathed. Generous, considering the fever in his eyes. I told him I had a job. One job. And it didn't involve handing priceless political dynamite to comic opera assassins. That's when he drew the revolver. And that's when he made his mistake. The expected panic. The expected hesitation. He expected the kind of Englishman who believes politeness is a shield. Instead he got me. The moment the gun cleared his pocket, I moved. Pure reflex. Legs coiled, body forward, one sharp blow sending the weapon flying. He spun round from the force, back exposed. Too perfect an opportunity to waste. I kicked him hard and clean. Sent him through the doorway and sprawling in the corridor. He scrambled up with surprising speed. Realized exactly how badly he'd misjudged the situation, and bolted down the hall without looking back. I didn't chase him. There was no point. I shut the door and leaned against it, letting the adrenaline settle. The comrades of the Red Hand, the loyalists, Stilptich's shadow stretching across continents. This quiet little job was turning into a battlefield before I'd even unpacked properly. I told myself I'd read the manuscript tonight. No more guessing. No more waiting to see what ghost Stiltich had left behind. It was nearly 9. I ordered dinner, wine, a couple of dishes, wanting to stay in my room close to the papers. I wasn't afraid of another intruder, but I wasn't inclined to hand anyone the slightest chance to go through my suitcase. When the waiter came in, a tall, supple Italian called Giuseppe, I watched the reflection in the mirror without turning. The man wasn't looking at me. He was staring at the manuscript. Not a casual glance. A hungry one. Thin fingers twitching. Tongue flicking over his lips. Like a gambler eyeing a stack of forbidden chips. I turned sharply. He flinched, then pretended to adjust a salt cellar. He spoke Italian fluently enough, answered my questions, then slipped out with professional grace. But the image stayed with me. Those eyes, fixed on the packet with a mixture of greed, fear, and purpose. Once he left, I sat down to eat, though my mind wasn't on the food. I kept replaying that moment in the mirror, dissecting every tiny movement. Was it curiosity, coincidence, or something else climbing up out of the shadows? 1 foreign visitor was unlikely. 2 was suspicious. 3 in one night, impossible to ignore. Something was closing in around me. Something bigger than a manuscript, bigger than a political quarrel. And sitting there, eating quietly while London hummed outside my window, I understood one thing with absolute clarity. I wasn't the hunter in this story. Not yet. For now, I was the man carrying the bait. For a moment, I tried to convince myself I was imagining things. Surely not everyone in London could be after this wretched manuscript. Perhaps I was being fanciful, paranoid, overdramatic. But even as I told myself that, a part of me, the part that had survived too many close calls and too many corners of the world, remained unconvinced. I finished dinner and finally opened Stiltich's memoirs. Slow going, painfully slow. His handwriting wandered across the page like a drunken spider, and each sentence felt heavier than the last. For chapters in, I couldn't stand another word. Nothing scandalous, nothing dangerous, nothing worth crossing oceans for, just the ramblings of a very old man. I locked everything away. The letters, the wrappings, the pages. Tucked the memoirs under my pillow, set up my makeshift barricade with a chair and a water bottle, and congratulated myself on being cautious. Then I switched off the light and fell asleep. It must have been hours later when something yanked me back awake. Not a sound exactly, more like the echo of one. A flicker of danger brushing the edge of consciousness. I lay still listening, a rustle soft and deliberate. A patch of darkness on the floor that shouldn't be there. A shape where no shape belonged. Cold clarity washed through me. I sprang from the bed, hitting the light switch as I moved. In the sudden glare, Giuseppe, the smooth, attentive waiter from Jitter, rose from where he'd been kneeling over my suitcase. The glint of a thin knife flashed in his hand. He came at me with a speed that was almost beautiful. I dodged, barely. The knife sliced the air where my throat had been an instant earlier. Then we were on the floor, locked together, rolling in a tight, furious knot. All my focus narrowed to one thing. His right arm, the arm with the blade. I forced it back inch by inch, but his free hand clawed at my windpipe, closing my breath off in choking bursts. The knife slit, fell, shattered the silence with a sharp metallic tinkle. That sound saved my life. He twisted free and leapt to his feet before I could pin him. I moved instinctively toward the door to block him, forgetting the barricade I'd set up myself. A chair, a water bottle, damn full. Giuseppe didn't hesitate. He darted the opposite direction, straight for the window. One quick vault to the balcony, another to the adjoining one, and then he vanished through someone else's room as if he'd rehearsed the route a dozen times. Chasing him would have been useless. He had an exit plan. I'd only earn myself an accusation or a scandal. I turned back to the bed, slid my hand under the pillow, and felt the reassuring bulk of the memoirs. Good. At least those were safe. I crossed to the suitcase, ready to pull out the letters. The other half of my problem. I opened the lid. Empty space stared back at me. The letters were gone. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. 3 attacks in one night. And now the only thing more dangerous than the memoirs had slipped, silently and completely, into someone else's hands. And that was the moment I understood. I wasn't dealing with coincidence anymore. I had just stepped into the center of a storm. 6. The Gentle Art of Blackmail. It was 5 minutes to 4 when I let myself back into the house. Curiosity driving my punctuality more than politeness. The door clicked shut behind me, and there was Chilvers, planted in the hall like a monument to discretion. Except today, there was a faint unease behind his eyes. That alone made me pause. He informed me, in the delicately evasive way only Chilvers could manage, that someone had called. Not Lomax, not anyone genteel. A person, he said. That was his code for someone who didn't quite meet the standards of Pond Street respectability. I barely registered it at first, my mind still full of the afternoon, of Bill Eversleigh's earnest protests and Lomax's cryptic message. But when Chilvers added that the visit was connected with the late captain, something cold brushed the back of my mind. Tim, my husband, dead for years now. People had always whispered different things about me because of that. Some thought I mourned him still. Others believed I never truly cared. Both explanations were wrong in ways I'd never bothered to correct. And now someone foreign, had come to see me about him. Chilvers had placed the man in the study. I crossed the hall, my mind racing with possibilities. An old acquaintance from the diplomatic service? Someone from Czechoslovakia, perhaps? That volatile, tragic place we'd lived in just before the assassinations. It wasn't impossible. I opened the study door. He rose when I entered. Tall, dark, graceful in a way that spoke of shadows rather than elegance. Foreign, yes, but not in the way I expected. Not Slavic. Something warmer, sharper, Italian, Spanish, whatever he was. I knew at once I had never laid eyes on him. And yet he looked at me as though he'd known me all his life, or hunted me. A sly, appraising gaze traveled from my face to my hands, to the tilt of my shoulders, almost as if he were measuring me for something unpleasant. A veiled insolence clung to him, just enough to raise every instinct in me that had once kept me safe in dangerous rooms abroad. I asked his business. He didn't answer, just stared. Then he pulled out a letter, held it up like a weapon. I recognized the envelope, not the content, not the context, but the address. Rue de Canals, Paris, Captain O'Neill, a name that meant less than nothing to me. And yet, the moment I opened it, my world shifted. The handwriting wasn't mine, the words weren't mine, but the signature, Virginia Revel. Seeing my name at the bottom in that elegant slant, my name, forged into a stranger's secrets, sent a cold flash through me. Not fear, not yet. More like the shock of stepping onto a stair that isn't there. Someone had loosed me, loosed my name, loosed some piece of my life to bind themselves to something sordid. And this man had come as collector. He watched me greedily, waiting for guilt to reveal itself, waiting for some confession to spill. But there was nothing in me he wanted, nothing but anger rising slow and sharp. Yes, the name was mine, but the life behind the letter was not. And as I stood there, holding that forged piece of my identity, I realized exactly what was unfolding around me. Quietly, inexorably, like the click of a trap closing. Someone out there was rewriting me, and this stranger had arrived to deliver the first chapter. I smiled at him, bright, warm, disarming, the sort of smile that unsettles men who expect fear. He hadn't expected composure. He certainly hadn't expected amusement. But I'd learned something long ago, in smoky embassy rooms and narrow Czechoslovakian corridors. Danger becomes far less frightening when you stare it in the face and decide not to blink. I asked how he'd found me. He produced a torn page from an illustrated paper, my Cleopatra tableau, shining in eastern silks. The same picture that had betrayed me to him had betrayed him to me. A man who relied on surfaces, not substance. The more he spoke, the more I could feel his confusion. I wasn't behaving like the woman he'd imagined. some trembling creature desperate to hide a guilty past. Instead, I found myself enjoying his uncertainty. Then he revealed his real purpose. The letters, not just one, a whole collection. Love letters, forged in my name, dripping with fear of my husband discovering the affair. A melodramatic fiction stamped with my signature. Seeing that signature, my name in someone else's hand, triggered a flash of cold fury. But I didn't let him see it. I kept my tone light, almost mocking, even as the truth settled in my stomach like a stone. Someone out there was using my identity like a mask, and this man had come to collect the debt. He tried to threaten me with scandal, tried to drag my dead husband into the room like a ghost meant to terrify me. But he didn't know me. He didn't know Tim. He didn't know anything. He only knew what he'd been paid to know. I asked for his price. He named £1,000. An absurd amount, meant to frighten me, meant to make me crumble, meant to make the lie feel real. But nothing in his eyes frightened me. What frightened me, quietly, deeply, was whoever had written those letters. I bought myself time, told him to come back tomorrow at 6. Then I pulled £40 from the drawer, the untidy, impulsive emergency fund I never admitted to anyone, and he snatched it like a starving dog. I sent him away, and as he slipped out, I heard the front door open again. George Lomax's voice drifting in with its usual pomp. Perfect timing, really, and perfectly ridiculous. He entered the study to find both windows flung open and me standing there with wind in my hair, heartbeat still thudding from the encounter I hadn't let him see. He fussed, of course, demanded explanations, tried to understand danger in the blunt, bureaucratic way only George can. A blackmailer, I told him. He merely choked on the word. He demanded to know whom the villain had come to blackmail. As though it couldn't possibly be me. As though scandal hovered somewhere above his head like a thundercloud waiting for permission. I told him I'd done nothing, that the man had mistaken me for someone else, that I hadn't called the police. And in that moment, with George stammering through his shock, with the windows rattling behind me, with the echo of the stranger's threats still clinging to the walls, I understood something I hadn't quite realized until now. My life, my name, my past, were no longer entirely my own. Someone somewhere had written me into a story I had never lived. And today was only the first chapter. George stood in front of me, looking as though I had personally overturned the British Constitution with my bare hands. I could almost see the gears grinding in his head as he tried to process the idea that I'd allowed a blackmailer to blackmail me. The horror on his face was priceless. So intense, so earnest, so wonderfully George, that I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing. He kept demanding explanations, tripping over the same question like a man tumbling down stairs. Why? Why in heaven's name? Why would any sane woman do such a thing? The truth was simple. Because I was curious. Because he'd done it beautifully. Because I'd never been blackmailed before, and the novelty was irresistible. Most women are accused of being cats. I don't mind the comparison. Cats are sleek, independent and wickedly strategic, and somewhere between his threats, his theatrics, and his ridiculous belief that he'd cornered me, I realized I could turn the whole thing inside out. Someone else, some terrified woman, had actually written those letters. Someone who had been so frightened she'd signed her name like a confession. I wasn't going to let the poor creature suffer for it. So I let him think I was her. Let him believe he'd caught his quarry. Let him walk straight into the trap I'd already begun to weave. George didn't understand any of this, of course. He never does. His world is made of tidy files, important speeches, and moral outrage delivered in large, indigestible spoonfuls. Tea arrived before he could explode. As I poured, the heavy silver teapot warm beneath my hands, I explained it all. Gently, artfully, the way one might explain arithmetic to a very intense 6-year-old. I told him I'd spared another woman. I told him guile was necessary. I told him that the man had unwittingly chosen the worst possible target. A woman with nothing to hide and a deeply inconvenient sense of mischief. George just kept shaking his head. I don't like it, he kept repeating. He never does when life behaves in ways he hasn't personally authorized. But then he shifted. His indignation softened. His shoulders straightened. His expression took on the solemn, almost pompous formality I had come to recognize as the prelude to an important request. He told me he'd come to see me alone. He told me he needed a favor. He told me, with great ceremony, that he had always considered me a woman of charm and intelligence. It's very hard not to giggle when a man compliments your mind like he's pitting a medal to your chest. The favor turned out to be simple in theory and absurd in practice. A stranger, a Canadian named McGrath, was arriving in England. A rough fellow, George implied, unpolished, not accustomed to the delicate shimmer of English society. He wanted me to demonstrate the charm and distinction of a real English gentlewoman. I stared at him, wondering why important men always think a woman can be deployed like a scented calling card. I asked him why me, why this man, why this sudden interest in charm as a diplomatic instrument. George blinked at me, solemn and earnest, and for the first time since he'd entered the room, I realized something. Whatever was coming, whatever storm was gathering around this mysterious Canadian, whatever mess George Lomax was trying so desperately to tidy with etiquette and house parties, I was already in the middle of it, and the blackmailer was only the beginning. I asked him again, gently, sweetly, with that particular tone that usually makes men crumble, why exactly he wanted me to charm this mysterious Canadian. Because one does not simply will out a real English gentlewoman like a circus act every time a stray colonial washes ashore. But George refused to give me anything. He stiffened, drew himself up, announced that it didn't concern me, which of course meant it concerned me very much. I told him, cheerfully, that I couldn't possibly go about fascinating strangers under false pretenses unless I knew the why, the how, the who, the what for. Seduction, even the polite political sort, requires context. Without it, one feels like a gramophone needle dropped onto the wrong record. George hated that. He always hates it when life refuses to behave. So he tried to smother me in seriousness. Central Europe, tension, delicate matters, the piece of Europe hanging by a thread. He always speaks about Europe as though he personally balances it on a small silver tray. But I know when a politician is bluffing, and I know when he's scared. The truth peeled out slowly. Someone was trying to restore the Herzoslovakian monarchy, and this Canadian, this McGrath, somehow mattered, and apparently I was supposed to, what? Breathe charm at him until he supported the right king? I pressed him, of course. I always press when someone wants me not to. Eventually, and very unwillingly, he whispered the name. Prince Michael Abalovich, the great white hope of Herzoslovakia. The papers had been hinting about it for weeks, painting the old regime with angel wings, conveniently forgetting the king who'd married a music hall dancer and nearly got himself overturned by his own people. George winced when I said that. He hates factual accuracy. By then he was desperate to escape, convinced he'd chosen absolutely the wrong woman for his little diplomatic errand. And he had, in a way. I'm not the kind who nods sweetly and accepts vague instructions without knowing what game I'm being asked to play. He tried to dismiss me. He tried to pretend it didn't matter. He even tried to suggest I wouldn't like this McGrath person. But I could see the panic seeping through his impeccable composure. Something big was happening. Something he wasn't allowed to say. Something he was terrified I would discover anyway. Which, of course, I absolutely intended to do. When he finally fled, down the hall and out the door like a wounded walrus, I couldn't help laughing. He'd lied twice and badly each time. After all this time in the Foreign Office, the man still can't manage a decent fabrication. I could do better in my sleep. But the most delicious part was this. I was going to Chimneys. Bundle had invited me. George hadn't managed to stop it. And if he didn't want me there, that was the surest possible sign that I needed to be there. A blackmailer earlier in the afternoon. A diplomatic tangle by tea. A mysterious Canadian arriving tomorrow. And now a secret house party at Chimneys. The sort of place where schemes and scandals are practically baked into the stonework. I dialed Bundle immediately, told her I wouldn't miss it for anything. Not even wild horses. Something was beginning. Something deliciously dangerous. And I fully intended to be right in the center of it. 7. Mr. McGrath refuses an invitation. The letters were gone. For a moment I just stared at the empty space in the suitcase, feeling that strange stillness that comes when shock doesn't quite reach the surface. Then it hit me. Clean, sharp, unavoidable. They were gone. Giuseppe had taken them. Once I accepted that, there wasn't much else to do. I couldn't very well sprint through the corridors of the Blitz Hotel in my dressing gown, chasing a knife-wielding Italian waiter across balconies. That would only earn me headlines, and perhaps an unflattering sketch in the morning papers. And he'd vanish anyway. Men like him always do. He must have thought the letters were the memoirs. They'd been wrapped together. An easy mistake. Which meant that sooner or later he'd realize the truth, and he'd come back for the real prize. I told myself I'd be ready when he did. Another idea slipped into my mind. A quiet little plan dressed up as a newspaper advert, discreet enough to avoid attention, tempting enough to lure a thief. The letters meant nothing to whichever political circus had hired him. They were worthless to anyone but me. Offer a small sum, keep my name hidden, and he'd likely drop them back into my lap just to be rid of them. Simple enough, really. With that decided, I went back to sleep. Oddly calm. Oddly certain he wouldn't make a second attempt that night. Men who fail tend not to be brave twice in the same evening. By morning I was clear-headed, hungry, and ready to begin a day that promised trouble. Breakfast was good. The papers were full of Czechoslovakia. Oil discovered. Tempers rising. Europe humming like a live wire. And then I set off to see the manager. Getting an interview wasn't difficult. A little quiet insistence can open any door, I found. His office was exactly what I expected. Polished wood, discreet luxury, and a manager so suavely French he might have been poured out of a bottle labeled refined politeness. He looked up at me with the indulgent calm of a man accustomed to trivial complaints. But that calm vanished the moment I explained. Yesterday's waiter, Giuseppe, that strange senseless hunger in the man's eyes, waking to the sound of someone breathing in the dark, the glint of a knife, the fight, the escape through the window. I watched the manager's composure collapse one delicate crack at a time. He didn't like police. His type never does. One scandal, and their precious reputation becomes tomorrow's gossip. Technically, yes, it was a police matter, but nothing had been stolen that mattered to him, to the hotel, to appearances, and I needed it that way, so I told him half the truth, the half that smoothed his nerves and let him breathe again. Nothing valuable gone, no need for alarm, best not to involve Scotland Yard. But then I added the part that mattered to me, the part that made his eyebrows lift in that exquisitely French way. Something had been taken. Not diamonds, not money, letters, private ones, and the moment I said that word, letters, he transformed. That special look only a French hotel manager can produce. A masterpiece of discretion, understanding, and the gentle assurance of a man who knows exactly when not to ask questions. He understood perfectly, and so my strange little war began. Me, a packet of missing letters, a set of memoirs everyone seemed to want, and at least 2 political factions already taking shots at me, all before lunch, and somehow, the real trouble hadn't even started yet. I told the manager straight, quietly without any theatrics, that I intended to get those letters back. Where I come from, you don't wait for someone else to fix your problems. You roll up your sleeves and do it yourself. He hesitated, polished, polite, then agreed to help. When I came back half an hour later, he had the whole story about Giuseppe laid out for me in neat, precise handwriting. A model employee apparently, 5 years in England, good references, nothing suspicious, until you looked a little closer. 2 hotels he'd worked at had suffered serious robberies while he was there. No proof he was involved, but the coincidence? Well, I've spent enough years in rough parts of the world to know coincidence rarely travels alone. Was he just a skilled hotel thief? Maybe. Maybe he grabbed the packet of letters by instinct, not knowing what they were. A reflex, the way a man snatches anything loose before running. But I kept remembering the night before, Giuseppe staring at that bundle on my table like a starving man seeing food. That wasn't a thief's hunger. That was purpose. That was pressure. That was someone else's orders burning a hole through his nerves. I thanked the manager, asked if Giuseppe was still in the building. He smiled. One of those tight continental smiles full of apology. The man's bed hadn't been slept in. His belongings left behind. He'd run straight from my room into the dark and never looked back. Of course he had. I asked questions all morning. Waiters, porters, anyone who had shared a cigarette with Giuseppe. Nothing. Not even a rumor worth chewing on. So I placed the advertisement I'd planned. A quiet little lure tossed into 5 different newspapers. Very discreet. Very tempting. If Giuseppe had half a brain, he'd see it, and he'd come crawling for the cash. I was just about to trace his last place of work when the telephone rang. A flat, anonymous voice asked for Mr. McGrath. Then I heard the name of the publishers, Balderson and Hodgkins, and I felt a small twist of amusement. So now they were panicking too. A new voice hit my ear, cheerful on the surface, strained underneath. He introduced himself as Balderson. Wanted to talk about the manuscript. Of course he did. He launched straight into it. Claims that I didn't understand the danger, warnings that half of Europe was conspiring to stop that manuscript from reaching London, breathless talk of bribes and threats and men in dark corners. According to him, if I brought the memoirs in myself, there was a good chance I'd be found floating in the Thames. I told him I usually get where I want to go. He didn't laugh. He wanted to send one of his own men to collect the manuscript from me. Safer, he said. Their risk, not mine. And he offered a check. His own money immediately, because the official one wouldn't be available until next Wednesday. I leaned against the wall with the receiver warm at my ear, thinking. My original plan had been to keep the memoirs until the deadline, to read them carefully, to see what kind of hornet's nest I'd walked into. But the more he talked, the more I saw the pattern forming around me. Baronial emissaries, knife-wielding waiters, now publishers sweating through their colors. Every faction was circling the same piece of paper like wolves around meat. Maybe it was smarter, just this once, to hand the cursed thing off early. I sighed and told him he'd won. He could send his man, and he could send that check with him because I didn't plan on staying in England long enough to wait for the official one. What I didn't know, what I couldn't know, was how deeply this decision would drag me into the mess that was coming. The blackmailer, the political conspiracy, the whisper of murder at Chimneys, and a woman named Virginia Revel whose signature I'd seen on letters that were no longer in my possession. The game had already begun, and I just invited another player to my door. The publisher's instructions were crisp, cautious, almost paranoid. They wanted me to hand over the manuscript first thing in the morning. Not to anyone from their office, but to some mild-mannered man named Holmes who lived miles away. A precaution, they called it. A way to shake off anyone watching their building. They even suggested I drop a dummy packet into the hotel manager's safe that night. A decoy for whoever might be planning to break into my room again. And I agreed, because at that point, I'd begun to understand just how many shadows were leaning toward me. After I hung up, I went right back out hunting for Giuseppe, the slippery Italian who'd crept into my room with a knife and disappeared into the London night. I found nothing. No friends, no habits, no places he favored. Just a blank space where his life should have been. A ghost with a stolen packet of letters in his pocket. But I wasn't done with him. Not even close. My second night in London passed quietly. Almost too quietly. No footsteps outside the door. No knife in the dark. No wrestling at the suitcase. For once, just sleep. Morning came. At 9 sharp, the hotel sent up a card. Mr. Holmes. He arrived looking exactly like the kind of man publishers send when they're terrified. Small, neat, pale, quiet. I gave him the manuscript. He gave me a check for £1,000. He packed the memoirs into a small brown bag, wished me good morning, and left. It was shockingly uneventful. Almost disappointing. I stared out the window after him. Part of me wondered if someone would jump him on the street. if that little brown bag would vanish into an alleyway, if the memoirs would slide into another pair of hands before lunchtime, I wouldn't have been surprised. Still, one job was done. The other one, far from it. Virginia Revel, for 87 Pont Street. Whoever she was, whatever trouble she'd once been in, her letters were now in the hands of a knife-wielding waiter who'd vanished without a trace. And I still had a responsibility to find her, warn her, help her if she needed helping. First things first. I settled my bill at the Blitz, tipped half the staff like a man trying to erase footprints, and was just about to leave when a page boy sprinted down the steps with a letter. A government letter. One of those perfectly useless, beautifully worded pieces of official nonsense that takes 12 lines to say hello. Presumed I was arriving today, 2 days late. It hinted vaguely at the memoirs. It begged me to do nothing until I'd spoken with Mr. George Lomax and some other distinguished parties. It invited me with great pomp to Chimneys. I sat back in the taxi and read it twice, then a third time, then a fourth. Charming, bureaucratic, utterly behind the times, and I loved it. England hadn't changed one bit. But I couldn't go down to Chimneys as James McGrath. Not anymore. That name was tied up with manuscripts, conspiracies, threats, and a check now sitting in my pocket. Now, if I went to Chimneys, and I intended to, I'd go as myself, as Anthony Cade. I redirected the taxi to a small, unobtrusive inn. The sort of place where nobody looks twice at a stranger who tips just a little too well. I booked a room under my real name. Then I sat down in the dingy writing room, pulled out hotel stationery from the Blitz, and wrote my final note as James McGrath. I told Lomax I'd already delivered the manuscript, told him I was leaving England, regretfully declined the invitation to Chimneys. Handled, clean, closed. Then I sealed the envelope, pressed the stamp down with my thumb, and felt something shift inside me. A line drawn, a character stepped off stage. Exit James McGrath. Enter Anthony Cade. And now, it was time to find Virginia Revel. A dead man, all afternoon, as I drifted back from Radilla and the lawn, humming cradle of my limousine. I could feel the smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. I kept rehearsing the conversation I expected to have. My little performance for the blackmailer who, I was certain, would be bold enough to return. I had made myself look like easy prey the first time. Let him think so. The next act would be mine. When the car pulled up in Pont Street, I paused to ask Walton about his wife. Poor man. He looked so relieved to talk about something other than engines and traffic. I told him to take her away for the weekend if the doctor advised it. I meant it. Kindness costs so little. Then I ran up the steps, reached for my latchkey, remembered with a curse that I'd left it in another bag, and jabbed at the bell. The door didn't open immediately, and while I waited, a young man climbed the steps. Shabby coat, leaflets in one hand, a collecting box in the other. One of London's endless army of hopefuls selling misery and printed verse. I teased him about already buying one of those noble poems earlier in the day, and he laughed. A worn, unembarrassed laugh that made me laugh with him. For a second, I found myself studying him. Brown face, lean frame, something quietly capable about him. If I'd had a job to offer, I might have given it to him. But the door opened behind me, and everything shifted. Elise stood there. Not Chilvers. Not any of the staff I expected. Elise, looking flustered, guilty, and far too alone. She blurted out that Chilvers and the others had gone, whisked off to Datchet with armfuls of luggage because of a telegram that I had sent. Not my telegram, of course, but one that claimed I wanted the entire household transferred to the Riverside cottage to prepare for a weekend party. A perfect imitation of my usual, absurdly impulsive habits. I stared at the thing, the cheerful little printed slip of paper, and felt the first thread of unease tug inside my chest. Someone had gone to a great deal of trouble to empty my house. Elise fluttered around me like an anxious hen, muttering about malefactors and throat-cutting. She begged me to fetch a policeman. She was half convinced we were moments away from some gang of desperados climbing in through the windows. I told her to stop dramatizing. Though between us I couldn't help thinking that she might be right. Could be thieves. Could be the blackmailer. Could be something else entirely. Either way, I didn't intend to panic. I sent her upstairs to pack my things for Chimneys. If someone was playing games with me, then the best counter-strategy was to behave as though nothing at all had rattled me. Black velvet, white Americane, that new Caluax gown. Something political, something disarming, something elegant. As Elise fussed over colors and fabrics, her professional instincts soothing her nerves, I allowed myself one long, slow breath. Whoever had sent that telegram, whoever had cleared my house, whoever thought they were clever, they had no idea whom they were dealing with. I told Elise to hurry. We were running out of time, and she responded with the kind of wild-eyed terror that makes a simple instruction sound like a death sentence. I tried to calm her with a joke about being stabbed in a dark corner, which, in hindsight, was terribly poor timing. She squeaked, spun around, and flew up the stairs, checking behind her as though assassins were leaping from the hat racks. I rolled my eyes, dramatically, for my own benefit, and headed toward the study. I meant to ring the police station just as she'd suggested. It was sensible, really. A bogus telegram emptying my entire house was no coincidence, and I was in no mood for surprises. But the moment I opened the study door, something inside me went cold, and still. There, in the big armchair, was a man, my visitor, the blackmailer I'd expected to spar with, slumped, too still. No. At first I thought he might be asleep, but no. A sleeping man doesn't hold himself like that. Folded in on himself as if the life had been carved out of him. I stepped closer, the smile fading off my face. He wasn't asleep. He was dead. I saw everything at once. The little pistol on the carpet, the neat, scorched hole in his chest, the slack jaw that no longer belonged to the living. And for the first time in years, I felt something tighten in my lungs. Not fear exactly. Something sharper. Something cold. Elise's voice floated down from upstairs. Shrill, panicked, ridiculous. An instinct kicked in. I moved fast, shutting the study door behind me before she could get an eyeful of the corpse. If she did, the poor girl would shriek the roof off the house and faint onto the nearest piece of upholstery. I couldn't afford hysteria. I needed silence. Space. A moment to think. I heard her rattle the chain across the front door, muttering about malefactors. I let her. Anything that kept her busy was a blessing. I turned back to the body. Who had let him in? It wasn't Elise. She would have mentioned it between panics. And if that telegram hadn't cleared the house, she would have come home to this dead man waiting for her in the dark. And somehow I would have had to explain why I'd let him blackmail me. George had found that story highly improbable. Would the police think the same? Would anyone? My mind spun. The forged telegram, the cleared house, the dead blackmailer, the missing letters, all of it tangled together like some hideous knot I was expected to unravel. I pressed my fingers to my forehead, trying to steady the runaway thoughts. I needed help. A man's help. Someone calm, steady, unflappable. Someone who could look at this without thinking of appearances, scandal, impropriety. Someone who wouldn't faint dead away in the doorway. For half a second I thought of George, then immediately dismissed him. George would think only of himself, of official positions, political optics, diplomatic fallout. No, I needed someone with a heart, someone loyal. Bill. Good, sweet, foolish Bill. Who might have no brains for politics but had endless stores of courage. Instinct, not logic. Heart, not caution. I dialed immediately, but the answer I got made my stomach drop. Bill had already left. Half an hour ago. For Chimneys. Of course he had. And just like that I was alone. Truly alone. Alone in a silent house. With a dead man in the study. And a stranger's game tightening around me like a noose. The moment I slammed the receiver down, I felt the walls closing in. Nothing is lonelier than a house with a dead man in it. Especially when you're the only breathing soul who knows. And then the front door bell rang. A bright, sharp chime that sliced straight through my nerves. It rang again. Elise, of course, was upstairs. Packing, panicking, doing both things badly. and she wouldn't hear it. So it had to be me. I forced myself into the hole, pulled back the chain, unbolted every bolt she'd locked in her melodramatic frenzy, and braced myself. Then I opened the door, and there he was. The unemployed young man from before. Brown face, lean frame, leaflets in hand. Completely ordinary, completely harmless. And at that moment he might as well have been a lifeboat in a storm. I dragged him inside before my courage could evaporate. I sat him down, sat opposite him, and studied him like he was a rare specimen that had washed up exactly when I needed it. I needed to know if he was real. I needed to know if he was the kind of man who could stand upright in a crisis. He gave me the answer before I could even form the question in my head. He carried himself like a man who'd once belonged somewhere very polished. Skull tie, old college laugh. A bit frayed around the edges now, but still solid. And that was enough. So I told him I was in trouble. Real trouble. The kind of trouble that made my usual circle of friends vanish like soap bubbles because they all had something to lose. He didn't. He said that as if it were a credential. So I said it. I said the impossible thing. The thing that had been pressing on my chest since I opened the study door. There was a dead man in the next room. And to my astonishment, my absolute stunned admiration, he didn't flinch. Not even a blink. He took the words as calmly as someone might take the news that tea was ready. I watched him go up in my estimation like a rocket. He wanted the facts, so I gave them. Clean, simple, nothing hidden. I told him about the letters. Letters written in my name but not by me. Letters used to blackmail me. Letters I'd foolishly, curiously allowed him to blackmail me with just to see what it felt like. And the young man, Anthony Cade, as he would soon reveal, understood that without judgment. He saw straight through to the strange truth of it. That imagination, not guilt, was my undoing. Then I told him about the bogus telegram, about the emptied house, about the dead blackmailer waiting for me like some grisly calling card. I admitted the one thing that frightened me more than the body. I didn't know who had let him in, and I hadn't told Elise anything. Anthony seemed to approve of that, or at least he didn't object. He said something that struck me in a way I wasn't prepared for. That truth is simpler because lies are exhausting. They multiply like rabbits. They demand upkeep, maintenance, nerves, and maybe he was right. Maybe I should call the police. But first he wanted to see the body, calmly, practically, as if he were stepping into a game he'd been waiting all his life to play. I led him to the doorway, then paused and looked back at him. Only then did I realize I didn't know his name, and when he spoke it, it felt like a piece clicking into place in a puzzle I hadn't yet seen the edges of. Anthony Cade. And just like that, the whole story shifted. A stranger had walked into my house. But not by accident. Not anymore. 9. Anthony disposes of a body. He followed me out of the room with that fate, knowing smile of his. The kind a man wears when the plot unexpectedly thickens in his favor. But the smile vanished the second he bent over the body. I watched his face set hard, warm. He didn't have to say it. I felt it. The man had been alive less than half an hour ago. Alive just before I walked into the house. Just before I walked into the room. Suddenly, the timeline shifted underneath me like loose flooring. I wasn't just connected to this mess. I was practically braided into it. He asked questions. Odd ones. Sharp ones. Questions that didn't seem to matter until they suddenly did. Had Elise been in the room? No. Did she know I had? Yes. I'd spoken to her after I found the body. And now I hadn't told her anything. His silence said everything he didn't. I saw what he was thinking even before he confirmed it. If Elise and I had walked in together, the moment would be clean, neat, timed, almost innocent. But now the narrative had shifted in the worst possible way. A man dead, no witnesses, and me, wandering inconveniently alone. I felt the trap tightening. Quietly, invisibly, I tried to reason it out. Why hadn't anyone heard the shot? But London answered for him. A car backfiring beneath the window with the exact sharpness of gunfire. Of course no one would hear a shot in this city. You could fire a cannon in Chelsea and people would only complain about the traffic. He examined the body again, and I watched realization flicker across his face. Italian, probably a waiter, blackmailer only as a side hustle. Giuseppe. The name hit me like a slap. So the dead man wasn't just some random predator. He belonged to a larger, darker chase I knew nothing about. He asked how much I'd given the blackmailer. £40. He didn't flinch. He didn't judge. He simply filed it away like a detective fitting the last piece into a puzzle. Then he asked for the telegram, and when he saw Barnes at the top, his whole expression tightened. Of course, Barnes. On the way back from Ranelagh. Close enough that I could have sent it. Every word he said drew the net closer. Every possibility I hadn't wanted to think about was suddenly shoved in front of me like a mirror I couldn't turn away from. He wrapped his handkerchief around his fingers and picked up the pistol. Carefully, deliberately. The way criminals do in detective stories, except now I was standing inside one. And then everything in him changed. He froze. Like a man who's just seen a ghost step out of the wall. He asked me if I'd ever seen the pistol before. No. If I'd ever owned one. No. If I was absolutely sure. Yes. Absolutely. His stare drilled straight through me, searching for the smallest flicker of deception. Then he sighed. A short, frustrated exhale. And held the gun out to me. And that's when I saw it. My name. Neatly engraved into the metal. Virginia. The world lurched sideways. I didn't even hear my own voice at first. Just felt it explode out of my chest. Impossible. And the horror in me wasn't theatrical or feminine or delicate. It was real. Cold. Raw. Because whoever had killed him hadn't only shot him. They had done it with a weapon bearing my name. Someone had set the trap perfectly. Deliberately. Maliciously. And I had walked straight into it. He told me to sit and I did. More because of the tone than the words. Something had shifted. The air felt denser. He wasn't just looking at a corpse anymore, he was looking at a pattern. And I was right in the middle of the weave. He laid out the possibilities as if they were lies on a chalkboard. The real Virginia. The one who wrote the letters. The vanished correspondent whose name I'd inherited by mistake. Could have tracked Giuseppe down, shot him, stolen the letters and slipped away. That explanation was ugly, but tidy. The second possibility was worse. Much worse. Someone somewhere had orchestrated this entire spectacle for one purpose. To point the finger straight at me. They hadn't simply wanted Giuseppe dead. They had wanted him dead here. In my house. In my study. At my exact hour of return. And they had arranged every detail to fall perfectly into place. The servants shipped off by a telegram I never sent. The knowledge of my routine, my movements, even the fact that I'd be alone when I walked into the room. An enemy, a deliberate one, but who? I wasn't the sort of woman who collected enemies. Not enemies with guns and French-made schedules on file. The question hung over me like smoke. What next? He put the choices in front of me as coolly as a doctor presenting a diagnosis. Option A, call the police. Tell them everything. Hand them the truth. The lies, the gaps, the inconvenient coincidences. Trust my reputation, my blameless life, to hold back the flood. Option B, hide the body. Illicit, dangerous, thrilling, and, in his eyes, utterly tempting. There was even an option A with a fig leaf. Call the police without mentioning the pistol with my name engraved on it or the blackmail letters. But when he searched the dead man's pockets, everything was gone. Someone had thought of that too. And that was when he found the scrap of paper, torn from a larger sheet, hidden in a torn lining. Only one line remained. Chimneys 11.45 Thursday. My heart lurched at the name. Of all places. I was meant to be at Chimneys tonight. When he realized that, when he understood that the location written on a dead man's appointment slip matched my own weekend plans, something snapped into place behind his eyes. Suddenly the pattern wasn't vague anymore. It was precise. What if someone wanted to stop me from going to Chimneys? George would have liked to. But George wasn't a murderer. Merely an inconvenience wrapped in self-importance. This was something else. Something elaborate. Something dangerous enough that, for the first time in my life, I felt the faintest prickle of fear at the back of my neck. He asked if I'd trust him, put myself in his hands, and somehow I said yes. Plan B, the criminal plan, the mad plan, the perfect plan. The first step was to send Elise away before she wandered somewhere fatal. That part was easy. A fake errand a shop supposedly open late. She scurried out the door with the nervous terror of a rabbit-smelling fox fur. Then came the body. I watched him choose a trunk. A big solid thing capable of swallowing the dead weight of a man with almost insulting ease. He told me to go upstairs and change, and I obeyed, moving through my own house like a stranger while he committed himself to the worst part of the work alone. When I came back down in soft brown and orange, dressed not like a woman concealing a murder but like one catching a train to a pleasant weekend, he stood in the hall with the trunk strapped and ready, the picture of calm competence. That was when the absurdity hit me. A dead man in a trunk, a stranger at my door, my name on a murder weapon, and I had enlisted him, a man I'd met barely an hour ago, as my accomplice. He gave me the plan as simply as if he were explaining how to mail a parcel. Take the trunk to Paddington, put it in left luggage, drop the cloakroom ticket as I walked past him. He would pick it up, pretending to return it to me, and then take responsibility for everything. You go to Chimneys, he said. Leave the rest to me. I heard myself apologize, for burdening a complete stranger with a corpse. But the truth was far stranger than that. I wasn't burdening him. He wanted this. He was good at this. And somewhere deep inside, I realized a terrifying thing. I trusted him. I told her I liked it. The danger, the absurdity, the sheer criminal theater of the whole thing. And it was true. Jimmy would have laughed himself sick if he'd seen me now. A corpse, a trunk, a beautiful woman with murder hanging over her like a misplaced scarf. This was exactly the kind of chaos he'd say suited me, down to the ground. But then she said his name, Jimmy McGrath. Suddenly the air shifted again. She'd heard of him, recently. For a second, something sharp knifed through me. Had the business caught up already? Was I behind instead of ahead? She wanted to talk. And she wanted me at Chimneys. Chimneys. That house again. That name again. Everything pointed there like a compass needle jammed on one direction. But first we had a corpse to dispose of and a timetable to keep. So I slipped out the back, the villain of the piece, and left her to play the respectable lady, leaving by the front door with trunks and tickets and perfect poise. At Paddington, the plan unfolded with almost insulting ease. She dropped the ticket. I picked it up with the casual gallantry of a man returning a lady's glove. The trunk became mine. The problem became mine. And I took it gladly. I collected the Morris Cowley I'd bought for exactly this kind of night. A battered little warrior of a car, good enough to carry the dead where the living dare not look. The roads west opened like a long black ton, and I drove until London fell behind and the hedges narrowed in. Somewhere between Hounslow and Staines, I stopped. A busy road. Perfect. Traffic would smear the evidence clean before the first constable stepped out of bed. I obscured the number plate, opened the trunk, lifted Giuseppe's body out as though he were nothing more than heavy luggage that had overstayed its welcome. 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's all it took to erase a life. I laid him just beyond the sweep of most headlights, on the inside of the curve. Let some unfortunate motorist discover him. Let the newspapers scream. Let Scotland Yard chase phantoms for weeks. It wouldn't matter. The trail had already bent elsewhere. Then I drove on. Burnham Beeches took me deeper into the dark. There I climbed a massive tree, higher than sense allowed, and wedged a small brown parcel into a hidden hollow near the trunk. The pistol. Virginia's name gleaming on the metal. A trap for any fool who looked for clues in ponds and hedges instead of branches 30 feet up. A clever way, I told myself. Clever enough that very few men in England could undo it. Then it was back to London. A return to the ordinary world, the gas lamps, the stations, the chatter of people whose nights never change. I returned the trunk to the other cloakroom. A symmetry any good detective would miss. I longed for food. Real food. steaks swimming in their own heat, potatoes fat with grease. But time was a luxury I couldn't afford. I refueled the Morris instead, fed it like a starving mule, and pointed it north. Chimneys. The night swallowed the countryside until the walls of Chimneys rose ahead of me. Grey, ancient, silent. A history-making house. A murder-making house if rumor was right. A stable clock chimed, 3/4 past, 11:45. The exact time scribbled on the scrap in Giuseppe's pocket. I reached the terrace. No lights, no sound. Politicians, I muttered. They sleep early or pretend to. And then it came, a gunshot, close, inside the house. I froze, waited, listened. Silence, smothering and total. I tried doors, windows, anything that might give. But every handle was locked, every pane cold and still. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe a poacher had fired in the woods. Maybe the night had played tricks. But as I walked away, uneasy, dissatisfied, a single light flared up in a first-floor window. A heartbeat of brightness, then darkness again, swift as a hand snuffing out a candle. Something had happened in Chimneys, and I was already too late. 10, Chimneys, 8:30 a.m., and there I was, settling into the creak of my chair, feeling every pound of myself in that familiar way a man does when he's earned his uniform twice over. The office smelled of damp paper and boot polish. Johnson sat across from me, still looking like a chick that had tumbled out of the egg too early. Soft face, big eyes, the kind the force chews up in a year. Then the telephone split the quiet. I picked it up with all the ceremony the moment deserved. That's the thing about rank. Every gesture must remind someone below you that they're below you, and someone above you that you know it. And when I heard that voice, well, I straightened up fast enough to strain a button. His lordship, Chimneys, and one word that stiffened the air. Murder. Just like that. The sleepy little village of Market Basing wasn't sleepy anymore. The last time we'd had anything close to a murder was Tom Pierce shooting his sweetheart. Barely counted. More drink than malice. But this was the real thing. A foreigner too. Those cases always drew attention. The sort of attention that could carry a man like me straight into promotion. Unless Scotland Yard barged in, sniffing around like bloodhounds, taking credit where I'd done every boot leather mile. Still, murder at Chimneys. My case. My moment. I sent Johnson scrambling for the car, and we swung by Dr. Cartwright's. Nice enough fellow, young, sharp, and practically glowing at the idea of a dead body. Men like him always forget the smell until they're standing over it. We set off for Chimneys, the morning sun burning a line across the road. As we passed the Jolly Cricketers, I spotted him. A stranger leaning in the doorway, tall, browned by the sun. The sort of man who didn't belong in Market Basing unless he had a reason. And strangers, in my experience, always have reasons. No record of him arriving by train. Johnson knew. His brother ran the platform like it was the House of Lords. That left one option. He'd come by car. Suspicious. Very suspicious. We rattled on toward the estate, and I felt a slow swell in my chest. The kind only ambition can bring. A case at Chimneys meant notice. A case involving nobility meant headlines. And with headlines came opportunity. As we rolled past the gates, the old stone house rose out of the mist like a beast stretching from sleep. Ancient, grand, and heavy with secrets. The sort of place where footsteps echoed differently, where stories stuck to the walls. I felt it then. Something shifting in the air. Murder. Real murder. On my patch. And I was the man walking through the front door to claim it. The door swung open before I even lifted my hand to knock. And there stood the butler. White-headed, stiff as a tombstone, and carrying himself with that eerie calm only old houses and old servants possess. A man whose face said, without a single word, "Murder is beneath this roof's dignity, but very well. If tragedy insists on entering, we shall receive it politely." I envied him that composure. I doubted I could muster half of it today. He floated us through the halls, and I felt my boots sinking deeper into the carpets with every step. Like the house itself resented police work under its roof. When he opened the door to Lord Caterham's private refuge, I braced myself. Chaos. Thinly varnished chaos. His lordship was pacing like a man chased by his own shadow, hair sticking up in little tufts, looking less like a peer of the realm and more like an owl flustered in daylight. I'd seen panicked men before, but aristocratic panic. That's its own spectacle. A sort of bewildered offense, as though calamity had dared interrupt the proper rhythm of his weekend. I pulled out my notebook, already imagining the clean clarity of an official record. Something solid in the midst of all this fluster. But the moment I asked the simplest question, the victim's name, the man collapsed into verbal jelly, mouth opening, closing, opening again, like a fish trying to negotiate with a hook already in its lip. Count Stanislaus, he finally said, wearing the name like an ill-fitting coat. The hesitation lodged itself in my mind immediately. Nobles always hide something. Always. And then salvation, or distraction, burst through the door. A young woman, tall, self-possessed, dark hair framing a face that was far too direct for nobility. Lady Eileen Brent, Bundle. She had an energy that filled the room like a fresh gust through stale curtains. Clear eyes, quick movements, and a confidence that made me wonder whether she'd grown up climbing the battlements instead of curtsying in drawing rooms. Her arrival broke the tension, gave your father an escape from my questions, and gave me something else entirely. The uneasy sense that the family knew more, much more, than they were willing to spill. We proceeded to the council chamber, Lord Caterham leading the way like a man escorting guests to view a particularly embarrassing family heirloom. As we walked, I let my eyes drill into every corner, every painting, every doorway. Old houses hide secrets as easily as dust. He opened the door, and the room greeted me with its chilly grandeur. Oak panels, historic portraits, solemn furniture, and at its heart, a body sprawled with arms flung wide. The dead rarely fall gracefully. Dr. Cartwright went to work at once, but I hit it straight for the windows. There it was, the story written in mud. Footprints leading up, footprints leading away, clear as printed text. But inside, not a mark. For a second, my heart leapt. Something was wrong. Something didn't fit. Then the girl, Bundle, explained without hesitation. Polished floor. The housemaid who'd swept half of the evidence away before dawn. Someone stumbling blindly in a half-lit room, dragging curtains, scrubbing parquet, unaware that death lay 2 steps behind her. I had to admit, it fit. Too neatly, perhaps, but this house, this murder, nothing here was coincidence. My instincts prickled with a kind of electric certainty. Someone was playing a game, a deliberate one, and I had just stepped onto the board. And heaven help me, I felt alive in a way I hadn't in years. I watched my father flee the council chamber like a man escaping a burning building. It would have been funny if there wasn't a corpse lying 10 rooms away, but that's father. Give him a murder and he reacts exactly as he does to paying taxes. Panicked, apologetic, and thoroughly convinced it's someone else's fault. Treadwell hovered behind him like a ghost of impeccable manners, murmuring that breakfast was ready. Breakfast, murder in the West Wing and poached eggs in the dining room. Chimneys always did pride itself on balance. Father insisted he couldn't eat a thing. 10 minutes later he was piling kidneys and bacon onto his plate with solemn dedication, the way a man signs an important treaty. I'd already begun my own eggs and bacon, and honestly, murder makes you ravenous. Or maybe that's just me. Excitement, I told myself, chewing. Morbid, yes, but true. Father, meanwhile, was bemoaning Sir Abner's medical advice. Avoid all worry, as though one could simply decline anxiety like bad wine. He carved ham while complaining about Lomax and public responsibility and the death of the peerage. Typical breakfast conversation at Chimneys. Really? Treadwell reappeared silently with poached eggs. Father's special order, which father promptly announced he detested. Away they went again as quietly as they had come. Chimneys may have murder, but it refuses drama at the breakfast table. I leaned back studying him, my poor, frantic parent, wishing he were anywhere but in the middle of a situation. But I could feel something else humming under the surface. Something sharp, something thrilling. Murder does that. It slices open all the quiet, comfortable layers of a house like Chimneys and shows you what's been lurking underneath. And something was lurking. I could feel it. So could Father, though he'd never admit it. He wondered who murdered the foreign guest, Count Stanislaus. And why? I wondered too, but with far more interest. There's only so much tennis a girl can tolerate. A murder is practically enrichment. Father was rambling about how he hoped it was Isaacstein from the All-British Syndicate, citing high finance in the vague, hand-waving way men lose when they actually mean. I haven't the faintest idea. Then the sound hit us. A motor racing up the drive. Far too fast for decency. I knew immediately. Cotters, I said. Lomax, of course. We leaned out the window together, Father swallowing ham with the desperation of a man about to face doom. And there he was, George Lomax, stepping out of his car with the strained self-importance of a man who romantically believes he holds the fate of nations in his breast pocket. Father called to him cheerfully, the executioner greeting the condemned. And that's how breakfast began on the morning after a murder at Chimneys. George Lomax arrived exactly as I knew he would, with the expression of a man simultaneously attending a funeral, hosting parliament, and suffering from indigestion. Father tried to tempt him with kidneys, which was sweet of him, if wildly optimistic. George brushed them aside like a man swatting flies. This is a terrible calamity, he kept muttering. Terrible, terrible. Calamity, yes. Alliteration, unnecessary. Father took it better. He always did. That man could kindly butter toast during an air raid. George's voice kept rising in pitch, like a kettle about to boil over. It must be hushed up, at all costs. Bundle Brent prediction rate, 100%. I told Father he'd say exactly that. Father tried to nudge food into him. Eggs, haddock, anything. But George acted as though breakfast were an immoral suggestion. Apparently a corpse in the council chamber didn't stop the world. But a poached egg might. He demanded to know who'd been told, and Father began listing people cheerfully, as though giving names at a garden party. Me, him, the servants, the local police, Cartwright. George nearly fainted. Father was being helpful in the way only Father can be. You can't hush up a dead body, he said gently. It's got to be buried. And all that sort of thing. George visibly aged. Then, just when I thought he might actually combust, he snapped into this odd calm. The dangerous kind. We must have battle, he said. And of course Father replied, completely straight-faced. Battle, murder, and sudden death? I laughed into my teacup. Couldn't help it. What George meant was Superintendent battle. Scotland Yard's discreet bulldog. The one they will out when political embarrassment is imminent. And oh, how imminent it was. He began scribbling telegrams with the fever of a man drafting emergency wartime orders. His handwriting looked like a spider having a breakdown. He handed one to me, Baron Lalo-Pretzel. Honestly, it looked like someone had fallen asleep on a typewriter. I've got it, I told him. But I'll need a lie down after spelling it. He kept writing. Father, meanwhile, was already making for the exit the way a guilty man flees a crime scene. George told him the best thing he could do was leave everything in my hands. Father agreed before the sentence was finished. My dear Lomax, I place Chimneys unreservedly at your disposal. Do anything you like. And he practically vanished through the far door. No smoke bomb necessary. George looked offended. But there was nothing for it. He hurried off toward the council chamber while I gathered up his telegrams. And there I sat in the breakfast room of Chimneys watching the dominoes fall. A dead foreigner, the yard being summoned, a house full of diplomats, secrets stacked like dynamite, and me, smack in the middle of it all with a plate of eggs cooling by the window. If there was ever a morning for a denture, it was this one. 11. Superintendent battle arrives. I spent the entire morning hiding. Not very dignified for the lord of the manor, I know. But when George Lomax is hunting you with questions, self-preservation becomes an instinct. I wandered the estate like a ghost, pretending to inspect fences and fallen branches. Anything to avoid being summoned back into that dreadful business. But hunger has no respect for fear. By noon, even dread couldn't keep me from my dining room. I slipped in the side door like a burglar and tiptoed toward my study. No luck. Treadwell materialized behind me with that funereal calm of his. "Mr. Lomax, my lord, is anxious to see you in the library." Translation: "You've been spotted, my lord. The reprieve is over." So I sighed, theatrically I admit, and trudged to the library. The door was locked. Of course it was. George opened it a crack, peered out like a frightened dormouse, then relaxed when he saw me. "Ah, Caterham, come in." I slid inside apologetically, muttering something about tenants and duties I absolutely had not performed. And there they were, Colonel Melrose, solemn as a carved pillar, and a square man with a perfectly unreadable face. Superintendent Battle. Battle frightened me far more than the corpse. He had the expression of a man who could watch a building burn and calmly note the color of the flames. George puffed himself up like a statesman addressing the Empire. "Superintendent Battle has been round with the local man. He'll need a few facts." He said facts like the word personally offended him. I sat down, braced myself, tried to look responsible, which is very difficult for someone constitutionally opposed to responsibility. George began with his favorite phrase, "Utmost discretion." Battle nodded like a man told the weather forecast. Then came the real question. Count Stanislaus was not his true name, I understand. What was it? I felt the room tighten, but George answered, "Prince Michael of Herzoslovakia." Battle's eyes widened. A fraction. That was the most emotion we were going to get. Then came the political business. Loans. Well, sympathies. Things I tried studiously not to understand. Battle absorbed it all with the stillness of a stone idol. Finally he turned to me, and my heart sank. He recited the timeline like a man reading scripture. I had traveled down with the prince. He'd gone straight to bed, exhausted, seen no one, dined alone. This morning a housemaid found him dead in the council chamber at 7:45. Shot. No weapon. No sound heard. But... And here the superintendent's voice grew almost thoughtful. The smashed wristwatch told the story. 11:45 p.m. A quarter to midnight. Then he asked me the question I'd been dreading. "What time did you retire to bed last night?" And there it was. The spotlight, the unavoidable interrogation, the dreadful feeling that anything I said would somehow be wrong. I opened my mouth and prayed I'd say something that didn't incriminate me. Superintendent Battle looked at me with those calm, heavy-lidded eyes of his, the sort of eyes that make you feel guilty even when you've done absolutely nothing except exist. "We went early," I told him. 10:30, I should say. The party didn't... Well, it didn't bow. I heard the weariness in my own voice. We all slunk away to bed. He nodded, wrote it down as though it were the most vital clue of the case, and then, the horror, asked me to list every soul staying at Chimneys. I tried to protest. Surely the fellow came from outside? But Battle smiled. A small, imperturbable smile. The kind you give a child insisting the moon is made of marzipan. "Routine," he said. "Everything is routine." So I began the roll call. Prince Michael, his valet, Isaacstein, Eversley, who George immediately claimed as one of his men. Then Hiram Fish, the American bookworm with Lucius Scott's letter of introduction. Bundle, Mrs. Rebel, her maid, the children, the nurses, the governesses, the servants. By the time I'd finished, I felt quite winded. Battle merely nodded and wrote "thank you" into his notebook as if that were the real name of some suspect. George leaned forward, trying to play detective. "The murderer came in by the window, no doubt?" Battle paused, and the silence was so deep I could almost hear him thinking. Footprints leading to the window. Footprints leading away. A car stopping outside the park at 11:40. A young man arriving at the cricketers at midnight with wet boots. George nearly exploded with excitement. "Compare the boots," he cried, as if he had single-handedly invented detection. "They were compared," Battle said. "And they match." If George could have arrested the man himself on the spot, he would have. "This Anthony Cade," he demanded, "must be pursued at once." Battle didn't even blink. "No need. He's still there." "Confess," I laughed. Couldn't help it. After all the suspicion and secrecy and whispered theories. The fellow had simply stayed put, a murderer with a reservation. Even Battle seemed unsettled, and that unnerved me more than anything else. "I don't know what to think," he murmured, a terrifying statement from the man whose thoughts usually come pre-measured. And then, the knock at the door. Treadwell looked as though knocking pained his very soul. "A gentleman wishes to see you on urgent business, my lord, connected with the tragedy." Superintendent Battle's voice cut across the room. "What is his name?" "Mr. Anthony Cade, sir." Though he said the name wouldn't convey anything. Oh, it conveyed something all right. Every man in that room sat up. George looked as though he'd swallowed a wasp. Melrose stiffened. Battle's eyes narrowed. Barely. "And me?" I chuckled. Loudly. Shockingly. I couldn't help it. The entire morning had been one long, dreadful melodrama. And suddenly we had the villain? Or hero? Obligingly calling at the front door. "I'm beginning to enjoy myself," I said. "Show him in, Treadwell. Show him in at once." And for the first time since the whole ghastly business began, I actually meant it. 12. Anthony tells his story. Treadwell announced me like I was the second coming of suspicion. "Mr. Anthony Cade." So I gave them the line I'd been saving ever since I booked into the Cricketers. Enter suspicious stranger from Delagen. The room was full before I even crossed it. A man with a face like an official stamp. Battle. A local dignitary with the stiff posture of someone who writes letters to the paper. Melrose. And a poor devil on the verge of an aneurysm. George Lomax, the human embodiment of government panic. I drifted toward Lord Caterham because he looked like the only man in the room who wouldn't arrest me for breathing. And, for the record, he wasn't far off smiling at me. That's always a hopeful sign. I apologized for forcing my way in. I hadn't forced a thing, but it's good manners to pretend. And told him I'd heard there'd been a murder. And since I might be able to help, I'd walked up from the jolly dog? Goat? Something zoological. A long silence followed. The sort of silence you get when four men are each waiting for one of the other three to speak first. Eventually Lord Caterham lost the stalemate. "Ah. Quite so. Yes. Sit down?" Bless him. He looked so relieved when I sat. Then George made a sound like a man preparing to interrogate a witness in Parliament. "When you say you can throw light on this matter, you mean?" "I mean," I said, "that I was trespassing on your property at 11:45 last night, and I heard the shot. That got them." Even Battle's eyebrows moved a millimeter. A rare emotional display for the man. I explained the rest. The missing boots, the helpful young constable, the arithmetic that led me straight here. Battle called it sensible, which is probably the closest he ever gets to applause. I spotted the yard tone, the authority, the quiet satisfaction behind his stillness. "Inspector, isn't it?" I asked. Mostly to see whether anyone corrected me. Caterham jumped in. "Superintendent Battle. This is Colonel Melrose and Mr. Lomax." When I turned to Lomax, something in his face sparked. "Yes," he said stiffly. He didn't like me, or he recognized me, or both. "I believe," I told him, "I had the pleasure of receiving a letter from you yesterday." He froze. "I think not," he said, which meant he absolutely had. He just couldn't remember what he'd written. He cleared his throat. "Bad sign for anyone within a 50-foot radius. Perhaps you would explain what you were doing in the grounds at 11:45? The tone said clearly, "Go ahead. I'll enjoy catching you." "Well," I said, "it's a long story." I took out my cigarette case, asked permission, got it, lit up. If I was going to be interrogated by the entire backbone of respectable England, I was at least going to have nicotine. But inside I knew the stakes. 2 crimes in 24 hours. 1 dead man stuffed into a trunk and abandoned by the roadside. Pistol hidden in a treetop. A dangerously curious widow. a scrap of paper leading here, and now me, caught between their boot prints and the truth. South America had been dangerous. This was worse. This was English danger. Quiet, elegant, courteous, and utterly lethal. Still, I had a plan. Tell the truth. Mostly. The story begins, I said. About 3 weeks ago in Bulawayo. I watched Lomax carefully. I was talking with a friend of mine, Mr. James McGrath, and at the name George practically lifted out of his chair. So that hit home. Good. Now the real game could begin. I took a breath. The kind that feels like stepping onto a stage you didn't ask for. So here's the rest of it, I said, trying to sound casual while walking the tightrope over a legal abyss. I told them how the whole thing started 3 weeks ago in Bulawayo. A dusty bar, a conversation with Jimmy McGrath, and a favor that somehow dragged me halfway across the world. The ticket had been booked in his name, so I traveled as James McGrath. Technically a crime, yes. Serious? Probably. But that was Battle's problem, not mine. His eyes twinkled like a man about to tolerate my nonsense. For now, I walked them through London, the Blitz Hotel, the manuscript, the two political factions sniffing around me like hungry dogs. One group shook my hand, the other tried to cut my throat. I treated both appropriately. Then came Giuseppe, the waiter with faster hands than morals. Sneaking into my room at night, he took nothing of obvious value, but he took something that mattered, something that would drag me into much darker water. Battle pointed out I hadn't reported the burglary. He wasn't wrong, but reporting it would have opened a different kind of can of worms, the kind labeled international complications. So I told the manager instead, and Giuseppe vanished halfway through the night. I kept going. The publisher's call, their courier arriving the next morning, the manuscript leaving my hands. And finally, that letter, Lomax's letter. I saw George fidget before I even got to the meat of it. He claimed he didn't remember writing it, and I believed him. People like Lomax don't write letters. They only sign them. But I described the letter anyway, the suggestions, the warnings, and the invitation to stay here at Chimneys. Caterham muttered something about being delighted. Lomax glowered at him. I ignored them both. Battle, patient and unreadable, asked if this was my explanation for being here last night. Hardly. If I'm invited to a house, I told them, I don't break in. I walk through the front door like a civilized human. And then I told them the part one had carefully edited. I told them about the torn scrap of paper I'd taken off Giuseppe during our struggle. Chimneys 11.45 Thursday. I pulled it from my pocket and handed it over. Thin ice. Extremely thin ice. One wrong word and I'd be explaining dead waiters, hidden pistols, and roadside trucks. But I kept it simple. I told them Chimneys might have meant nothing, or it might have meant this place. And since I had reason to believe Giuseppe was planning mischief, I decided to check things myself. Motor down. Stay at the inn. Keep an eye out. That was when I saw Caterham nod at me. The kind of nod that says, yes, that sounds heroic, keep flattering me. So I went on. I explained being late, climbing the wall, running across the dark park, reaching the terrace just as the house slept behind its windows. And then, the shot. A single sharp crack from inside the house. I told them how I'd run back, tried the windows, found everything locked and silent. How I'd waited, but nothing moved. No footsteps, no cry, just that old country stillness that settles over big houses at night. Eventually I convinced myself I'd imagined it, or mistaken it for a poacher's gun in the woods. Natural conclusion, I said. Battle agreed. Expressionless, neutral. But I could tell he wasn't buying everything. Only some of it. And that was the point where the room settled into a heavy, dangerous quiet. The kind of quiet where four men are each deciding whether you're a witness or a murderer. I finished my tale the only way a sensible man can, hoping they wouldn't decide handcuffs were the logical next step. I went on to the inn. Heard the news this morning, I said. Realized I looked suspicious as hell. Came up here to clear the air before someone tried to clap irons on me. Then silence. Thick, heavy. The kind that makes you wonder whether every breath you take is being weighed as evidence. Melrose shot Battle a sideways look. Battle didn't flinch. He just said, calm as a man commenting on the weather. No handcuffs this morning. I didn't exhale, but I wanted to. Then came the question I'd been waiting for. What was this manuscript? Battle's eyes slid to Lomax. George swallowed like a man about to confess to a priest. The memoirs of Count Stilptich, he said. You see. Battle cut him off. You needn't say more. I see perfectly. He always did. Then Battle turned to me. Do you know who it was that was shot, Mr. Cade? At the Jolly Dog they called him Count Stanislaus. Battle jerked his chin at Lomax. Tell him. George hated it. But he said it. His real name was Prince Michael of Herzoslovakia. I let out a low whistle. And meant it. That wasn't just murder. That was international dynamite. Battle grunted. The kind of grunt a man gives when a piece of a puzzle finally clicks. Then he stood. There are one or two questions I'd like to ask Mr. Cade privately. Lord Caterham waved us off like a headmaster dismissing a troublesome student. And just like that, I was alone with Scotland Yard's quietest bulldog. The council chamber, the body was gone. But the room remembered. A dark stain on the polished floor. A stillness too heavy for daylight. Sun streaming in like nothing had happened. Old houses have that talent. They swallow tragedy without wrinkling the wallpaper. I looked around. I could appreciate the place, even with ghosts lingering. Nice room, I said, and I meant it. Battle didn't bite. His eyes were working, measuring. He asked whether the shot had seemed to come from this room. I stepped outside onto the terrace, replaying the moment. The darkness, the silence, that single echo. Yes, I said. This is the one. And then he asked it. The question that carried weight. How many windows did you try? All 3. You're sure? I'm in the habit of being sure, I said. Why? And that's when he dropped it. That's the funny thing, Battle murmured. Buddy. His word. Not mine. When the body was found this morning, the middle window was unlatched. My stomach didn't drop. But the ground shifted under my feet. Because that changed everything. Either someone inside the house had staged the scene after I left, or I was lying. He didn't say it harshly. He didn't need to. I sank down in the window seat, lit a cigarette, and tried not to imagine myself walking into a very clever chap. Well, I said quietly, that's a blow. You've left us with 2 options. Either your murderer is here inside these walls, or you think I'm lying. I held his gaze. Upon my honor, you're wrong. Battle didn't nod. He didn't smile. But something flickered in his eyes. Then he said what I'd been waiting for. The truth beneath the truth. Nobody leaves this house until I'm done. I felt the temperature change. This wasn't about footmarks anymore. This was a siege. And then I asked him the thing that had been growing in my mind ever since he brought up the windows. How long have you thought this might be an inside job? He gave me that soft, dangerous smile. The kind a hunter gives when the wind finally shifts his way. I've had a notion all along, he said. Your trail was a bit too flaring, if I may say so. As soon as your boots matched the prints, I began to doubt them. I laughed lightly. Because what else can a man do when he realizes Scotland Yard might be smarter than he hoped? But inside I adjusted my footing. Battle was sharper than he looked. Much sharper. And if I slipped, even once, this quiet, expressionless man would take my head off with the neatness of a surgeon. That's where it happened, I suppose? I asked, nodding toward the dark patch on the floor. Even in daylight it felt cold. Heavy. As if the room hadn't quite decided to give the moment back. Battle just said, yes. What was he shot with? A revolver? Yes. But we won't know the make until the autopsy. It wasn't found, then? Now I let out a low breath. No clues of any kind? Battle gave a tiny shrug. The sort you learn after years of unpleasant surprises. Then, almost theatrically, he produced a half-sheet of notepaper. He slid it forward like a magician revealing the next card in a rigged deck. I didn't flinch. I knew that design too well. Aha! I said. The comrades of the Red Hand again. It really was absurd. If they kept leaving these little death threat postcards everywhere, they would need a mailroom. If they're going to litter the world with this stuff, I added, they ought to have it printed in bulk. Must be a nuisance writing out each one. Found under the body, Battle said. You've seen it before, sir? I gave him the short version. Why brush with the comrades and their dramatic flair for intimidation? So the idea is that they killed him, I said. His voice stayed even. Do you think it likely? Well, their style fits. But I've always found the loudest talkers about bloodshed faint dead away at the real sight of it. They're picturesque. I'll give them that. But I can't imagine one of them polishing his shoes, learning table manners, and coming down here disguised as a guest. Quite right, Mr. Cade. One never knows. He said it mildly, but he was watching me, always watching. I couldn't resist a smile. I see the big idea now. Open window, footprints, suspicious stranger at the village inn. I leaned back. But whatever I am, Superintendent, I'm not the Red Hand's local representative. Battle allowed himself the faintest ghost of a smile. Then he hit me with something sharper. Would you have any objection to seeing the body? I didn't blink. None whatever. He took a key from his pocket, led me down the corridor, and stopped outside a smaller drawing room. The air was colder here, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. He unlocked the door, walked in, and waited. The body was on a table covered by a sheet. White, heavy, still. I stepped up beside him, and Battle pulled the sheet off in one swift, brutal movement. The face hit me like a slap. For half a second, half a heartbeat. Couldn't hide it. The shock, the recognition, the sudden rewiring of every assumption I'd held up to this moment. Battle saw it. Oh, he saw it. So you do recognize him, Mr. Cade? He said, trying, and failing, to hide the triumph in his voice. I swallowed once, steadying myself. I've seen him before, yes, I said, but not as Prince Michael Abalovich. I looked at the dead man's face again, the face that had smiled at me over a briefcase. He came to me from Balderson and Hodgkins. He called himself Mr. Holmes, and in that moment the whole board shifted. Not just murder, deception, his identity, a trap laid long before midnight. And now I was standing in the only room where the truth had finally stopped running. 13. The American Visitor. Superintendent Battle dropped the sheet back over the dead man's face. He looked almost disappointed, like a magician whose final trick didn't get the applause he expected. I stood there with my hands in my pockets, letting the silence breathe. So that's what old Lollipop meant by other moons, I murmured. Battle blinked. I beg your pardon, Mr. Cade? Nothing, Superintendent. Just talking to myself. Helps with the general gloom. The truth was simpler. Jimmy McGrath and I had been taken for fools. Cleanly, efficiently, and with just enough elegance to sting. You see, I added, Jimmy's been neatly done out of £1,000. £1,000 is a nice sum of money, Battle said calmly. It isn't the money, I said, though it is a very agreeable amount. It's the being done that hurts. I handed over that manuscript like a lamb in a fairy tale. I hate feeling like a lamb. Battle didn't reply. He never replied unless it moved the case forward an inch. Well, I exhaled. No use crying. If I can get my hands on Stilptich's reminiscences before Wednesday, the game isn't lost. Everything else can be patched. Battle merely said, Would you mind coming back to the council chamber, Mr. Cade? There's something I want to show you. We walked back through the corridor. The air felt heavier there, as though the walls had learned the word murder sometime after dawn and were still practicing it. Battle marched straight to the middle window. I've been thinking, he said. This window is very stiff indeed. You might have thought it was fastened last night when it merely stuck. I'm almost sure you were mistaken. I watched him. He was good, far too good to underestimate. And if I say I'm quite sure I wasn't mistaken, don't you think, Battle asked softly, you could have been? He held my gaze. I held his. Well, I said. To oblige you, yes. Battle's smile warmed by exactly half a degree. You're quick, Mr. Cade, and you won't mind saying so later? Careless like. None whatever. He gripped my arm suddenly, his head tilted. Someone was outside the door. Battle moved like a cat in a very large man's body. Silent. Controlled. He flung the door open, and there he stood. A tall man with black, neatly parted hair, pale blue eyes full of innocence, and a slow, syrupy jaw. Your pardon, gentlemen, he said, but is it permitted to inspect the scene of the crime? I take it you are both from Scotland Yard. I'm not, I said, but this is Superintendent Battle. Is that so? The man looked genuinely delighted. Pleased to meet you, sir. Name's Hiram P. Fish, New York City. Battle asked him what he wanted. Fish drifted into the room as though carried by a mild breeze, his eyes drifting everywhere at once. He looked at the dark stain on the floor with almost reverent curiosity. Crime's a hobby of mine, he said. I've written a monograph on degeneracy and the criminal. He had the unhurried, watchful air of a man who sees far more than he pretends to. His gaze slid across the paintings, lingering on the window just a fraction longer than necessary. Battle said bluntly, "The body has been removed." "Surely," Fish replied. He didn't even blink. "Some remarkable pictures here," he continued. "Holbein, 2 Van Dycks, and I believe that's a Velasquez? I like pictures, and first editions. Lord Caterham invited me down to see his collection." He sighed. A long, soft American sigh. "I guess that's off now. Hardly polite to enjoy yourself when someone's been shot." "Well, you can't leave," Battle told him. "Not until after the inquest." "Is that so? And when would that be? Tomorrow, perhaps? Or Monday?" "I get you," Fish said. "A melancholy house party, then." Battle nodded toward the door. "We'd best lock this room again." We all stepped out. Battle turned the key and pocketed it. "I assume," Fish drawled, "you're looking for fingerprints?" "Maybe," Battle said. And just like that, the three of us stood in the hallway. A detective, an interloper, and me. Suspended between the dead prints, a missing manuscript, and a mystery that was growing like damp in the walls. And for a brief moment, I had the very distinct feeling that Mr. Hiram P. Fish was not here for the first editions. "I should say," I told Battle, "that on a night like last night, any intruder would have left footprints on the hardwood." He grunted. "None inside. Plenty outside." "Mine," I said cheerfully. "Mr. Hiram P." Fish turned his pale, innocent eyes toward me. Eyes like porcelain marbles dipped in holy water. "Young man," he sighed. "You surprise me." We rounded the corner into the main hall. A long, echoing cathedral of oak panels and too much history. The kind of place that watches you from the ceiling beams. 2 figures appeared at the far end. Mr. Fish murmured, "Aha, our genial host." Genial host. It was so wildly inaccurate that I had to look away to hide a grin. "And with him," Fish added softly, "the lady from last night. Very bright. Very bright. Virginia, of course. I'd been waiting for this moment. For her, for whatever story she chose to spin. I trusted her, but trust rarely tells you anything about timing." She didn't hesitate. "Why, it's Mr. Cade," she said, holding out both hands as if I'd arrived with roses instead of trouble. "So you found you could come down after all?" Lord Caterham blinked. "My dear Mrs. Revel, I had no idea Mr. Cade was a friend of yours." "He's a very old friend," Virginia said sweetly, mischief glowing behind her eyes. "I met him by chance in London yesterday and told him I'd be here." "Perfect." She tossed the lifeline. Now it was mine to catch. "I explained to Mrs. Revel," I told them, "that I had to decline your generous invitation, since it was meant for an entirely different man. I couldn't very well impose myself on you under false pretenses." "Nonsense," Caterham said. "All that's over now. I'll send down to the cricketers for your bag." "That's very kind of you, but—" "Not a word," he said grandly. You must stay at Chimneys. Horrible place, the cricketers. Perfectly ghastly. Virginia added softly. Of course you must come, Mr. Cade. Just like that, the air shifted. Virginia had repositioned me. Not as a suspicious stranger, but as her guest. Her endorsement was ironclad. She could have vouched for a wolf in butler's clothing and they would have offered him tea. I thought of the pistol hanging up a tree and Burton Beaches and smiled inside my head. Caterham sighed. No shooting today, I suppose. And Isaacstein. Good heavens, what am I to do with him? A dreadful business. That's settled then, Virginia said, stepping closer. You can be useful immediately, Mr. Cade. Take me on the lake. It's peaceful there. Far away from murder and George's disastrous ideas. Ah yes, moaned Caterham. George. One can't help listening to him, Virginia said. He holds you by the lapel. I'm considering a detachable version. Caterham laughed. Bless you, I wish you would. And Cade, I'm glad you're here. I need support. I appreciate your kindness, I said, especially considering what a suspicious fellow I appear to be. But my staying here will make things easier for Battle. Battle turned his head. In what way, sir? It won't be difficult, I said gently. For you to keep an eye on me. Just the smallest flicker. A movement behind his eyelids told me the shot had landed. And in that instant, I knew something else. The game at Chimneys had just changed sides. 14. Mainly political and financial, except for that tiny twitch of my eyelids. The one I never quite managed to kill. I kept the rest of my face still. Virginia Revel recognizing Cade should have surprised me. Didn't. Not really. What surprised me was how smoothly she carried it off. Lord Caterham and I stood together, watching the two of them slip out through the garden door like they'd rehearsed the scene. Behind us, Mr. Hiram P. Fish murmured, "Nice young fellow that." And Lord Caterham agreed. Because Lord Caterham would have agreed if the man had been a rattlesnake with a monocle. But that wasn't my concern. Not yet. I was sent for. George Lomax. Impatient steps, overwound nerves, and a voice that always sounded like it had been rubbed with sandpaper and patriotism. I found him in the blue morning room, pacing like a man who'd been outrun by circumstances and deeply resented it. There was another man in the room as well, Herman Isaacstein. A big man, a heavy man, a dangerous man. He sat near the fire, silent, and somehow louder than Lomax with all his bluster. English shooting clothes strained against his shoulders, and his eyes, cold, black, cobra eyes, blinked at nothing. Lomax waved me in, irritated before he even spoke. "We can speak more freely now, Battle." Before Caterham and Melrose, I didn't want to say too much. "Oh, they always get out," I said, one way or another, and for just a split second, Isaacstein's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Then Lomax pounced. "What do you think of this young fellow, Cade? Do you still assume him innocent?" I let my shoulders rise half an inch, maybe less. "He tells a straight story. Some of it we can check. It accounts for his presence here last night. I'll cable South Africa for confirmation." "Then you regard him as cleared?" I held up a hand. "The one everyone mistakes for slow or clumsy." "Not so fast." Isaacstein speak then, a voice like velvet wrapped around iron. "What is your own idea about the crime, Superintendent?" Too early, I thought. Far too early for ideas. But they always ask. It's too soon. I've only asked myself the first question. "What is that?" he said. "Motive." And let it sit in the air between us. "Who benefits by Prince Michael's death?" Answer that and we start walking. Lomax jumped in with the usual nonsense about revolutionaries, and I waved him off. The comrades of the Red Hand. I'd been watching them since before sunrise. It wasn't them. Not a chance. "The paper," Lomax sputtered, "placed there to suggest the obvious." I didn't bother softening it. "We know their habits. They'd never get within a mile of him." Isaacstein nodded. "Look elsewhere." "I am," I said, "and I know who loses by his death. You, Lomax, the Loyalist Party. You're all firmly, pardon the phrase, In the soup. Lomax reeled back as if I'd slapped him with my hat. But Isaacstein smiled. Broadly, calmly. In the soup describes it well. You're an intelligent man, Superintendent. You needed a king. You placed your king. And someone removed him. I snapped my fingers. Just like that. Now you need another. Quickly. And finding kings isn't as easy as printing money. Isaacstein's eyes sharpened. He wasn't used to being spoken to like that. But he appreciated accuracy. Which brought me to the question building in my mind since dawn. I'll ask my second question now, I said, leaning forward just enough to make both men focus. Who, I said quietly, is the next heir to the throne of Herzoslovakia? And in that moment, in the soft breath before either man could answer, I felt it. The case had just changed. Not just murder, not just politics, something bigger, something older, something with a crown on top. Isaacstein looked across at Lomax, and Lomax, poor devil, wilted under the weight of the question. The next heir, I should say, probably Prince Nicholas. Ah, there it was, the third corner of the triangle. I folded my hands behind my back. And who is Prince Nicholas? Lomax puffed himself up like a frog who wished he were important. A first cousin of Prince Michael's. As a young man he behaved improperly, mixed with the wrong people. Socialists, Republicans, sent down from Oxford. There was a rumor of his death in the Congo. Only a rumor. He reappeared a few months ago. In America. I turned very slowly to Isaacstein. One word. Oil? He nodded. A heavy, deliberate movement. The nod of a man accustomed to making continents shift. Prince Nicholas approached certain American financiers, claimed the people would prefer a modern, democratic-minded king. In return for assistance, he promised concessions. Very valuable concessions. I gave a long, low whistle. So that's the game, I murmured. The loyalists back Prince Michael. Wall Street backs Nicholas. And now Michael is dead. Lomax spluttered. Surely you don't imagine? Oh, I imagine plenty, I said. Mr. Isaacstein calls it a big deal. When he says big, it's Himalayas big. Isaacstein's voice slid into the air like velvet masking steel. There are always tools, Superintendent. Men who kill for money, for power, for nothing at all. Wall Street may have won the first round, but the game is not finished. Find the murderer of Prince Michael, if you want to serve your country. I noted his tone. Not anger, not grief, something colder. Vengeance, or economics. With some men the two are the same. Lomax broke in again. One thing strikes me. The equerry Captain Andersey. Why didn't he come down with the prince? I checked, I said. He stayed in town arranging next week's entertainment. His Highness had interests outside politics. A rather dissipated young man, Lomax muttered, with the sanctimony of a man who thinks dissipation is something that happens only in novels. I let it pass, but there was one more name I had to bring into the light. What other point? I said. King Victor is supposed to be in England. The silence snapped tight. Lomax frowned, digging in his memory. I didn't give him time. Notorious French crook. We had a warning from the Charite. Oh, of course. The jewel thief. The man who... He stopped. He realized he had said too much. I shot him a warning glance. Too late. Isaacstein's head had lifted. Not all the way, but enough. He felt the tremor in the air. A man like that always does. He stood. You don't need me any longer, Lomax? No. Thank you. Superintendent, Isaacstein said. May I return to London? I'm afraid not, sir. If you go, others will want to go. And that won't do. He nodded, as if I had merely confirmed something he already knew. When he left, the room exhaled. Splendid fellow, Lomax murmured. Very powerful personality. I agreed. Then he began pacing again, hands twisting behind him like nervous snakes. What you say disturbs me greatly. King Victor. I thought he was in prison. He escaped. Gave the French police the slip. One of the coolest men alive. They believe he's in England. They told us to expect him. But why would he come here? That, I said, looking him straight in the eyes, is for you to tell me. He paled. It's always interesting seeing an official pale. It's like watching marble crack. You mean, you think, you know the story, of course. Yes, I said quietly. I know the story. He swallowed. The co-widower, he whispered, and suddenly the room felt colder. Because this wasn't just murder, wasn't just politics, wasn't just oil and thrones and foreign princes. Now we had jewels. Old ones, royal ones, cursed ones, and a ghost of a king who stole in the dark. I folded my hands again. The third question had been asked, but the fourth, the dangerous one, was only just beginning to surface. Hush, Battle. Lomax hissed it at me like a scalded cat, eyes darting around the room as though the portraits might be listening. If you must mention it, call it the K, as though reducing a jewel to a single letter made it less explosive. I let my face settle back into its usual wooden calm. You don't think King Victor is connected with this murder, do you? Lomax asked. It's a possibility, I said quietly. Just that. Cast your mind back, sir. There were 4 places where a certain royal visitor might have hidden the jewel. Chimneys was one of them. King Victor was arrested in Paris 3 days after the disappearance of the K. We always hoped he'd lead us to it. Lomax shook his head, flustered. But Chimneys has been searched again and again. Yes, I said. But searching for something when you don't know where to look is like stumbling in the dark with your eyes closed. Suppose King Victor came back to look for it. Was interrupted by Prince Michael and Shahin. Lomax brightened pathetically. A most likely solution. Possible, I corrected. Not likely. Why not? Because King Victor has never killed. I let that hang in the air. Thief, yes. A master. Cold as diamond dust. But not a murderer. Criminals act true to type, I said. It's surprising how often that's true. But I wasn't finished. I'd like to see the prince's valet now. Lomax stiffened, but nodded. I rang, and Treadwell glided off like a white-haired ghost. A moment later he returned with a tall blonde man. High cheekbones, deep eyes, face carved out of ice. Boris Anjalkov? Yes. You were Prince Michael's valet? I was His Highness's valet. His English was harsh, clipped. A man who could shave a king without trembling, or slit a throat with the same steadiness. You know your master was murdered? The sound that came from him wasn't human. A deep animal snarl. Something from mountains and wolves. Lomax recoiled toward the window like he feared contamination. When did you last see him? His Highness retired at 10:30. I slept in the anteroom as always. He must have gone downstairs by the other door. I heard nothing. It may be that I was drugged. He clenched his fists. I slept while my master woke. I am accursed. Interesting. Guilt this fierce either comes from truth or craft. You cared for him? I asked. He swallowed once, twice. Then his voice came hoarse with pain. I would have died for him, and because he is dead and I live, I shall not sleep until I have avenged him. Like a dog I will track the murderer. And when I find him, he moved like lightning. A knife, long, wicked, gleaming, flashed into his hand. First I will slit his nose, then cut off his ears, then put out his eyes, and then, he thumped his chest. Into his black heart I will thrust this knife. He sheathed it again as smoothly as a conjurer palming a card, turned on his heel and strode out. The door shut behind him like a gunshot. Lomax sagged, eyes bulging. Purebred Herzoslovakian, he whispered. A race of brigands. I rose slowly. Either he's sincere, I said, or he's the best actor I've ever seen, and looked at the closed door. Either way, God help Prince Michael's murderer when that human bloodhound gets the scent. And I meant it, because I'd seen killers. I'd seen thieves. I'd seen men who'd burn the world for a coin. But I had never seen eyes like Boris Anchakov's. Eyes that didn't see justice, only retribution. 15. The French Stranger. I walked beside Anthony down the gravel path toward the lake, trying to pretend the world hadn't turned upside down in the last 12 hours. The air was too calm, the sky too blue, the house too quiet behind us. And my head was a thunderstorm. I think we both stayed silent because neither of us knew how to begin. And then I laughed. A small, ridiculous burst of nerves. "Oh dear. Isn't it dreadful?" I said. "I'm bursting with questions and confessions and theories, and I haven't the faintest idea where to start. For instance," I lowered my voice, "what did you do with the body? Good heavens, listen to me. I never imagined I'd be asking anyone that." Anthony gave that maddening half-grin. "For you a novelty," he said lightly. "For me, well, I admit I'm new to corpse disposal too." I shivered, not from fear, from how casually he said it, and how oddly safe it made me feel. "Tell me," I said, and he did. Every step, every detail. The trunk, the road, the tree, the pistol, the timing, the calculated risk, the quick thinking, the galloping insanity of the whole thing. "You were very clever," I told him when he was done, and I meant it. "I can fetch the trunk when I go back to Paddington. The only difficulty would be if anyone asked where you were last night." He shook his head. "They can't. The body wasn't found until late. No newspapers mentioning it. Doctors can't time death to the minute. The real danger would have been needing an alibi for the actual time of death." "I know," I said. "Lord Caterham explained the whole horrifying thing. But surely Superintendent Battle sees you're innocent now." Anthony hesitated, and that hesitation told me everything. "He doesn't look particularly clever," I ventured. "Oh, he's clever," Anthony said slowly. "There are no flies on Superintendent Battle. He says he believes me, but I'm not convinced he does. I've no apparent motive, you see." "Apparent?" I repeated. "What possible reason could you have to murder an unknown foreign count?" Anthony shot me a quick, sharp glance. "You were in Czechoslovakia, weren't you?" "Yes, 2 years. Embassy life, diplomatic dinners, dusty files, and too much gossip." "And you knew Prince Michael?" I snorted. Actually snorted. "Horrid little man. Proposed morganatic marriage and a convenient accident for my husband. A David and Uriah arrangement. Charming. And how did you answer him?" Anthony's eyes were gleaming with mischief and calculation both. "Well, one had to be diplomatic, but even diplomacy can sting when properly applied." He nodded. "And you haven't seen the body? No, could you? With Lord Caterham?" "Almost certainly. Why, am I under orders now?" Anthony looked genuinely startled. "Good Lord, now. I'm not that tyrannical, am I?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "It's simply this. Count Stanislaus was Prince Michael. His incognito. My breath caught. Michael. Shot in a room beneath my window. Or someone pretending to be him." "Do you think the murdered man was an imposter?" I asked. "It's possible," Anthony said quietly. "And you're the only person here who can confirm it." The lake glittered beyond the reeds. Beautiful. Innocent. A perfect place for a quiet murder in the wrong kind of story. "He was shot at 11:45, I whispered. "The same time written on that scrap of paper. It's all horribly deliberate." Anthony stopped walking. "That reminds me," he said. "Is that your window there? The second from the end above the council chamber?" "No. I'm in the Elizabethan wing, other side of the house." "Why?" "Because," he said slowly, "as I was walking away last night, after I thought I heard the shot, a light went on in that window, and just like that, the hairs on my arms rose. The house behind us felt suddenly alive. Watcher in a window. Silent shot in the night. A dead prince? Or someone pretending to be him? Waiting in the dark. And somewhere among all of us, someone who didn't want me at Chimneys at all. Someone who'd sent a telegram to clear out my house. Someone who'd left a dead blackmailer in my study. Someone who knew my past, my habits, my secrets, and someone who had been awake behind that window when the gun fired. I don't think either of us realized how strange it looked. The two of us standing there against the boathouse wall, talking about murder as casually as if we were planning a picnic. But that's what fear does. It makes the absurd feel ordinary. The moment I mentioned the window, that forgotten room above the council chamber, something shifted in Anthony's eyes, and something shifted in me too. Because if someone had been awake, if someone had switched on that light exactly when the shot was fired, then this wasn't just a mystery. It was a message, a watcher in the dark, a silent witness, or the killer himself. When Anthony said he was going to follow the clue, even if it was a rotten one, I felt that cold flutter of dread again. He wasn't guessing, he was certain. And if he was right, someone under this beautiful civilized roof had heard that shot and had chosen silence. We pushed off onto the lake to talk in private. The water was cool and flat, barely rippled by our oars. Peaceful, too peaceful, like the stillness after an explosion, when dust hangs in the air and no one dares to breathe. He told me everything then, every step, every lie, every truth, every body. No editing, no evasions, no heroic gloss, and I realized how deep he was in it. Deeper than even I had guessed. I tried to thank him for the lie I told on his behalf, for calling him an old friend, but he laughed that dry, infuriating laugh of his, and for a moment I forgot that a man had died, and another man's corpse was in my trunk at Paddington. But the moment I mentioned George Lomax, dear Papa's George, and his ridiculous scheme to chime secrets out of James McGrath, everything twisted, because Anthony was McGrath, and yet not McGrath, and the whole thing became one long tangle of disguises and lies and half-truths, a masquerade with too many masks. Yet the strangest part was this: he knew I hadn't written those blackmail letters, knew it immediately, not because he trusted me. He doesn't. Not because he admired my virtue. He wouldn't. But because the woman who wrote them was afraid. And I am not afraid. Not of blackmailers. Not of foreign princes. Not even of corpses in locked studios. But the thought that someone used my name, wrote from this very house, perhaps from that very window, that chilled me more than any dead man. Because I know everyone here, and none of them is me. There is no other Virginia Revel. Which makes the lie deliberate, and makes the reason dangerous. We drifted a little closer to the reeds then. The sunlight danced on the water, all innocence and brilliance. Somewhere behind us, Lord Caterham and Bundle were strolling, as though the day were as ordinary as toast and marmalade. But nothing was ordinary now. Not for me. Anthony asked the question I'd been avoiding even inside my own head. Who killed Michael? I wanted to say the comrades of the Red Hand. I wanted to say it because it was easy, convenient, a nice tidy external enemy, but I didn't believe it, and neither did he. There's too much we don't know, too many shadows, too many names whispered behind doors, and above everything else, too many people who should have come forward about that light in the window, and didn't. So I told him what had to be done, what I had to do. I have to see the body. I'm the only one here who knew Prince Michael by sight. If the dead man is not Michael, if someone else is lying in his place, then everything changes. Everything. And I'm afraid. But not of what we'll find. I'm afraid that I already know. Lunch was late, according to Lord Caterham, though everything in this house seemed late except the murders. He drifted toward us with that wonderfully defeated slouch of his, muttering darkly about Superintendent Battle insulting the cook, which, coming from Battle, I could absolutely believe. Bundle Brent turned her eyes on me next. Bright, sharp, and uncomfortably perceptive. She gave me the kind of long, deliberate look that made me feel like a horse at an auction. Then, without even glancing in my direction, she murmured to Virginia that she envied her ability to pick up nice-looking men. Nice-looking. I filed that away for later. Possibly the nicest insult I'd received all day. Virginia abandoned me immediately for Lord Caterham, could brighten like an old spaniel getting unexpected affection, leaving me alone with Bundle. She asked if I talked. I told her I babbled, And that was apparently the correct answer, because when I pointed to that second upstairs window, the one I'd seen lit the night before, minutes after the murder, she dropped the jigs, gave me the information clean and simple. Mademoiselle Brun, the new French governess, 2 months in the house, and at once, the scent of mystery thickened. 2 months. Just enough time to establish herself. Just enough time to hide in plain sight. I said I smelled a rat. Bundle said she smelled lunch. Both of us, I suspect, were right. But before I could ask anything else, before I could tug even gently at this new thread, a taxi rolled up the drive, coughing smoke and foreign intrigue. Bald head, black beard, a walking accent mark. Baron Lollipretgel himself. Lollipop for those of us whose tongues weren't built to handle international diplomacy. Bundle fled at once, muttering about Isaacstein and politics and the unfairness of life, leaving me alone at the lakeside. I lit a cigarette, and that's when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. A half-strangled sneeze. Close. Behind the boathouse. Someone breathing too hard? Or trying not to. You learn to trust sounds like that. They save your life more often than intuition. I moved without thinking. Soft steps. Quick breath. A little theatrical flourish as I rounded the corner. And there he was. A man on his knees, struggling to rise. Light overcoat. Glasses. Pointed beard. A vaguely artistic air, but not artistic enough to belong here. And absolutely not one of Caterham's guests. The kind of man who tried very hard to appear ordinary, which usually meant he wasn't. I asked him what he was doing. He flashed a smile so polite it was practically painted on. Lost, he said. Trying to find the jolly cricketers? Or the jolly crickets, as he called it. As though the entire English language were a small dog he kept stepping on. He asked for directions. I told him he wouldn't get there by water. He blinked at me as though water were a personal insult. And in that 5-second pause, a thought slid cold and clean through my mind. This man wasn't lost. He was looking for something, and he hadn't expected to be caught. I kept my voice light, but every nerve in me was coiled like a whip. I said, I repeated to the stranger. The neat beard, the neat glasses, the neat lies. You won't get to the inn by water. My eyes flicked to the boathouse. I made sure he knew I'd seen exactly where he'd been kneeling. Men don't kneel in mud unless they've dropped something, or are looking for something. He apologized again, breathy and polite. Claimed he'd lost his direction. Funny way to find one's direction. Eavesdropping behind a boathouse. I took him gently by the arm. I've always found it disarms people, touching them lightly while you're mentally frisking them for clues. You want the path, I told him. Round the lake, straight on, turn left. You can't miss it. He said he was staying at the Cricketers since this morning. Of course he was. And I hope you hadn't caught cold, I added. He blinked. I smiled. He swallowed. I fancied I heard you sneezing. He admitted it, reluctantly, as though even a sneeze were classified information, and I gave him the doctor's advice about the dangers of suppressing sneezes. Arteries inhibitions, who knows? Just to watch him squirm. He left with that stiff foreign shuffle men lose when they know they've been seen, properly seen. When he was out of earshot, I murmured to myself, second suspicious stranger from the inn, and this one smells wrong. Not red hand material. Not a Caterham guest. And far too respectable to be respectable. A French governess upstairs. A Frenchman sneaking behind boathouses. And Herzoslovakia in political flames. Yes, indeed. Something was brewing. I headed back to the terrace. And I walked straight into trouble. Lord Caterham stood with 2 new arrivals. The Baron and Captain Andersey. The Baron stiffened the moment he saw me. His suspicion rose like steam from a kettle. Mr. Cade, he said. I think not. I didn't blame him. To him I was still James McGrath, or whatever convenient lie I'd chosen last. Baron, I said quietly. A word. We stepped away from the others and I laid it out clean. I traveled under a borrowed name, I told him. An English gentleman ought to be ashamed of himself. But you must admit, The deception was limited. You wanted the man with the memoirs. I was that man, no matter the label. His shoulders softened, only slightly. Enough. He explained the theft. The prince himself had orchestrated it, insisted on carrying it out personally. I had to admire that. A prince pickpocketing his own past and getting away with it. No professional could have done it cleaner, I said. Where are they now? The memoirs. He believed they were burned. Believed, not knew. That single word stuck in my mind like a burr. Prince who read slowly, a manuscript too thick for a midnight skin, and still no trace of it among his possessions. Burned? I wasn't so sure. I told him I needed this information because I'd been under suspicion myself. And I meant to clear my name absolutely. Not for vanity, for survival. Yes, the Baron said gravely. Your honor demands it. I almost laughed. In the past 48 hours, more men had called me a gentleman than in my entire life. But I didn't laugh, because behind the humor, behind the politeness, behind the foreign whispers, something was shifting. Prince dead, a manuscript missing, a Frenchman sneaking around the grounds, a governess with a suspicious window, a room lit at midnight, footprints in the grass, pieces of a puzzle that didn't fit. Yet, but they would. And when they did, someone at Chimneys was gonna wish they'd never suppressed that sneeze. Exactly, I told the Baron. You phrased these things beautifully. I just blunder along. But it was true. To clear my name, I had to uncover the truth. And the truth, I suspected, began and ended with the memoirs. Murder for oil? Murder for politics? Murder for a throne? Possibly. But murder for a manuscript that had teeth? I asked him, point blank. Could someone have killed to get their hands on the memoirs? His hesitation answered before his words did. You yourself have read them? He asked, cautious as a cat. That, I said, answers the question. They were dynamite then, dangerous enough to kill for, dangerous enough that no one wanted me, Anthony Cade, to live long enough to hand them over. Because I meant to. Oh yes, I meant to. So I told him, I'm still delivering them on Wednesday. He stared, as though I'd announced I intended to raise the dead by tea time. But you have no longer got it? Today is Friday. Wednesday is 5 days away. I smiled. Plenty of time. But if it is burnt. It isn't, I said. Not yet. And I've reasons for believing so. We came around the terrace just as a mountain made of money and cigar smoke ambled toward us. Herman Isaacstein himself. Large enough to cast a shadow on your bank balance. Ah, Baron? He boomed, waving that cigar like a priest with a censer. A bad business. A very bad business. The Baron fell instantly into lamentations. Oil barons mourn differently from mortals. Less tears, more calculations. I left them to it. I wandered back along the terrace, brain spinning through the threads of everything I'd learned, and then something stopped me cold. Smoke. A thin, solitary thread rising straight out of the yew hedge. Now yews don't smoke. Not unless startled. It must be hollow, I thought. One of those double hedges with a hidden path between. I glanced down the terrace. Caterham and Andersey were safe, backs turned. Good. I dropped to a crouch. Wriggled straight into the hedge like a fox squeezing under a fence. Needles scraping my shoulders. And sure enough, a narrow hidden corridor ran the length of it. Perfect natural spies alley. And halfway along it, a man sat in a wicker chair, perfectly relaxed, perfectly alone, perfectly smoking. Hiram P. Fish. Gentle, wide-eyed, picture admiring, harmless American visitor. Sleeping, or pretending to. His cigar rested neatly on the arm of the chair, still smoldering. Well now, I murmured. Mr. Fish prefers the shade, or prefers to listen unseen. Either way. This was the second time today I'd found a man too close to secrets that weren't his. And suddenly the quietest man at Chimneys didn't seem quiet at all. 16. Tea in the schoolroom. By the time I got back to the terrace, I decided the only safe place to talk in this madhouse was the middle of the lake. The hedges had ears. The corridors had eyes. And the guests? Well, the less said about them, the better. Then the gong boomed from inside the house. A rich, resonant sound that made Chimneys feel like a medieval fortress announcing its doom. Treadwell glided out with the serenity of a man who'd witnessed 7 generations of chaos without blinking. "Luncheon is served, my lord." Lunch, of course. Nothing drowns a murder quite like cold pheasant and polite conversation. Before we could move, 2 small tornadoes erupted from the doorway. Dulcie and Daisy, though no one alive called them that. Gubble and Winkle, bundles of shrieks and elbows, dancing a war dance to celebrate the murder in the house. Bundle swept in behind them like a general storming a battlefield and restored order. And then Caterham tugged my arm with conspiratorial desperation. "Come to my study," he whispered. "I've got something special," which turned out to be alcohol. Naturally, talking to foreigners made him thirsty, he said. I didn't argue. Foreigners made me suspicious. Virginia slipped in just as the cork came out. "Got a special cocktail for me?" Of course she did. We drank. We breathed. We pretended we weren't surrounded by murderers and blackmailers and assorted international lunatics. As we headed to lunch, Virginia tugged my sleeve. "I saw the body," she whispered. "It's Michael. You were wrong." Then, there went one of my neat theories. "And Mademoiselle has the migraine," I muttered. "What does that?" "Oh, nothing," I lied. "Except I wanted a look at her. Her room is the one where the light went on last night." Virginia blinked. "That is interesting." "Yes, interesting. And suspicious." Lunch was torture. Bundle tried to be cheerful. It was like watching someone throw flowers into a pit. The Baron and Andersey ate as though they were attending a banquet in the underworld. Isaacstein frowned at his plate like it owed him money. Bill Eversley stared at Virginia until I feared he'd develop eye strain. Gubble and Winkle were drunk on murder mania and had to be gagged every 2 minutes. And Mr. Hiram P. Fish chewed thoughtfully through it all, slow as geology, making dry remarks to no one in particular. By the time we escaped, Bundle exhaled like a freed prisoner. "Thank God that's over. George is taking the foreign contingent to the Abbey to discuss state secrets." Anthony translation. A political funeral procession. Then she spotted Fish. "Mr. Fish, I'm planning a peaceful afternoon for you." "Too kind of you, Lady Eileen," I added. He had quite a peaceful morning. Fish shot me a look. Sharp. Too sharp for his sleepy manner. "Ah, sir. You saw me in my secluded retreat?" A man must be far from the madding crowd. I doubted it. His retreat had been an excellent place for hearing far too much. Bundle drifted off and Fish loomed closer. "I opine there's considerable mystery in this little dust-up. Any amount. That guy with the bald head. A family connection? Something like that. These Central European nations beat the band," he said. "Rumor is the deceased was a royal highness." "True." I didn't blink. "He was staying here as Count Stanislaus." "Oh, boy." Then silence. The kind of silence where someone is thinking extremely hard. Finally he said, "This police captain, Battle? Is he the goods?" "Scotland Yard seems to think so." "No hustle to him," Fish muttered. "This big idea of his. No one leaves the house. What's behind that?" He flipped another sharp look at me. Searching, weighing. "Everyone must attend to the inquest tomorrow." "That's all?" "No suspicion on Lord Caterham's guests." "My dear Mr. Fish, I was getting a mite uneasy, being a stranger in this country, but of course it was an outside job." "Window was unfastened, wasn't it?" "It was," I said carefully. Fish sighed, almost theatrically. Then he asked, "Young man, do you know how they get the water out of a mine?" I blinked. "How?" He leaned in, the lazy tone gone, replaced by something cold and precise. Fish drifted away with that slow, drifting walk of his. The kind that makes you wonder if he's thinking deeply or not thinking at all. "Pumping water out of a mine," he'd said. "Hard work." And suddenly I wasn't sure if he meant mines or murder investigations. Bundle reappeared a moment later, sharp as ever. funny fish, isn't he?" she said. Funny wasn't quite the word I'd have used, but I nodded. She caught me glancing toward Virginia and pounced instantly. "Don't bother," she said. "You were looking." I denied it. Badly. There's something about Virginia. Something that just draws the eye. It isn't what she says. It isn't even what she looks like. Something else. Some gravitational pull she doesn't seem to know she has. Bundle rolled her eyes and linked her arm through mine. "She's on duty elsewhere for the moment. Meanwhile, she told me to be nice to you. And I will be. By force, if necessary." "No force required," I told her. "But if you're taking orders, take me out on the water." So we wandered down to the lake, and I pushed off into the calm. The water moved slowly under the oars, the afternoon sun warm on my back. "Before we get to important topics," I said, "I've got a question." Bundle sighed. "Whose bedroom do you want now?" "None this time. Your French governess." "Where did she come from?" Bundle blinked at me. "The man's bewitched," she explained. "An agency, glowing references, 10 years with a countess at some chateau in Dinant." "All done by letter?" I asked. "Of course." Bundle gave me a long sideways stare. "You intrigue me," she said. "Is this love or crime?" "Probably idiocy," I muttered. "Forget it." Bundle wasn't fooled, but she let it go. She leaned back, eyes half shut, talking about Chimneys. The tourists, the dust sheets, the endless parade of strangers gawping at portraits and yawning their way through history. And for the first time I saw it the way she sees it. Not as a grand estate, but as an old relic they dust off once a week for the public. When she mentioned George, I almost laughed. He was the type to turn history into a lecture and a lecture into a prison sentence. I was just about to say so when I saw movement by the boathouse. "Is that a third suspicious stranger?" I asked. Bundle glanced over. "That's Bill," she said, without enthusiasm. "He's probably looking for me." I offered to row the other way. A noble escape. But she refused. "I have my pride. Take me in. Someone's got to look after him." So I rowed her back like a dutiful ferryman delivering offerings to the gods. "By the way," I asked, "what about me? What's to become of me?" "No idea," she said. "Watch out for the children." Too late. Gubble and Winkle spotted me like hawks spotting prey. They descended with battle cries. "Can you play Red Indians?" Gubble demanded. "Rather," I said. "Listen to this scalping yell." And I let out a noise that would have welcomed ancestors. "Not so bad," Winkle conceded. A moment later, I was dodging, weeping, pretending to die in increasingly dramatic ways while two small savages tried their best to murder me. And honestly, after a day filled with political conspiracies, suspicious strangers, hidden governesses, and corpses that refused to behave, being scalped by a pair of children was almost a relief. By the time an hour had crawled past, I felt like I'd been through a full military campaign of Red Indian battles, ceremonial war cries, and repeated pretend scalping. I wiped my forehead and asked, as casually as I could, whether Mademoiselle had recovered from her migraine. Apparently she had. That pleased me more than it should have. A recovered governess meant an opportunity. Before I could follow that thought, Gubble and Winkle flung themselves at me again, demanding tea in the schoolroom. "And then you can tell us about the man you saw hanged," Gubble insisted. "And you've got part of the rope, haven't you?" Winkle asked. "It's in my suitcase," I said sullenly. "I'll cut you each a piece." They shrieked with delight and tore off toward the house, shouting something about washing their faces, which both sounded horrified by. I watched them go, and that's when I noticed him. A man, slipping out from the far side of a small copse of trees, moving fast, in that purposeful way people move when they don't want to be seen. Black beard, tall, coat flapping as he hurried off across the park. The same stranger from the boathouse, the one with the stifled sneeze. I hesitated. Should I follow? But before I could decide, the branches rustled beside me and another figure stepped out. Mr. Hiram P. Fish, looking far less peaceful than usual. flushed, breathing harder than I'd ever seen him breathe. "A peaceful afternoon, Mr. Fish?" I asked. He gave me a slow nod, but the nod didn't match the sweat on his forehead or the way he checked his watch like something urgent was ticking down. "Time for your British institution of afternoon tea," he murmured, and then he wandered away, back toward the house, slow and gentle like he hadn't just been sprinting through the undergrowth. I stood there trying to fit one impossible piece into another, trying to add 2 and 1 and 5 and 3 and somehow arrive at 4. And that was when Battle materialized beside me. He didn't walk up. He didn't crunch a twig. He didn't breathe. He was just there. "Where did you come from?" I snapped. He jerked his head toward the copse of trees behind me. The same one the bearded stranger had crept from. The same one Mr. Fish had come through. The same one Battle had apparently been haunting. "It's a popular spot this afternoon," I said. "You were very lost in thought, Mr. Cade?" "I was trying to make nonsense turn into logic," I said. "It can't be done, Battle. It simply can't." He agreed with a grunt. His version of philosophy. "Battle?" I said suddenly. "I want to go away." He didn't blink, didn't twitch. He just responded as though I'd asked for the time. "That depends where you want to go." "Did it?" I said. "To the chateau of the Comtesse de Breteuil. Tomorrow. After the inquest. Back by Sunday." He nodded once, solid as granite. "I've no objection, provided you go exactly where you say, and come straight back." "You're a man in 1,000, Battle," I told him. "Either you like me, or you're very, very deep." He smiled. One of those smiles that tells you absolutely nothing. "Well," I said, "you'll have your minions on my heels, of course. Silent policemen and flat caps lurking behind pillows." Battle didn't deny it. "What's the real game?" I asked. "These memoirs? What's the fuss really about? They can't just be memoirs." He gave me another one of his small smiles. "I'm letting you go," he said, "because you've made a favorable impression on me, and because amateurs and professionals work surprisingly well together. I've always wanted to unravel a murder," I admitted. "Got any ideas?" he asked. "Plenty of questions," I said. "For instance, who benefits from Michael's death?" Battle gave a thin, wry smile. "I wondered if you'd get there. Nicholas Obalovich is the next heir." "And where is Nicholas now?" "We believe he's in the United States," said Battle. "Raising money." I let out a low whistle. "I get it. Michael backed by England. Nicholas by America. 2 groups of financiers. 2 kings. 1 oil concession. Michael dead?" Isaacstein and Lomax gnash their teeth. "Wall Street celebrates. Do I win a prize?" "You're not far off," Battle said. I stared at him for a long moment. "You were in that copse," I said quietly, "and I think I know what you were doing." His eyes flickered. "Just once. But once was enough. International politics will fascinate any man. But I had an appointment far more terrifying than international conspiracies. An appointment in the schoolroom." I left Battle with a polite nod and walked back toward the house. Treadwell, as solemn and monumental as always, directed me to the schoolroom door. I knocked. Chaos answered. Double and Winkle hurled themselves at me with the wild enthusiasm reserved for heroes, pirates, and anyone who promises bits of rope from a public execution. They dragged me in triumph toward the governess, Mademoiselle Brun, and that is where my confidence wavered. Mademoiselle Brun was small, middle-aged, sallow, with pepper and salt hair, and a faint mustache she was clearly losing the battle with. Not exactly the mysterious, deadly foreign spy I'd hoped for. "I'm making a complete idiot of myself," I told myself silently, "but I suppose I must go through with it now." So I did what any desperate man would do. I behaved charmingly, and Mademoiselle, who had probably not had a handsome young man smile directly at her in 20 years, blossomed like a shy flower in spring. Tea became a cheerful affair, full of childlike delight and relentless questions about hangings, Indians, and murderers. By the time I returned to my room that night, I felt more foolish than ever. "For the second time," I muttered, pacing the carpet, I'm wrong. Completely wrong. I can't get the hang of this damn thing. And that was when I heard it. A soft click. My door easing open. Someone slipping in. I spun around. A man stood just inside the room. Tall, fair, with the broad cheekbones of the Slav and eyes like a devout fanatic dreaming of martyrdom. Who the devil are you? I snapped. He bowed slightly. I am Boris Enchaukov, Prince Michael's valet. That's so, he said quietly. I served my master. He is dead. Now I serve you. You're very kind, I said. But I don't happen to want a valet. You are my master now, he insisted, his voice low sullen. I will serve you faithfully. Yes? But look here. I can't afford a valet. He looked at me then with such disdain that I felt like a child protesting against gravity. I ask for no money. I served my master. I will serve you to the death. And before I could stop him, he stepped forward, dropped to one knee, seized my hand, and pressed it against his forehead like a knight pledging fealty. Then he rose, swiftly, silently, and disappeared through the door, gone. I stared at the empty space where he'd been, my mind trying to catch up. Well, that's damned odd, I breathed. A faithful sort of dog. Curious instincts, these fellows. I paced the room again, hands behind my back, thoughts racing like wildfire. All the same, I muttered, it's awkward. Damned awkward. Just at present. 17. A midnight adventure. The inquest was the dullest thing I've ever suffered through. And I've sat through George Lomax's budget meetings. Battle and the coroner strangled every interesting detail before it could draw breath. By the time it was over, even I felt sorry for the corpse. Anthony Cade slunk off immediately afterward. Quietly, discreetly, too politely. Good riddance, I thought. The fellow had monopolized far too much of Virginia's attention. A man can only pretend to enjoy decoding telegrams for so long. George, in full panic mode about departmental secrets, had worked me to the bone. Miss Oscar had done all the thinking. I had done the running. Messages. Telegrams. More messages. More telegrams. George repeating himself like a badly wounded gramophone. By bedtime I was done for. No chance to speak to Virginia. No chance to look at her. Just the ache of feeling invisible. I fell asleep the moment my head touched the pillow. And then came the dream. A glorious, heroic, utterly improbable dream. The house was on fire. Nothing less than an epic inferno. And naturally, I rescued Virginia from the topmost floor. She was unconscious, hair beautifully arranged, even in danger of death. I laid her gently on the grass. And then, because this was a Bill Eversleigh dream, I went off to find a packet of sandwiches. Important sandwiches. George had them, of course, and refused to give them up. Instead, he dictated telegrams. Suddenly we were in the church vestry, and any moment Virginia might arrive to marry me. Horror. And I was in pajamas. My pajamas. The particularly awful striped ones I refused to throw away. I had to get home for proper clothes. I tried the car. No petrol. I was desperate. Then a general bus pulled up and Virginia stepped down. Exquisitely dressed in gray, cool as spring rain, with a bald-headed baron on her arm. She crossed to me, placed her hands on my shoulders and shook me. Bill, she said softly. Bill, wake up. Oh, do wake up. And I did. I sat bolt upright. Not a dream. Not a church. Not flames. Just my room at Chimneys. And Virginia leaning over me, shaking me for real. Thank goodness, she gasped. I thought you'd never wake up. I blinked at her. My brain was treacle. My heart was a kettle drum. You great lump, she scolded. My arms are aching. These insults, I replied nobly, are entirely uncalled for, and quite unbecoming in a pure young widow. She ignored me, which in fairness she often does. Bill, things are happening. I stared at her. What kind of things? Queer things, she said. In the council chamber. And just like that I was wide awake. She'd heard a door slam, seen a light, peered through the crack of the door and glimpsed something so strange she'd come running for the nearest nice, big, strong man, which, astonishingly, was me. I climbed out of bed at once. "Wait while I put on my boots," I told her. "The big ones with nails in them. A man doesn't fight hardened criminals in bare feet." "I like your pajamas, Bill," she murmured. Brightness without vulgarity. I pulled the second boot on and tried to summon some dignity. "While we're discussing personal attire," I said, "that green thing you're wearing, what do you call it? It's not just a dressing gown, is it? It's a negligee," Virginia whispered, with that maddening, sleepy, amused tone of hers. "I'm glad you've led such a pure life, Bill." "I haven't," I hissed back, offended in spirit but barefoot and ridiculous in practice. "You've just betrayed the fact," she murmured. "You're very nice, Bill. I like you, and I dare say that tomorrow morning, say, about 10 o'clock, a safe hour, low emotional stakes, I might even kiss you." God help me, my heart performed a handspring, but I maintained dignity. "I always think these things are best carried out on the spur of the moment," I suggested, heroically. She ignored me with surgical precision. "We've other fish to fry. Unless you want to put on a gas mask and a suit of medieval chainmail, we'd better start." "I'm ready," I whispered. I threw on the only weaponizable garment I possessed, a lurid silk dressing gown, and snatched up a poker. "The orthodox weapon," I said. Virginia rolled her eyes. "Come on, and for heaven's sake, don't make noise." We crept out into the corridor like two criminals rehearsing a burglary. Down the double staircase, shadows stretching everywhere. At the bottom, she halted and frowned. "Bill, those boots of yours aren't exactly domes of silence. Nails will be nails. You'll have to take them off." I groaned like a dying organ pipe but obeyed, sitting on the bottom stair to yank them off. I held them in one hand, dignity in the other, and we padded down the passage, breath shallow, nerves strung tight. We reached the massive oak door of the council chamber. All was silent. Then, a sharp flash through the keyhole. Someone inside, working fast. Virginia's fingers tightened on my arm. I dropped to my knees and pressed my eye to the keyhole. What I saw made no sense at all. A flashlight beam slicing across the darkness. Two silhouettes by the wall, right under the holbein. Metallic chinking, rhythmic, deliberate, as though they were dismantling something. The armor, the suit of armor. Once a shadow flitted across the room, man or woman, couldn't tell. And then another sound. A faint, unnerving tap tap tap, like knuckles across wood. That did it. I sat back on my heels. "Useless," I whispered. "We can't see a thing. I've got to go in and tackle them." I jammed my boots back on. Silent boots be damned. And stood. "Listen, Virginia." We open the door softly. I rush in. When I say go, you hit the lights. Don't scream. Don't faint. I won't let anyone hurt you. "My hero," she breathed. I wasn't entirely convinced she wasn't laughing at me, but there was no time to argue. I rose, gripped the poker, turned the handle with the delicacy of a jewel thief. The door swung inward. Darkness, the faint phosphorescent halo of a torch at the far end. We slipped in, silent, tense, pressed close. At the far wall, the beam illuminated the holbein portrait, and there, silhouetted, stood a man on a chair, tapping the paneling with the careful precision of someone searching for a hidden compartment. His back to us, a great looming shadow against the portrait. I might have stood frozen forever, but my boots betrayed me. One nail squeaked, one tiny traitorous squeak. The man spun around, fast, and the torch hit us like a blast of lightning straight in the eyes. I didn't hesitate, not for a heartbeat. I raised the poker and charged. "Go," Bill roared, and I slammed the switch down. Nothing happened, just a click, a useless, empty click. The room stayed black as pitch. Bill cursed, loudly, creatively, and then the darkness erupted. A scuffle, a grunt, the thud of bodies twisting across the floor. The flashlight must have dropped. Its last gasp swallowed by the blackness. Couldn't see a thing. Couldn't tell if Bill was winning or losing, or even who he was fighting. A cold thought slid through me. Was there more than one person in here? We'd only seen a silhouette, a flicker, hardly more than a shadow on the wall. I froze. My breath caught somewhere in my throat. I couldn't join the fight. I'd only trip him up. All I could do was hold the doorway, keep anyone from slipping past me. So I did the only thing left. I screamed for help, loudly, repeatedly. No elegance, no dignity, just pure fear. I heard doors opening upstairs. Lights splashed across the hall, creeping toward us. Just a little longer, Bill. Hold on just a moment longer. Then the whole room exploded in noise. A crash. Metal against metal. Like the world's angriest chandelier collapsing. They must have slammed into one of the suits of armor. It hit the floor in a shattering avalanche of steel. Out of the chaos I saw movement. Figure. Dark. Quick. Lunged for the window. Bill was still disentangling himself from a heap of armor fragments, swearing like a soldier with a stubbed toe. I didn't even think. I bolted. Straight for the window. Too late. The intruder had already unlatched it. Didn't even slow down. Sprang out into the night and vanished down the terrace. I chased him. My feet barely touched the ground. I'm not unathletic, and adrenaline had done something fierce to me. I rounded the corner only seconds behind him, and ran straight into someone's arms. Big arms. Solid. Startling. It was Mr. Hiram P. Fish. Gee, it's a lady, he blurted. Why, my apologies, Mrs. Revel. I took you for one of the thugs fleeing from justice. He's just passed this way, I panted. Can't we catch him? But even as I said it, I knew the truth. He was gone. Out into the dark park. A moonless night. A house-sized head start. No hope. I turned back, heart still hammering. Mr. Fish chugging alongside me like a philosophical steam engine, muttering about burglars and their questionable habits. Inside the council chamber, chaos reigned. Lord Caterham, Bundle, half the household, all crowded in the doorway like nervous sheep. What the devil's the matter? Bundle demanded. Burglars? And what are you and Mr. Fish doing? Midnight stroll? I told them everything. Breathless, still shaking. Frightfully exciting, Bundle declared. We never get a murder and a burglary in one weekend. The lights were the next mystery. Why hadn't they turned on? Treadwell solved it quickly. With the dignity of a man who can restore order to nations. The bulbs had been neatly removed and laid in a row along the wall. And the room, good God, the room. Chairs splintered, china smashed, armor everywhere, as though a medieval knight had exploded. How many were there? Bundle asked. It looks like a battle. Only one, I think, I said. But the truth tugged at me. That rustle. That faint sound behind me on the terrace. Had it been another person slipping past? Or just my nerves? I didn't know. And that troubled me. Bill appeared at the window then. Flushed, dusty, furious. Damn the fellow. He's escaped. I looked everywhere. Cheer up, I told him. There'll be a next time. Lord Caterham, yawning like a distressed walrus, announced that since Badgeworthy couldn't be summoned at this hour, we were all to return to bed. He cast a wistful glance at Mr. Isaacstein's closed door. That beggar sleeps soundly, he muttered. You'd think all this racket would have waked him. Then he eyed Mr. Fish. I see you found time to dress. I flung on a few articles of clothing, Mr. Fish replied. Very sensible. Damn chilly things, pajamas. And with that rather deflated observation, Lord Caterham led his rattled guests away. The excitement died slowly in my veins. But the questions did not. Someone had been searching the council chamber tonight. Searching hard. And whatever they wanted, whatever they hoped to find, I was beginning to fear they weren't done looking. 18-second midnight adventure. The first face I saw when I stepped off the train was Superintendent Battles. Carved out of granite, watching me like he'd been waiting there all afternoon. I couldn't help smiling. I've returned according to contract, I said. Tell me, did you come down just to make sure I wasn't giving you the slip? His expression did a microscopic shift. Not a smile. Battle didn't smile, but the faint idea of one. I wasn't worrying about that, Mr. Cade, he said. I'm going to London. You have such a trustful nature, I told him. Do you think so, sir? No, I said. I think you're deep, very deep, the sort of deep where other men drown. That earned me a flicker. A brief twinkle in his eyes, gone almost before it arrived. What about your own little job, Mr. Cade? He asked. How did that go off? I sighed dramatically. I've drawn blank. Again. For the second time, Battle, I've proved myself gloriously wrong. Quite galling. What was the idea, sir? I suspected the French governess, I admitted. A. Because she was the least likely person. B. Because she had a light burning in her room the night of the murder. Excellent logic, don't you think? That wasn't much to go upon. No, I said. It wasn't. But then I met the suspicious Frenchman lurking behind the boathouse. Shells. Traveler in silk? Is he? Battle didn't blink. You mean the man staying at the Cricketers? That's the one. You've got him neatly labeled, I see. His actions have been suspicious, Battle said. Tone flat, tone unreadable. Suspicious enough for me to assume he and Mademoiselle Brunn were in cahoots. So off I dashed to Gented, to find her former employer. Fully prepared to discover that Mademoiselle Brunn never existed at all. I paused. But she does. Entirely genuine. Battle nodded, as though ticking a box he'd already known the answer to. And worse? I groaned. The moment she spoke to me, I knew I was barking up the wrong tree. She's absolutely the governess. Not a hint of intrigue. Not a spark. Women can do a lot with makeup, Battle observed. Sallow stains, hair dye, drooped eyelids, and dowdy clothes. Identification fails more often than you think. Good heavens, I said. Don't look at my ears like that. You make me feel like a criminal exhibit. You can disguise a face, Battle went on. But ears, Mr. Cade. Ears tell tales. And false teeth help too, but only a few men can truly escape recognition. In fact, there's only one genius at impersonation I've ever known. His eyes sharpened. King Victor. Ever heard of King Victor, Mr. Cade? The question hit like a thrown knife. Sudden, precise, and meant to wound. I kept my face smooth. King Victor, I said lightly. The name rings a vague bell. What of the greatest jewel thieves alive? Half Irish, half French. Languages, disguises. Brains enough to trouble half the police forces in Europe. He's just finished his sentence. Really? And where is he now? Well, Mr. Cade, that's what we'd rather like to know. The plot thickens, I said. No chance of him dropping in at Chimneys, is there? Though I can't see him chasing political memoirs. There's no saying, Battle replied. For all we know, he may be there already. I grinned. Disguised as the second footman? I hope you'll identify him by his ears and win the admiration of Scotland Yard. Fond of your jokes, aren't you, Mr. Cade? By the way, what do you think of the business at Staines? Staines? A man found by the roadside. Shot. A foreigner. No weapon. No identification. I saw something about it. I lied. Not suicide then? No. An interesting timing. You seem oddly invested, I said. No connection with Prince Michael's death? Is there? Battle's eyes were on me then. Steady and passive, dangerously unreadable. And in that moment I knew. Whatever was happening at Chimneys was bigger, darker, and far closer to the truth than anyone was willing to say aloud. Battle's hand didn't shake. Neither did his eyes. For a moment, I wondered if it was my imagination, or if Superintendent Battle really was staring at me a shade too intently. As though the entire puzzle of Chimneys were balanced somewhere behind those immovable grey irises. Seems to be quite an epidemic of that sort of thing, he remarked. But I dare say there's nothing in it. Nothing in it. With Battle, that phrase usually meant the exact opposite. He turned away, waving down a porter as the London train thundered in. And the moment he left, I exhaled. A long, relieved breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Walking back through the park, I let my boots crunch over the same path I'd taken on that first night. The night of the shot, the light, and the corks that started all this. And as Chimneys came into view, I spotted the windows again. 1, 2. But something was wrong. An angle I hadn't noticed before. A recess. A window set back just enough to mislead anyone standing a few yards too far left. From one spot, it looked like the first window. Shift slightly and it vanished entirely. Making the rooms over the council chamber appear to be the first and second. Exactly where had I been standing the night I saw that light flare up? A matter of a yard. And the whole meeting changed. The light I thought came from Mademoiselle Brun's room could easily have been from the third room. And who the devil was in the third room? Fortune smiled for once. Treadwell was arranging the magnificent silver urn in the hole. Alone. "Hello, Treadwell," I said casually. "Quick question. Third room from the end on the west side. Over the council chamber. Who belongs there?" Treadwell thought it over with priestly solemnity. "That would be the American gentleman's room, sir. Mr. Fish." "Fish?" My eyebrows rose. "Oh, thank you." "Not at all, sir." He turned away, paused. And the human part of him, the part that adored being the first bearer of news, betrayed him. "Perhaps you have heard, sir, what occurred last night?" "I haven't." "A burglary attempt, sir?" "Not really." "Oh yes, sir. The thieves dismantled the suits of armor in the council chamber. They were interrupted and forced to flee." "The council chamber again," I murmured. "How did they get in?" "It is supposed they forced the window." A convenient theory if ever there was one. Treadwell, satisfied with the level of awe he'd inspired, departed, and ran straight into Isaacstein. The financier smiled, broad and heavy as always. "Hello, Cade. Back again? Heard about last night?" "I have. Quite a lively weekend." "I should say amateurs," said Isaacstein. "Clumsy job. Local thieves. Odd thing to steal. Armor. Does anyone around here collect it?" "Not that I know of." His tone sharpened. "The whole position is very unfortunate." There was steel under his smooth banker's voice. "I don't follow." "We are being kept here," Isaacstein said. "The inquest is over. The prince's body will be taken to London. Yet still we are held like prisoners. Lomax knows nothing. He refers me to this superintendent. Battle has something up his sleeve," I said, "and his plan requires everyone to stay put." "But you have been away, with a string tied to my leg," I said dryly. "I'd bet my life they shadowed me every step." "Ah." "The revolver," Isaacstein murmured. "The revolver," I agreed. "Still missing. Thrown into the lake, perhaps." "Perhaps." Isaacstein leaned forward. "When does Battle return?" "Tomorrow," I said. "Early." That moment, Virginia swept in with Lord Caterham and Mr. Fish. She smiled at me. A quick, bright smile that made Bill Eversley fume, and half the room go stiff. "So you're back, Mr. Cade. Had they told you all about last night?" Fish shook his head mournfully. "Got away clean, sir. Like oil on a skillet." Lord Caterham gestured helplessly at the tea. "Virginia, my dear, pour out, will you?" "Bundle has vanished entirely." She did, beautifully efficiently, then drifted to my chair and leaned in. "Come to the boathouse after tea," she whispered. "Bill and I have a lot to tell you." Then she floated back to the conversation, light as thistledown, leaving me to stare into my teacup and wonder, not for the first time, whether I had any idea at all what I'd stepped into. But one thing was certain. The boathouse meeting was going to change everything. By the time we pushed off from the bank, Bill was sulking, Virginia was sparkling, and I was bracing myself for whatever lunacy they were about to unload. We paddled toward the center of the lake. The one place left in the entire state where a man could speak without worrying about butlers, governesses, or unexpected Americans materializing from hedges. And then they told me everything. The armor, the tapping, the chase through the darkness, and the intruder vanishing into the night like smoke. When they finished, the lake went silent around us, like even the water was listening. "It's damned odd," I said at last. "What do you make of it?" Virginia didn't hesitate. "Oh, they weren't burglars. They were looking for something, and expecting to find it inside the armor," I said. Then, "Why tap the paneling? Secret staircase, priest hole, hidden vaults." Chimneys was practically a theme park of architectural mischief. "But what?" I murmured. "Were they looking for?" Virginia shook her head. "Ask George. He knows more than he's saying." I let my paddle rest across my knees. "If there were two of them last night, and there might well have been, then one was a guest. Someone inside the house." The thought hung between us. Bill shifted uncomfortably. "There's that Boris fellow. Looks like he eats people. And there's Fish," I said, fully dressed the moment Virginia screams. "Admirably thorough, don't you think?" "And Isaacstein," added Virginia, "sleeping like a dead whale through the noise of collapsing armor. That's suspicious too." I laughed. But the truth was, everyone at Chimneys looked suspicious these days. "I've been chasing the wrong things," I said. "The governess is harmless. The Frenchman, I don't know. But one question matters more than anything else. Did they find what they were looking for last night? If they didn't," Virginia leaned in, "what then?" "Then they'll come again." My voice surprised even me with how certain it sounded. "With battle in London, the risk is perfect. They'll try tonight." Virginia's eyes lit with the very worst kind of excitement. "That settles it," she declared. "We're forming a syndicate." Bill choked. "Virginia, no. This is man's work." "Oh, don't be ridiculous, Bill," she said. "You sneeze under pressure." That turned out to be prophetic. Our plan was simple. After the house slept, we would slip down separately and hide inside the council chamber. I found a shadowed corner behind an oak dresser. Virginia wedged herself behind a suit of armor. Bill crouched by the window, presumably praying for a night free of sneezes. The minutes dragged like owls. What a clack. 2:30. My knees ached. My spine protested. My revolver felt heavy inside my coat. And then, a soft crunch on the terrace stones. I froze. A faint, feline scratching at the window latch. Silence. Then, the window eased open and a figure stepped inside. The intruder stood perfectly still, listening the way audibles do. Every muscle tuned to danger. Satisfied, he clicked on his torch and swept the room. The light passed over me, over Virginia, over Bill. He saw nothing. Slowly, he crossed to the same patch of paneling he'd examined the night before. And that's when I felt the shift in the air. A kind of doom-laden tension. "Bill." Dear congested, ill-timed Bill. He was going to sneeze. I heard him fighting it. The swallowed gasps, the pinched nose, the desperate inhales. But the universe has a wicked sense of humor. He sneezed. A strangled, pathetic little sound. But in that cavernous silence, it was an explosion. The stranger whirled. And I moved. My torch snapped on. The beam slashed through the dark. I launched myself at him full force. We hit the floor in a single violent tangle. "Lights!" I shouted. But there were no lights. Only the darkness. Only the struggle. Only the knowledge that this time someone might finally be caught. Virginia was already at the switch. I heard the soft click. And this time the council chamber exploded into light. No dead bulbs. No excuses. Just blinding clarity. I hit the man pinned beneath me. Breath high. Hands locked. Adrenaline pounding. Bill dropped to his knees beside me, ready to help. For once without sneezing. "Right then," I gasped. "Let's see who you are, my fine fellow." I rolled him over, and found myself staring into the composed, dark-bearded face of the stranger from the cricketers. The man I'd caught skulking around the boathouse, pretending to sneeze. Bill muttered something deeply unheroic. Before either of us could say another word, a calm voice drifted in from the doorway. "Very nice indeed." I whipped around. "Battle." standing there as though he'd simply wandered in to admire a flower arrangement. "I thought you were in London," I said, breathless, still straddling the stranger. His eyes twinkled. That maddening, quiet, everything under control twinkle. "Did you, sir? Well, I thought it would be a good thing if I was thought to be going." Of course, Battle's version of a holiday was letting criminals think he'd left the building. "And it has been," I admitted, nodding toward my prisoner. To my surprise, the fellow actually smiled up at us. A cool man under pressure, I'll give him that. "May I get up, gentlemen?" he asked. "You are 3-1. He had a point. I hauled him upright by the collar. He straightened his coat, smoothed himself down, then turned and looked at Battle with an expression that told me we weren't the only ones in this room with hidden information. "I demand pardon," he said politely, "but do I understand that you are a representative from Scotland Yard?" "That's right," Battle replied. The stranger sighed, as though relieved, and produced a handful of papers from his pocket. At the same time he flipped back the lapel of his coat, revealing a discreet badge pinned inside. Battle's reaction was instantaneous and rare. He actually looked astonished. He skimmed the papers quickly, then handed them back with a little bow. "I'm sorry you've been manhandled, monsieur," he said, "but you brought it on yourself." Then he turned to us, Bill, Virginia, and me, all staring like children caught cheating during exams. "This," Battle announced, "is a colleague we have been expecting for some time." He placed a heavy hand on the stranger's shoulder. "Monsieur Lemoyne," he said, "of the Charite in Paris." Lemoyne, Charite. I felt the ground shift under me. This wasn't a burglar. This wasn't a comrade of the Red Hand. This wasn't even an ordinary spy. This was one of the most dangerous detectives in Europe, and he'd been crawling around Chimneys like a stray cat. And now I had absolutely no idea whether we had just ruined everything, or begun to uncover the real game at last. Virginia hit the switch the moment I shouted. This time the room obeyed. A flood of white light crashed down from the chandelier, tearing the council chamber out of darkness as if the whole place had been caught red-handed. And there I was, kneeling on top of the intruder, breath burning in my chest, Bill hovering beside me with the look of a man ready to hit something simply because it was there. "Right, my fine fellow?" I muttered, grabbing the man by the shoulder. "Let's see who you are." I rolled him over, and found myself staring into the calm, precise features of the dark-bearded stranger from the cricketers. The man who'd been lurking behind boathouses and pretending to sneeze. Before I could even process that, a voice drifted from the doorway. "Very nice indeed." I spun around. Superintendent Battle stood there, massive, immovable, and wearing the faintest smile, like a man watching children solve a puzzle he'd already finished. "I thought you were in London," I said, still pitying the stranger. His eyes twinkled. "Did you, sir? Well, I thought it would be a good thing if I was thought to be going." Of course, Battle's idea of subtlety. Vanish without leaving. "And it has been," I told him, tightening my grip on the prisoner. "Quite useful, in fact." The dark-bearded man actually smiled up at us. "May I get up, gentlemen?" he asked with irritating politeness. "You are 3-1. Fair point." I dragged him to his feet. He brushed off his coat, straightened his collar, and looked at Battle with an expression that made me suddenly feel as though I might be the one in the wrong. "I beg pardon," he said, "but am I correct that you are a representative of Scotland Yard?" "That's right," Battle replied. The man nodded, reached into his pocket, and produced a set of papers. Then he flicked back the lapel of his coat, revealing a badge pinned underneath. Battle, for once, actually looked startled. He skimmed the papers quickly, then handed them back with a small, formal bow. "I'm sorry you were manhandled, monsieur, but you brought it on yourself." Battle turned to us, watching our faces as the truth sank in. "This," he said, placing a heavy hand on the stranger's shoulder, "is a colleague we have been expecting for some time." A pause. "Monsieur Lemoyne, of the Charite in Paris." And in that instant, everything shifted. Our burglar wasn't a burglar. Our stranger wasn't a stranger. The man we tackled to the floor was one of the most dangerous detectives in Europe. And suddenly the real game, the real mystery, felt a whole lot bigger than Chimneys. 19. Secret History. We all just stared at him. The dark-bearded man we tackled to the floor. The spy behind the boathouse, the late-night sneaking silhouette in the council chamber, stood calmly brushing dust from his lapels and smiling at us. Yes, he said softly. It is true. A French accent, a French badge, a French detective. My brain needed a full 3 seconds to catch up. Battle just stood there, steady as a monument, taking it all in with those flat, unreadable eyes of his. Virginia was the first to recover, and thank God for that. Someone had to speak. Superintendent Battle, she said, a voice sharp and clear. It's time you enlightened us a little. Battle blinked, slowly. To enlighten you, Mrs. Rebel? I'm not sure I understand. Oh, you understand perfectly, she said. George has probably begged you to keep quiet. That's just like him. But keeping us in the dark isn't going to help anyone. We merely throttled a French detective tonight. That seems enlightening. Lemoyne, because that's who he was now, gave her a small, admiring bow. Madam, he said, I am entirely in agreement. Battle grunted, the sort of grunt that meant he didn't disagree. He just didn't like agreeing. You can't hide things forever, Virginia pushed. Tell us before we stumble over the truth ourselves. He sighed through his nose. I've told Mr. Lomax we'd reach this point. Mr. Eversley. He's Lomax's secretary. He's entitled to know. Mr. Cade. He looked at me, then dragged in whether you wanted it or not. Then he hesitated. Yes, yes, Virginia said. Women are indiscreet. George says that. Often. Lemoyne studied her quietly. Too quietly. Did I hear you addressed as Mrs. Rebel? He asked. That's my name. And you were with your husband in Czechoslovakia? Just before the assassination of the king and queen? Yes. He nodded once. A slow, considering nod. I think Madam has a right to hear the story, he said. She is connected, and her reputation for discretion stands very high in diplomatic circles. Virginia grinned. At last someone appreciates me. I leaned back. My pulse was finally settling, but the room still crackled with the kind of tension that says something big is coming. Right, I said. Who wants refreshments? If we're done to unravel a European tragedy, we might as well have something to drink. Bill and I raided the pantry like thieves with permission. Bottles, glasses, siphons. The essentials. We settled around the long oak table by the window. The 5 of us, forming a strange little cabal in the heart of Chimneys. Battle folded his hands, and the room fell still. We start, he said slowly, about 7 years ago. His voice shifted, flatter, heavier, the kind of tone used by men who've seen too much. There was reconstruction happening all over the Near East. Too many parties involved. Too many royal visitors in England. Too many secrets being shuffled around behind closed doors. They looked at us one by one, and something disappeared. Something important. He didn't name it. He didn't have to. The air changed. The way Virginia inhaled. Sharp, sudden. Told me she knew exactly what he meant. It could only have been taken, Battle continued, by a royal personage on the inside, or by a professional thief of the highest class. He gestured toward Lemoyne, which brings us to his line of work. Lemoyne, ever the showman, inclined his head and picked up the tale. And God, the man could tell a story. He painted Paris for us. Neon lights, backstage shadows, the hum of the Folies Bergères, and a ghost moving through all of it. King Victor, a thief with no real name, a chameleon with 5 languages, a predator dressed like a gentleman. 8 years ago, Lemoyne said. He was living in Paris under the name Captain O'Neill. I heard a soft gasp beside me. Virginia, Lemoyne noticed. He smiled, very slightly. You see, madam? It comes back to you. Then he kept going, voice low and dangerous. The Charite suspected O'Neill was King Victor. They suspected his lover, the actress Angeli Mori, was helping him. And then Paris braced itself for a royal visit. King Nicholas IV of Czechoslovakia. The comrades of the Red Hand hired Angeli to seduce him, to lure him, to deliver him. She agreed, but she was too clever, too ambitious. The king fell in love. He showered her with jewels, and she decided she wanted the crown, not the contract. So Angeli Mori reinvented herself, became Countess Varaga Popolevsky, married the king, and walked into Czechoslovakia as its new queen, a Folies Bergera's dancer on a Balkan throne. For a moment, no one spoke. The weight of it, the insanity of it, settled over us like dust. But Lemoyne wasn't finished. The comrades felt betrayed, he said quietly. They tried twice to kill her. Then they sparked a revolution. He paused. When it was over, both the king and queen were dead, their bodies mutilated, barely recognizable. Virginia's face went pale, and I felt, for once, genuinely out of my depth, because this wasn't just a jewel theft anymore, or a political scandal, or a simple murder at a country house. This was something older, darker, a fuse lit years ago, now burning straight toward us. And Battle hadn't even told us what, exactly, had disappeared. Not yet. Not the thing the whole world was secretly chasing. Not the reason a prince had died in the council chamber of Chimneys. Not the reason someone had ripped the suits of armor apart looking for a hidden cavity. Not the reason King Victor might already be inside the house wearing another man's face. I sat back, heartbeat tightening again. Whatever this something was, it was still here, somewhere in Chimneys, waiting. They dropped the truth like a bomb in the middle of the room. My name, our letters, our coded sins. A Parisian thief pulling strings from behind velvet curtains. Virginia's face went pale, then flushed, then pale again. The color of someone who just found out their identity had been stolen long before identity theft had a name. So that's what the letters were, she whispered. I always wondered. Bell slammed his palm on the table like a man discovering new depths of outrage. A blackguardly trick, he growled. But Lemoyne wasn't finished with the revelations. Not by a long shot. He told us how the crown jewels of Czechoslovakia, looted by the mob, drifted back to Paris, hollowed out, replaced with paste. Famous gems switched for glass under the nose of an entire nation. And the only person alive with both motive and expertise? Queen Varaga, formerly Angeli Mori of the Folies Bergera's, Parisian dancer, thief, seductress, chameleon, a woman who had turned a bribe into a crown into a jewel heist, and a jewel heist into a kingdom's collapse. The pieces fell into place too quickly, almost dizzyingly. She kept in touch with King Victor, Lemoyne said. Letters, codes, secret plans, all signed with the name of Mrs. Revel. Virginia flinched, but didn't look away. I admired her for that. He told us Queen Varaga hadn't stopped thieving once she'd stepped onto a throne. She'd simply taken higher prizes. And when she and Nicholas IV visited England, she brought her schemes with her. And one particular jewel, priceless, unique, vanished. Not out of the country, Battle said. She hid it, somewhere in this house. I was on my feet before I knew it. In this room, after all these years. Battle gave a slow, maddening shrug. His version of fireworks. You don't know the circumstances, Mr. Cade. Lemoyne took over again. A duet of grim revelations. Just 2 weeks after the jewel disappeared, the revolution exploded. The king and queen were slaughtered. Angeli's body nearly unrecognizable. And her lover, King Victor, was arrested in Paris under another identity. He left behind nothing but burned trails and vanished clues, including a packet of coded letters stolen by a middleman who ran for his life and disappeared forever. Probably went abroad, I murmured. Africa, more than likely. They'd have called him Dutch Pedro or something equally dramatic. Battle's eyes met mine, expressionless, but far from empty. I'll explain, I told him. Later. Then Virginia cut in. So where do the memoirs come into all this? Madam is quick, Lemoyne said approvingly. Count Stulptich was also here at Chimneys at that time. My cigarette nearly slipped from my fingers. Of course, Stulptich, the old puppet master, the man who had seen everything and forgotten nothing, the man whose memoirs every nation feared. Battle nodded grimly. If he mentioned the jewel, even hinted at it, the whole thing blows open. That's why the memoirs are dangerous. Too dangerous. I leaned back, the pieces rearranging themselves again. New constellations forming in the dark. There's no chance Stulptich included a clue in his notes about where she hid it? Highly unlikely, Battle said. The Queen despised him. He opposed her marriage from the beginning. Now, I said quietly, I wasn't imagining she trusted him, but he was cunning. If he discovered the hiding place himself, without her knowing, what then? Battle paused, really paused. The kind of pause that means a man is thinking about something he's deliberately avoided thinking about. Finally, he'd have sat tight. The words fell like lead. Sat tight, meaning he knew where it was. He did nothing. He left the knowledge behind like an unexploded bomb. Inside his memoirs, inside some cryptic turn of phrase, inside a footnote disguised as gossip. And suddenly the entire room seemed smaller, the walls thicker, the air heavier, because if the jewel was really hidden in Chimneys, someone would kill for it. Someone already had. I could feel the truth circling us. Close, tightening, and Battle knew it too. He folded his arms, and the silence after that told me everything. We weren't dealing with a murder mystery anymore. We were sitting on top of a buried war. I should have expected the Frenchman to smile like that. Calmly, almost politely. As if we hadn't just dragged him across the parquet floor like a sack of potatoes. I agree, he said. Stulptich sat on that jewel like a king cobra. Power was his addiction. He meant it literally. Count Stulptich collected secrets the way other people collect stamps. Or loaded guns. If a truth had teeth, he kept it. If it could ruin a monarch, he put it in his pocket. And the Herzoslovakian queen's stolen jewel? That was his crown piece. Battle grunted. Still no proof he knew this particular secret. That was when I said it. Quietly, almost too quietly. There are his words. Every head snapped toward me. I could feel the weight of their stales. The way the room seemed to hold its breath. When McGrath gave me the manuscript, I said. He told me about his one meeting with Stulptich. Paris. A back alley. McGrath pulled him out from under a gang of Apaches. The Count was, well, drunk enough to speak English. Virginia leaned forward. What did he say? 2 things, I answered. First, that he knew where the Coinware was. I shrugged. McGrath thought it was drunken nonsense. But second, he said the men who attacked him were King Victor's. The silence that followed was cold enough to frost the windows. Good Lord, Battle breathed. That changes everything. Even the Frenchman stiffened. King Victor has never taken a life, he reminded us softly. Suppose he was surprised, Battle said. Suppose Michael got in the way. And where is King Victor now? I demanded. Didn't you track him after his release? Lemoyne's mouth twisted. Half frustration, half admiration. We tried. He slipped from our hands like smoke. Pause. He did not come to England. Not then. So where? America. That floored me. America? What the? And not as King Victor, Lemoyne added, raising a finger, but as Prince Nicholas of Herzoslovakia. The matchbox dropped from my hand. Bill swore softly. Even Battle, immovable, unreachable, unreadable Battle, blinked. That's impossible, he said. No, Lemoyne murmured. It was the most colossal bluff. Prince Nicholas was long rumored to have died in the Congo. A convenient grave, easy to exploit, and King Victor exploited it perfectly. He played the prince, charmed America, raised a fortune on fake oil concessions. He leaned in, but he was unmasked by accident, forced to flee, and then, He came to England. I followed. And I tell you this with absolute certainty. Sooner or later, he will come to Chimneys. He paused. And I believe he already has. I felt Bill tense beside me. Here? He whispered. You mean, last night? And the night Michael died? Lemoyne said. Battle scratched his cheek. The closest he ever came to showing emotion. I couldn't figure you out, he told Lemoyne. Heard from Paris you were coming to work with me. Then you'd vanish. I arrived the morning after the murder, Lemoyne said. And I decided it would be wiser to stay unofficial. Invisible. Suspicious even. It's easier to watch wolves when they don't know another wolf is in the den. And last night, Bill asked. I'm afraid, Lemoyne said with a rueful smile. I gave you much exercise. So that was you I chased? Oui, he said. Let me explain. He painted the scene like a man replaying a battle he'd fought alone. He'd stood outside on the terrace, watching the dark windows of the council chamber. He saw a torch flicker inside. Faint, fast, secretive. The middle window was unlatched. He slid in like a shadow, keeping to the walls. He watched a man silhouette himself against the beam of his own torch, dismantling armor plate by plate, searching, desperate, methodical. And when the armor yielded nothing, he turned to the paneling beneath the Holbein portrait, tapping for hollows and hidden spaces. Then, Lemoyne said, came the interruption. You burst in. He nodded at Bill, whose expression held equal parts pride and embarrassment. And the man fled, Lemoyne continued, but not before confirming one thing for me. He turned to me, to battle, to the room itself. The man who seeks the jewel is King Victor. Virginia was the first to say it, her voice soft, thoughtful, almost guilty. Our well-meant interference was really a pity. She was right. And then, Lemoyne, rubbing a shoulder we'd probably bruised, confirmed it with that polite French regret of his. In a sense, madam, yes. When the intruder switched off his torch, I did not wish to reveal myself. I went for the window. Unfortunately, he gave a dry little shrug. I collided with you. I could picture it clearly now. Bill charging through the dark like a runaway bull. Virginia right behind him. And Lemoyne, elegant, precise, secretive, suddenly finding himself body-checked by British enthusiasm. I followed you first, Virginia insisted. Bill was only second in the race. Bill made a heroic grumble about that, naturally. And the other fellow I put in had the sense to stay put and slip out by the door while you three knocked the furniture into new shapes. Lemoyne nodded. It would have been quite simple for him to join the rescuers. He would merely be, how do you say, early. Bill's eyes were shining. You really think this Arsène Lupin fellow is actually in the house? Right now? Why not? Lemoyne said. He could be a servant. He could be Boris Enjalkov, Prince Michael's valet. Bill shuddered. He is an odd-looking bloke. As like he eats raw wolves. But I couldn't help smiling. That isn't worthy of you and Lemoyne, I said quietly. The Frenchman's answering smile admitted the point. Too obvious a suspect. Too theatrical. King Victor prided himself on elegance, not melodrama. Battle, who had been watching everything with that expressionless farm horse calm of his, said, You've taken Enjalkov on as your valet now, haven't you, Mr. Cade? I laughed outright. Battle, I swear you know everything. But to be precise, he's taken me on, not the other way around. Battle frowned mildly. Why would he do that, I wonder? I shrugged. Maybe he likes my face. Maybe he thinks I killed his master and wants to stay close enough to avenge him. Maybe he's just lonely. Who knows? These hereditary loyalty types are mysteries wrapped in muscles. Dawn was pushing its way through the curtains. I pulled them back, feeling the cold, early light wash over my face. Daylight, I said. The night's finished with us. Lemoyne rose, bowed to Virginia, with a flourish that could have turned dry toast romantic, and stepped out through the window into the pale morning. Virginia yawned like a cat. That's it for me. Too much adventure. Too little sleep. Bill, bed. Now, I refuse to see either of you conscious at breakfast. They drifted away, leaving Battle and me alone in the quiet ruin of the council chamber. I watched the Frenchman disappear around the terrace corner. Battle watched me. You wouldn't think it, he said. But that's meant to be the cleverest detective in France. I would think it, I replied. He's clever enough to let us do the heavy lifting while he listens. Battle snorted. His version of a laugh. Well, he's right about one thing. No more excitements tonight. Then he paused. A battle pause is never nothing. By the way, he said casually, remember I told you about that man found shot near Staines? Yes, what about him? Identified, Battle said. Name was Giuseppe Manelli, waiter at the Blitz, London. He let the sentence hang there like a noose. Curious, isn't it? And the way he said curious made my skin crawl. 20. Battle and Anthony Confer. I didn't answer Battle. I kept my eyes on the window, on the stretch of grey dawn creeping over the terrace stones like something tired, old, and inevitable. Behind me the detective waited, silent and movable, carved out of whatever they make gravestones from. At last he said quietly, well, good night, sir. I let him get as far as the door. Wait a minute, Battle. He halted. No surprise. Battle never looked surprised. I lit a cigarette, let the smoke steady my hands, and said, you seem very interested in the Staines shooting. Wouldn't go as far as that, sir, he murmured. It's unusual, that's all. God, he was cautious. Always cautious. Do you think the man was shot where he was found? I asked. Or moved afterward? I think he was shot elsewhere, sir. Driven to that spot later. I think so too, I said, and I heard something in my own voice. Something too sharp, too sure. Battle heard it as well. His head lifted by a fraction. Any ideas of your own, sir? Do you know who brought him there? Yes, I said. I did. There are moments in life when you expect the world to explode. This wasn't one of them. Battle didn't blink, didn't twitch, didn't even breathe differently. I must say, I told him, annoyed. You take these shocks disgustingly well. Never display emotion, he said mildly. Useful rule. Useful, I echoed. Infuriating, but useful. I sank into a chair. He sat opposite me, and I told him everything. The Thursday night, the car, the body, the risk, the lie, the silence. When I finished, Battle just looked at me with those still, deep eyes of his. You know, sir, you'll get into trouble one of these days. No handcuffs again? I asked lightly. We always like to give a man plenty of rope. Delicately put, I said. Very delicately, but he wasn't done. What I can't quite make out, Battle said slowly, is why you decided to tell me all this now. I stared at the dying ember of my cigarette. It's difficult to explain, I said, but I've come to have a very high opinion of you, Battle. You're always there at the exact second things crack open. Tonight proved that again. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. And I realized, I continued, that keeping this from you, this truth, was handicapping you. You need all the facts. You deserve them. As for me, I've blundered through this mess from the start. I paused. And until tonight, I had to protect Mrs. Revel. Those letters could have ruined her. But now we know they had nothing to do with her. I'm free to speak. Battle nodded slowly. It might have sounded queer to a jury, he agreed. Juries never have imagination. But you accept it, I said. Easily. Well, you see, Mr. Cade, he said. My work's mostly with the upper classes. They don't think about what the neighbors say. They do whatever the devil they want. Same as tramps. Really fearless, truthful, and sometimes extraordinarily foolish. I laughed. You should write your reminiscences, Battle. They'd sell better than half the sensational trash out there. He let that pass. One question, I said. Did you suspect me of the Staines affair? Had a hunch, sir, he admitted. Nothing definite. But your manner was good. You never overplayed the carelessness. I winced. I felt like you've been setting traps since the moment we met. That's how you get a crook, sir. Keep him on the run, turning, twisting. Sooner or later the nerve goes. And when? I asked, smiling. Will you get me? Plenty of rope, Mr. Cade. Plenty of rope. I sighed. So I'm still your amateur partner? That's right. Watson to your Sherlock? I teased. Battle breathed out. The closest thing to a laugh I'd ever seen from him. Detective stories are bunkum, he said. But they amuse people. And they're useful? I asked. Sometimes. In what way? I pressed. Battle looked at me with a slow, measuring stare. The kind that felt like he was appraising your soul. Battle said detective stories were useful because they encouraged the world to believe the police were idiots. I looked at him for a long moment. The man blinked slowly, calmly, like a tortoise considering whether to continue living. Then he got up. Not much point in bed now, he muttered. I'll talk to his lordship when he wakes. Anyone who wants to leave the house can, though I'd be obliged if his lordship asks everyone to stay on. You'll accept the invitation, Mr. Cade. And Mrs. Revel. I nodded, though my mind had wandered. Battle? I said quietly. Have you found the revolver yet? No, he said. But it's here. We're in the grounds. And I've a mind to send boys up bird nesting. If I get that revolver, and those letters. We'll be moving forward at last. The letters. Always the letters. Tell me, I said. Your theory about Giuseppe. Regular thief, Battle answered. Hired by King Victor or the comrades of the Red Hand. My money's on both working together. They sent him to steal the memoirs. Not knowing you had the letters. That coincidence still bothers me, Mr. Cade. It bothers me too, I said softly. Giuseppe steals the wrong thing. Battle went on. Gets annoyed. Then decides to blackmail Mrs. Revel. The comrades discover it. Believe he's double-crossing them. And decree his death. They love executing traitors. Picturesque, they call it. He paused. But the revolver with Virginia on it? That's not their style. Too elegant. Too personal. That feels like King Victor. Why? I asked. That's what I don't know. Battle admitted. No sense in framing Mrs. Revel. Not on the surface. I hesitated, then confessed. I had a theory. It was wrong. I told him about Virginia recognizing Michael. Battle nodded. No doubt about the man's identity. And by the way, Baron Eberhard thinks you're a marvel. Speaks of you in glowing terms. Very kind of him, I said. Considering I told him I'd get the memoirs back by Wednesday. You'll need a miracle, Battle observed. Or sheer stupidity, I offered. He didn't smile. You think King Victor has the letters? Oh yes, Battle said. Pinched them off Giuseppe in Pont Street. Elegant job. They've decoded them. They know where to look. In here? Asked. Battle nodded. They haven't found the prize. But they will try again. And soon. You have a plan, I said. Battle stared at me with the expression of a man who'd forgotten what a plan was. Then, very slowly, he winked. Want help? Asked. I do. Yours. And hers. Virginia's. Mrs. Revel. He corrected gently. She has a beguiling way with her. You needn't lecture me on that, I muttered. I went upstairs then. Ready for bed. Ready for silence. And as I walked, I felt oddly light, oddly hopeful, oddly foolish. In my room, I threw off my evening clothes, humming to myself as I reached for my dressing gown. Then I stopped, dead, staring, because there they were, lying neatly on the dressing table as if they'd been placed for me to admire. The letters signed Virginia Revel. Every one of them. I picked them up with numb fingers, counted them, checked them, all there, not one missing. My mind spun. This is insane, I whispered. Absolutely insane. Who returned them? How did they get here? And why? Put them back with me. I sat down slowly, the bundle heavy in my hands. My brain's cracking, I murmured. I can't understand a tenth of what's happening in this house. And the terrible part was, it was true. Couldn't. Not yet. Not even close. 21. Mr. Isaacstein's suitcase. 10 o'clock, and the breakfast room felt far too bright for the night we just lived through. Father hid behind the Times like it was a shield, and he was a reluctant soldier. I kept poking at my eggs, trying to untangle the thoughts knotted in my head. Father, I said. Silence. Only the rustle of a newspaper. Father. He looked up like a man dragged out of a dream about dusty old book auctions. Did you speak? I nodded toward the empty chair at the table. Crumbs? Coffee cup? The faint warmth of someone who'd already come and gone. Who had breakfast? Oh, what's his name? I raised an eyebrow. Fat Ikey? We've always had this strange telepathy. Father and I. Improbable, considering how little attention he pays to the universe. That's it, he said. And then casually, far too casually, I asked, was that you I saw talking to the detective before breakfast? He sighed like I'd reminded him of a personal tragedy. Yes, he buttonholed me in the hole. Honestly, bundle. I think the hours before breakfast should be sacred. I shall have to go abroad. The strain on my nerves. It isn't fair. I cut him short. What did he say? He said anyone who wanted to leave could clear out. Well, that's what you've been wanting. Exactly, yes. But then he told me to ask everyone to stay on. He looked at me mournfully, like a child forced to swallow disagreeable medicine. So contradictory. And before breakfast. What did you say? What could I say? Agreed, of course. You can never argue with these people. Especially before breakfast. I could feel the headache radiating from him like a soft mist. Who have you asked to stay? I said. Cade. He was up very early. Quite decided to remain. I don't mind that. I can't quite make the fellow out. But I like him. So does Virginia. I murmured, doodling circles on the tablecloth with my fork. Father blinked at me. And so do I added. Not that it matters. He pressed on. I asked Isaacstein. Well, but fortunately he's going back to town. Don't forget the car for the 10:40. Right? And now, he said hopefully, if only I can get rid of Fish. I laughed. I thought you liked talking to him about your ancient book rot. I did. At first. But one grows weary of doing all the talking. Fish never says anything. Better than listening to George Lomax, I said. Father shuddered. We shared a moment of exquisite mutual suffering. What about Virginia? I asked. Is she to stay? Battle said everyone. Of course he did. And have you asked her to be my stepmother yet? Father sighed like a man confronted with a particularly naughty algebra problem. No. She called me a darling last night. But that's the trouble with attractive young women. They'll say anything and mean absolutely nothing. It would have been far more promising if she'd thrown a boot at you, I said. Or tried to bite you. You modern young people, he groaned, have such peculiar notions about courtship. It's the chic, I told him. Changes one's perspective on romance. What is the chic? He asked innocently. A poem? I kissed his head. Oh, Father. And hopped out of the window into the sunshine. At least the day was pretty. Father went back to his paper and his piece. Only to jump a foot when Mr. Hiram P. Fish materialized behind him like a benevolent ghost. Good morning, Lord Caterham. Morning. Yes, delightful day, Father stammered. Fish nibbled dry toast with the air of a man enjoying a delicacy. Then he asked, I understand we are free to depart? Yes. Yes, Father replied. But I'd be absolutely delighted if you would stay on a bit. My poor father. He forced cheerfulness the way one forces down bitter medicine. Fish beamed. The English country life has such charm. I shall stay with pleasure. Oh, splendid, Father said faintly, before fleeing like a prisoner who'd found an unlocked door. I was coming down the stairs when he found me. Shall I take you into breakfast? he asked with a tenderness that made me want to laugh and hug him at the same time. I've had breakfast in bed, I told him, stretching. I was frightfully sleepy this morning, and I saw him studying me, trying to read my face. Bad night? He asked. If only he knew. If only anyone knew. Not exactly a bad night, I told Lord Caterham as we stepped into the hallway. From one point of view, decidedly a good one. I slipped my hand into the crook of his arm and gave it a squeeze. He always melts when you do that. And honestly, I was enjoying myself, much more than I had any right to. You were darling to invite me, I said. He looked so hopeful when he asked me to stay on. So did Bundle. So, of course I said yes. And then, just as quickly, that hopeful little light died in his eyes. What's your secret sorrow? I asked, teasing. He sighed. Proper, heartfelt misery. Has anyone bitten you? I tried. That's just it, he said, and walked away before I could untangle whatever that meant. I slipped outside into the garden. October air, crisp and cold enough to shock the sleep out of my bones. For a moment, I just stood there breathing, trying to settle the feeling that last night had been too much and yet not enough. Then, just like that, Battle materialized at my elbow. Honestly, the man doesn't walk. He appears. Good morning, Mrs. Revel, he said. Not too tired, I hope? Now, I said, though I felt it. It was an exciting night, but today feels a bit dull. There's shade under that cedar, he said. Shall I take a chair down for you? If Battle offers something, Battle wants something. I gave him the solemn nod. If you say so. He carried the chair like it weighed nothing. I followed with a cushion, feeling like a schoolgirl summoned for a lecture. Dangerous place, that terrace, he muttered. Not ideal for private talk. That did it. My pulse jumped. I'm getting excited again. Superintendent. It's nothing important, which coming from him meant it's very important. Then the question landed. I wanted to know if you could tell me a little more about Mr. Cade. My heart jerked. About Anthony? Yes. Where you met him, how long you've known him, things like that. And that was when I realized Battle wasn't looking at me, which meant I needed to be very, very careful. It's difficult, I managed. He did me a great service once. Before you go on, Battle cut in quietly. I should tell you something. And then he said it. Anthony had told him everything. The letters. The man murdered in my house. The entire wretched secret I'd been tangled in. I gasped. Anthony told you? Yes. Wisely. Battle's voice was calm. Too calm. There's only one thing he didn't tell me. How long he knew you. Then he made his guess. And I didn't even have to answer. He read the truth right off my face. For the first time, I was genuinely afraid of him. Anthony was right. There are no flies on Superintendent Battle. He kept going. Has he ever told you anything about his life? Before South Africa? Before Bulawayo? His boyhood? Anything at all? I shook my head. Because now, Anthony Cade had never told me anything. Not really. Not the things that mattered. And Battle knew it. He told me they'd cabled McGrath. That the message would take days. That Anthony had only been in his job a month. That his life before South Africa was a blank page. By the time Battle walked away, I felt run out. As if someone had climbed inside my head and turned all the furniture upside down. I stayed in the wicker chair, hoping Anthony would appear. I got Bill instead. He arrived yawning like a bored lion. Thank God I can finally speak to you, he said. Speak gently, I told him, or I might burst into tears. Has someone been bullying you? No, just Battle. Which is worse? Battle is a brute, Bill said. Then with zero warning, I do love you awfully, Virginia. I held up a hand. Not this morning, Bill. I haven't the strength. And I've always said the best people don't propose before lunch. I could propose before breakfast, he said, wounded. Exactly. That's what frightens me. He launched into another attempt at persuasion, and I cut him off. All men propose when they're bored. Go make love to a pure young girl and leave widows in peace. That was when Bill spotted trouble on the horizon. "Oh, blast," he muttered. "Here comes that French idiot." Lemoyne swept across the lawn, immaculate as ever, smelling of cologne and suspicion. "Good morning, madam," he said. "You are not fatigued, I trust?" I smiled sweetly. Not in the least. But inside, there was a flutter of something sharp and restless, because the truth was, everyone wanted something. Battle. Lemoyne. Bill. And Anthony. Anthony had secrets I hadn't even begun to understand, and I could feel it now. The whole house was shifting. Something buried was crawling closer to the surface, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to run toward it or run away. Lemoyne greeted us with that smooth, polished smile of his. The sort of smile that tells you absolutely nothing and hides absolutely everything. He suggested a stroll. The three of us. As he put it, Bill groaned under his breath like a schoolboy asked to fetch coal. But he came, so there I was, walking between the two of them. One sulking, one humming with a strange electric excitement. I felt it immediately. Something was wrong, or right, or about to happen. And, as usual, I tried to coax the truth out of the man with questions and laughter and harmless chatter. He obliged, telling us stories, tales of King Victor's brilliance, his disguises, his escapes, how he tricked entire governments out of jewels-worth kingdoms. But beneath it, beneath his voice, beneath the charming bitterness, I could feel it. He was steering us, not strolling, not wandering, guiding, pacing himself like a man who had memorized the time of a train and the length of a shadow. By the time I realized it, we were standing right where the drive cut through the park, moments before the road curved around a thick clump of trees. And then Lemoyne stopped talking altogether. He stared down the drive. I followed his eyes. "Oh," I said, "it's the luggage cart. Isaacstein's luggage? And his ballet." Lemoyne checked his watch. "Actually started." "1,000 pardons," he said. "Your company." It made me forget the hour. "May I catch a lift to the village?" Before we could answer, he was already on the drive waving the cart down. Up he climbed. Pat raised to me. All very polite. All very wrong. Bill and I stood there watching the cart jolt away. Something in my stomach twisted. Then, just before the bend, a suitcase toppled off the back. Tumbled. Flapped. Left behind. "Oh, come on," I said. "We're about to see something interesting." "Interesting?" Bill blinked. Nobody even noticed it fall off. "It was thrown, Bill." We ran. Reached the case just as Lemoyne appeared around the bend on foot. Hot. Breathless. Purposeful. "I was obliged to descend," he said lightly. "I left something behind." "This?" Bill asked, pointing. "A beautiful, expensive pigskin case. Initials stamped bright and bold. H.I. "What a pity," Lemoyne said softly. "It must have fallen." He didn't wait for us. He lifted the suitcase, strong for a lean man, carried it into the shade of the trees, and knelt. Something flashed in his hand. The lock popped open, and then his entire voice changed. Sharp, commanding, the voice of someone who wasn't asking anymore. "The car will be here in a minute. Is it in sight?" I looked back toward the house. "Not yet." "Good." He ripped into the contents with a speed that felt almost surgical. Gold-topped bottle, silk pajamas, 3 pairs of socks, a mess of folded shirts. Then, he froze. His whole body went rigid. He lifted a bundle of silk underthings, shook them loose, and there it was. A revolver. Heavy, dark, silent, nestled in the soft fabric like something obscene. Bill swore under his breath. "I hear the horn." Cold. And Lemoyne moved like lightning. The clothes flew back into place. The case snapped shut. The revolver vanished into a silk handkerchief, then into his pocket. He thrust the case at Bill. "Take it. Madam will accompany you. Stop the car. Say it fell. Mention nothing of me." Bill bolted to the drive with the case. Just as the Lanchester came roaring around the corner, he held up his hand and the chauffeur slowed. "Fell off the luggage cart," he said. I saw Isaacstein's face for a heartbeat. Yellow, startled, almost frightened. Then the car sped off. Bill returned, breathless, pale. We found Lemoyne standing exactly where we'd left him. Revolver in hand, eyes gleaming with triumph. "A long shot," he murmured. "A very long shot. But it came off. And I swear, I felt the whole case shift under my feet. We had just touched the edge of something enormous." 22. The red signal. I've dealt with ministers before. Men who believe their blotting pads are shields, and their piles of papers proof of genius. George Lomax was no different, the kind who swells when he's frightened. I stood in the library at Wyvern Abbey, smelling polish, old vellum, and George's irritation. He kept picking up the packet of letters. Those letters, as though they might suddenly whisper their secrets to him. I'd made my report in 3 clean sentences. Since then, he'd been talking enough for both of us. I let him. Men like that tire themselves out. "They're in code, you say?" "Yes, Mr. Lomax." "And he found them on his dressing table?" "Yes, Mr. Lomax." I repeated Cade's account word for word. George blinked as though each syllable offended him personally. Quite proper. Quite proper. But who could have placed them in his room? "You should know that, Battle." I smiled. Politely, patiently. The smile I reserve for small children and cabinet ministers. "That's the sort of thing you ought to know," he added. I let that pass. No use explaining to George Lomax that a burglar with the audacity of King Victor wouldn't hesitate to tiptoe through a locked wing while half the household snored. "What do we know about Cade anyway?" George glared at the letters as if they were Cade himself. "He appears under highly suspicious circumstances. And his manner, I do not care for his manner at all. That makes 2 of us, I thought. Though in my case I like Cade because of his manner. He wanted reassurance, so I gave it. His story checks. Bulawayo, McGrath, Castle's tourist agency. All confirmed. George puffed up, proud of himself for being right about not liking the fellow. Now steps must be taken at once. At once. He pounded the desk as though summoning thunder. Cipher expert. British Museum. When? Winwood. I told him. Yes, Winwood. Wire him immediately. I did. An hour ago. That took the wind out of him, but only for a moment. Well, very good. I must go to town. Terribly rushed. Always terribly rushed. Do the work of 36 hours and 24. He droned on and I stood there nodding. You learn it in my line of work. Stillness. It unnerves people. They fill the silence for you. And Battle. I don't approve of your taking my cousin, Mrs. Revel, into your confidence. In view of the name on the letters, sir, I do. He winced at that. I watched him look at the bundle again. The signatures. The implications. The scandal that could have been. I remember the late king of Herzoslovakia, George murmured darkly. Charming fellow but weak. A tool in the hands of a woman. If only he knew. Any theory as to how these letters came back to Cade? Oh yes, I said mildly. If people can't get a thing one way, they try another. He didn't understand. He rarely did. This crook, this King Victor. He knows the council chambers watched, so he'll let us decode the letters. Let us find the hiding place. And then, I shrugged. Trouble. But you've got a plan? No, I said. Just an idea. A useful thing sometimes. And that was all George Lomax was getting from me. Back on the road to Chimneys, I spotted Cade walking with his hands in his pockets, thinking far too hard for a man who claimed to be carefree. I pulled up beside him. Give me a lift? He asked, bright as brass. Where have you been, Mr. Cade? Down to the station to inquire about trains. And I saw it. A flicker. Just enough to raise an eyebrow at. Because when a man like Anthony Cade starts checking train times in the middle of a murder hunt, he's not thinking of leaving. He's thinking of timing. Battle's car rolled away from the Abbey with that quiet, official hum I'd come to associate with trouble. The kind of trouble that walks on soft feet and signs its name in capital letters. Thinking of leaving us again? He'd asked. Not just at present. I laughed, and I meant it. Chimneys was a madhouse, but it was my madhouse now. Then I asked about Isaacstein. I passed the man on the road, pale as if someone had reached inside his chest and squeezed. Battle didn't blink. He rarely did. And then, like a dog suddenly catching a scent, he tapped the chauffeur's shoulder. Stop! He hopped out before I could ask questions, and in the distance I saw the reason. Lemoyne, emerging from the trees like a conjured ghost. They exchanged a few rapid words. When Battle returned, his whole face had changed. Still quiet, still calm, but sharpened, drawn to a point. They found the revolver, he said. I felt the ground tilt under me. Where? In Isaacstein's suitcase. I laughed. A short, incredulous sound. Impossible. Nothing's impossible, Battle muttered. Not anymore. Silence. The kind that crawls under your shirt and settles on your spine. It fits one idea of mine, he said. What idea? He didn't answer. Battle never answered until it suited him. He only asked me to fetch Bill, pointed out, with those irritatingly perfect eyes, that Bill and Virginia were strolling under the trees, deep in some conversation that probably had more size than substance. Wonderful eyes you have, Battle, I said lightly, but I was thinking, what do you see that the rest of us don't? Bill left grumbling about colonials stealing the best girls. Virginia stayed behind with me. You could always feel the air change when she was near, like waking up. She told me what Lemoyne had uncovered. Isaacstein's suitcase, the gun, the shack. It didn't fit. Nothing fit. I fancied myself an amateur detective, I confessed, and all I've done is exonerate a French governess. She smiled. God. She had a smile that could unravel nations, and told me she'd known the Comtesse de Berturi, just when I was about to tease her about governesses. I saw him, a shape, still as a statue, watching us from beneath the trees. Boris, my self-appointed valet, my silent shadow, my fanatical bodyguard, rigid, unblinking, waiting. Excuse me, I told Virginia. I must just speak to my dog for a minute. I stepped toward him. What's the matter? What do you want? He bowed. Master. Yes, yes. Don't do that. And stop following me around like a polite thundercloud. It looks odd. He didn't argue. Boris never argued. Instead, he held out a scrap of paper, torn, soiled, as if ripped from a letter in haste. I took it. What's this? The wings shifted. The sun vanished behind a cloud, and whatever was written there, whatever message had reached me through the trembling hands of a desperate man, I had the sickening feeling it would change everything. Boris had the expression of an offended Saint Bernard, tragic, loyal, and somehow personally wounded that I'd even questioned his judgment. He placed the little torn scrap into my hand as if it were a sacred relic. There was nothing on it but an address. No message, no signature, just an address that looked as if it had been scribbled by someone running for their life. He dropped it, Boris said solemnly. I bring it to the master. Who dropped it? The foreign gentleman. Which foreign gentleman? Lemoyne? Isaacstein? One of the others who slinked through these halls like shadows? Before I could press him, Boris looked at me with the reproachful eyes of a faithful animal unjustly scolded. I dismissed him kindly but firmly. Go away. I'm busy. He saluted, spun on his heel and marched off. The man obeyed orders like a rifle. Sometimes it unnerved me. I slipped the scrap into my pocket and rejoined Virginia. What did he want? She asked. And why do you call him your dog? Because he behaves like one, I told her. Retrieves things. Watches me. Worships me. A retriever in his last life. And the paper? Oh. Something he says Lemoyne dropped. Probably a mistake. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure. We walked on. The grass soft beneath our feet. The scent of roses drifting in from the garden. And the question slipped out of her suddenly. Are you ever sorry you got mixed up in all this? Sorry? God, no. I love it. Then, more quietly, Though perhaps this time I got a little more than I bargained for. She noticed the change in me. That seriousness I very rarely allowed to surface. "You're well out of the wood now," she said. "Not quite." We walked in silence. "The warm, dangerous kind. There are some people," I said, "who grind to a halt when they see a red signal. And there are those who speed up. I'm one of the latter. Born colorblind, perhaps. And that leads to disaster?" she asked. "Always." I looked at her. "And quite right too. Men like me interfere with the traffic." She studied me with those clear eyes that never missed anything. "I suppose you've taken a good many risks. Every risk there is. Except marriage." That's a cynical way to put it. It wasn't meant to be. It's simply true. I kicked a fallen leaf aside as we walked. Talking of marriage felt absurdly intimate. But the words kept coming. "The only kind of woman I'd ever want to marry," I said, "is the kind whose world is nothing like mine. And that's the problem. Whose life does she live? Mine or hers? Either way, someone loses. If she loved you..." That's sentimentality, Virginia. Love doesn't erase a person's life. Not unless it becomes a drug. We walked past the roses. Warm, dizzying, too sweet, like everything about her. "Have you fallen in love with a beggar maid, Mr. Cade?" "It's the other way round," I said, but the principle was the same. "There's always a price," I told her, "and 9 times out of 10 it's compromise. A beastly thing, but it creeps up on you with age." She laughed softly at that. I stopped, turned to her. "Virginia, you're a very unusual woman." "Oh? Why?" "You can refrain from asking questions." "I didn't ask what your trade was," she said. "Exactly." Another silence. The kind that makes your pulse do strange things. "You understand," I said finally. "When a man's in love with you." I felt her breath catch. I saw the faintest tremor in her fingers. "I don't suppose you care a hang for me," I said, "or for anyone, but I'd like, God, I'd like, to make you care." "Do you think you could?" she whispered. "No, probably not." A pause. "But I try. Hard." "Are you sorry you ever met me?" she asked. "Sorry? No, never." I shook my head. "It's the red signal again. When I first saw you, in Pont Street, I knew I was in for trouble. The kind that hurts. Your face did that to me. There's magic in you from head to foot, Virginia. I've never known a woman with so much." She swallowed. I saw it. "You'll marry someone respectable," I said, "and I'll go back to my disreputable life. But I'll kiss you once before I go. I swear I will." "You can't," she murmured. "Why not?" "Superintendent Battle is watching us out of the library window." I didn't turn. I didn't need to. Of course he was. Battle always appeared when the truth began to show itself. Virginia was still smiling faintly when I looked at her. "You're rather a devil," I told her, "but rather a dear too." I waved lazily at Battle standing sentinel in the library window. "Caught any criminals this morning?" "Not as yet, Mr. Cade." "That sounds hopeful." Before I could blink, the man vaulted out of the window like a heavyweight gazelle. For someone who looked carved from granite, he moved with unnerving agility. "I've got Professor Winwood down here," he said confidentially. "Just this minute arrived. He's decoding the letters now. Want to see?" His tone suggested we were about to view a rare zoo exhibit. We nodded, and he herded us to the window. There sat the professor, a small red-haired man with a face like a dyspeptic terrier. The letters were spread before him. His pen tore across the page like it was punishing it. Every few seconds he rubbed his nose until it glowed as red as his hair. Then he barked out a question without looking up. "That you, Battle? Why bring me down here for this tomfoolery? A baby could do it. A baby could do it backwards. Call this a cipher? It leaps to the eye." I had never seen anyone scold Superintendent Battle and live to tell the tale. The professor didn't merely live. He flourished. "It's routine work," he grumbled. "I've done the one marked Chimneys, which you said was important." The others are long and tedious and require no intelligence whatsoever. I'll take them back to London. I've left a real puzzle behind, and I want to get back to it." He snatched his coat. Battle shepherded him out, endured the professor's refusal of Lord Caterham's lunch, and watched the little man vanish in a cloud of dust and indignation. Battle returned clutching half a sheet of paper. The professor's kernel, as he called it. We leaned in to read. Operations carried out successfully, but S. double-crossed us. As removed stone from hiding place. Not in his room. I have searched. Found following memorandum which I think refers to it. Richmond 7 straight 8 left 3 right. Stilptich. Of course it was Stilptich. The old spider had changed the hiding place. Richmond, Virginia murmured. Is the diamond hidden at Richmond? I shook my head. Battle's right. It's here. Somewhere in this house. Then Virginia straightened suddenly. I know. We both stared at her. The Holbein portrait. In the council chamber. It hangs above the armor. It's a portrait of the Earl of Richmond. Battle slapped his leg. You've got it. And there it was. The spark in his eyes. Battle animated was like watching a mountain suddenly remember it could move. That's the starting point. The crooks know it too. They thought the diamond was in one of the suits of armor. When that failed, they tried the panel behind the picture. All they needed was to crack what the numbers mean. And the passages? Virginia asked. Were secret stairs? She shook her head. There's a priest's hole. And a passage. Bundle would know. Just then Bundle came striding down the terrace like a small hurricane. I'm taking the Panhard up to town after lunch, she jerked. Anyone want a lift? You're coming, Mr. Cade? We'll be back by dinner. Battle shot me a tiny, unmistakable look. The kind of look that meant, say no, stay here, we are close. And Virginia? She looked at me like she could sense something shifting under the surface. I didn't answer immediately, because for the first time since stepping foot in Chimneys, I had the absurd, undeniable feeling that everything was about to erupt. No thanks, I said. I'm quite happy and busy down here. Bundle put her hands on her hips and gave me the kind of look that belonged on a movie poster. The man fears me, she declared. Either my driving, or my fatal fascination. She lowered her voice to a mock whisper. Which is it? The latter, I said. Every time. Virginia cut in before Bundle could preen too much. Bundle, dear. Is there any secret passage leading out of the council chamber? Bundle brightened instantly. Rather. But it's a moldy old thing. Supposed to connect Chimneys to Wyvern Abbey. In medieval days you could march an army through it. But now it only goes 100 yards before it's blacked solid. The one upstairs in the White Gallery is far more interesting. Oh. And the priest's hole is quite fun. We're not judging artistry, Virginia said. This is business. How did you get into the council chamber one? Hinged panel, said Bundle. I'll show you after lunch if you like. Thank you, said Battle. Shall we say 2:30? She raised both eyebrows at him. Crook stuff? She asked. Battle didn't blink. Crook stuff. And that was when Treadwell materialized. Smooth, quiet, inevitable. Like a butler-shaped exhale. Luncheon is served, my lady. The words settled over the terrace like the toll of a bell. Lunch. Pleasant, civilized intermission. But my mind had already slipped ahead to 2:30. A hinged panel. A secret passage. A cipher pointing to the Earl of Richmond. The old house felt suddenly alive around me. Like it was listening, waiting, preparing to reveal something that had held tight for 7 long years. And somewhere behind one of those walls, King Victor might already be listening too. 23. Encounter in the Rose Garden. At 2:30, we gathered in the council chamber, Bundle, Virginia, Battle, Lemoyne, and me, a strange little fellowship, standing in a room that had already swallowed too many secrets. Battle didn't bother to wait for Lomax. This kind of business, he said, wants doing quickly. And he was right. The house felt charged, like it had been holding its breath all morning. Bundle moved straight to the Holbein portrait. the Earl of Richmond staring down at us like he knew the punchline already. She pressed a hidden spring, and the wall groaned open. A dark mouth, cold air, the scent of old stone. Bundle swept her arm dramatically. Step right in. Best show of the season. Even in moments like this, she performed. We went single file into the merry passage. Torches bobbing, footsteps hollow on uneven stone. The walls were brick. The air, surprisingly fresh. Someone centuries ago had known how to let a secret breathe. 100 yards in, we reached the end. A collapsed heap of masonry. No way out, no way in. Just a dead tunnel in a dead wall. We turned back, and then Battle got to work. 7 straight, 8 left, 3 right, he muttered, reading the coded instruction like a railway timetable. I felt the tension coil inside me. Each number was a step toward something we didn't understand yet. Battle paced 7 steps, then crouched. Yes, he said softly. Someone marked this spot. Then 8 bricks up the left wall. Then 3 to the right. His tone snapped like a wire. Hello? What's this? We crowded close as he worked his knife around a brick that looked wrong. Different texture, different age, different story. With a grunt, he pried it loose. Darkness behind it. A cavity just big enough to hide something precious. We're dangerous. My breath halted. Battle reached in, fumbled, and drew out. Not a diamond, not a treasure, not anything remotely logical. A card of pearl buttons, a square of coarse knitting, and a scrap of paper covered in capital E's. Battle swore under his breath. Lemoyne muttered something sharp in French. Virginia looked bewildered, and I understood. At least understood the joke. Stilptich, I said. The old devil had a sense of humor after all. Battle stared at me. Meaning what, sir? The Count knew someone was coming. He knew the memo had been read. So he left a puzzle instead. A riddle. Something for the burglars to gnaw on. I shook my head. The kind of nonsense you pin to your shirt at a parlor game. Battle grunted. Buttons, knitting, and a row of E's. Can't say it leads me anywhere. It leads somewhere, I said. Count Stilptich didn't do anything by accident. But Lemoyne was frowning at something else entirely. He bent down, picked something off the floor. A match, pink wood, yellow head. Curious, he murmured. Battle held it up between his fingers, turning it in the torchlight. That hasn't been lying here for 2 years. Not even 2 days. None of us claimed it. And that meant only one thing. Someone else had been here. Someone ahead of us. Someone hunting the same trail. And close. Very close. Battle straightened. Well, he said quietly, we've seen all there is to see. But as I stepped back into the council chamber, I felt it. The house watching us again. And behind one wall or another. The hunter we were chasing was already moving. The vote was unanimous. We were all in. Bundle swung the panel shut again and showed us the latch. Neat, simple, the kind of thing an ancestor probably thought was terribly clever. Then she slipped through the opening with a gymnast's confidence and landed in the council chamber with a thud that shook dust from the rafters. Lord Caterham shot out of his chair like a man lightly electrocuted. Poor old father, Bundle said. Did I scare you? He grumbled something about the death of peaceful digestion and secret passages multiplying like demons and pantomimes. I didn't blame him. The whole house felt alive. Crawling with pathways, eyes, stories, and now, characters appearing out of walls. When he mentioned showing Fish the hidden passages that morning, something tightened inside me. Battle reacted instantly. That small, sharp intake of interest only he knew how to do. A crook with a taste for antiquities and a head full of secrets. Getting a guided tour? Interesting. I touched Lemoyne's arm. Outside, I whispered. We stepped through the window onto the terrace, putting distance between ourselves and the others. When I judged we were far enough, I pulled out the folded scrap of paper Morris had delivered to me like a loyal retriever that morning. Did you drop this? I asked. Lemoyne studied it. Not casually, but with the focus of a man who'd spent years chasing ghosts through Europe. No, he said. Never seen it before. I watched his face. If he was lying, he was a better actor than I'd given him credit for. Very odd, I murmured. Boris swears the foreign gentleman dropped it. Then question him again, Lemoyne said. If it fell from Isaacstein's suitcase, he must say so. If not, perhaps we look elsewhere. And then he pivoted. Tell me, what do you really know about this man, Boris? I shrugged. I understood he was Prince Michael's trusted servant. Yes, but trusted servants can be hired or impersonated. I stared at him. You're not seriously suggesting? He cut me off. For me, King Victor is everywhere, he said quietly. I see him in every face. Even now, talking to you, I wonder if you are King Victor. I exhaled. Good Lord, I said. You've got it badly. He didn't deny it. We reached the terrace, and there stood Battle, motionless in the window like a carved piece of oak that had grown eyes. Look at him, I muttered. Poor Battle. Let's go brighten his day. Then something occurred to me. You know, I said to Lemoyne, that address I showed you, if I were you, I'd have jotted it down. Could be nothing. Could be everything. Lemoyne just looked at me. Then slowly, almost lazily, he tugged up the cuff of his coat. On the white shirt beneath in pencil were the exact words. Hurstmere, Langley Road, Dover. I raised my hands in surrender. I apologize. I retire worsted. He smiled. The thin, dangerous smile of a man who rarely loses. I joined Battle. You look pensive, I said. I've got a lot to think about, Mr. Cade. I expect you have. Chin up. If things go entirely wrong, you can always arrest me. Do you still have my guilty footprints? He didn't smile. Instead he asked, very quietly, Got any enemies here, Mr. Cade? I laughed. Well, the third footman clearly despises me. Always tries to deprive me of the good vegetables. Battle didn't laugh either. I've been receiving anonymous letters, he said. Or rather, an anonymous letter. And my stomach tightened, because when Battle's expression stops being readable, you know you're standing very close to something explosive. About me? I asked. Battle didn't answer. Not with words. He simply opened his pocket, took out a scrap of cheap notepaper, and handed it over like a man passing a verdict. The handwriting sprawled across it in broken, crooked lines. Look out for Mr. Cade. He isn't what he seems. I laughed. Lightly, carelessly, exactly the way an innocent man ought to laugh. That's all. I folded it once, placed it back in his hand. Cheer up, Battle. I'm really a king in disguise, you know? He didn't laugh either. I walked away whistling, but the moment my bedroom door shut behind me, the tune died on my lips. I sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on my knees, staring at the carpet like it might answer back. Things were tightening. The air, the walls, the people. If you put a foot wrong in a place like Chimneys, the whole house seemed ready to swallow you. Something's got to be done, I muttered. This is getting damned awkward. After a moment, I wandered to the window, aimlessly at first, until my eyes locked on the rose garden, and something shifted. A light went on inside me. The rose garden, I whispered. Of course. I was out of the door in seconds. I took the long way round, the inconspicuous path, slipping through the far gate like a man arriving for a secret appointment. The sundial stood in the center, proud and ancient, casting a long shadow over the petals. And there, bending over a rose the color of faded sunset, stood Mr. Hiram P. Fish. We both froze for a heartbeat. Well, I said softly, I didn't know you were interested in roses, Mr. Fish. He straightened with a mild smile. Sir, I am considerably interested in roses. A lie? A truth? Hard to tell. His face was a mask carved in velvet. So am I said. Is that so? In fact, I went on, I dote on roses. It was absurd, and yet the corner of his mouth twitched, a ghost of a smile. I felt mine answer. The tension melted, just a little. He bent over a bloom. Madame Abel Châtenay, he murmured, as though greeting an old lover. A remarkably beautiful rose. And this white one, formerly known as Frau Karl Druschke, renamed now, I believe. The La France remains a favorite. Odd facts from an odd man, but spoken with a strange tenderness. Stranger still to find myself listening, as though roses might suddenly bloom secrets. Bundle's voice shattered the moment. Care for a spin to town, Mr. Fish? I'm just off. Fish declined. I declined. And Bundle vanished. Sleep is more in my line. I yawned, helping myself to a cigarette. Got a match? Certainly. He handed me a matchbox. Pink wood. Yellow head. I lit nothing. Just studied at a heartbeat longer than necessary before passing the box back. Well, I said lightly, roses are all very well, but I'm not exactly horticultural this afternoon. He smiled. I smiled. A thundering engine shook the air. Bundle's car. I stood beside Fish and watched the Panhard shoot down the drive like a runaway bullet. Pretty powerful engine she's got, I observed, and then I yawned again and strolled casually back toward the house. But the second I crossed the threshold, everything changed. My blood became quicksilver. My legs moved before thought caught up. Across the hall, through the far window, racing for the park wall. Because Bundle would take the long drive past the lodge. Through the village. But I could cut the distance. I sprinted through the grass, lungs burning. Reached the wall just as I heard the engine outside. Clambered up, dropped into the road. Hi! I shouted. Bundle swerved like she'd seen a ghost, nearly clipping a tree, and skidded to a halt. I pulled the door open and slid in beside her. I'm coming to London with you, I said. I meant to all along. She stared at me. Extraordinary person. What's that in your hand? Only a match. I looked at it again. Pink wood. Yellow head. Same as the one in the secret passage. I tossed my unlit cigarette away and slipped the match gently into my pocket. Sometimes, in a house full of liars, one match can burn down the truth. 24. The house at Dover. Bundle glanced at me sideways, the wind flattening her hair against her cheek. You don't mind, she said casually, if I drive rather fast? I started later than I meant to. Fast. I thought we were already going fast. But that was before Bundle decided to show me what fast really meant. The Panhard surged forward like a beast suddenly remembering it had claws. My back hit the seat. My breath hit my teeth. Bundle gave the wheel the affectionate slap of someone correcting a large and slightly tipsy dog. Some people, she said, swinging us through a village at a speed that made the church steeple blur, are absolutely terrified of my driving. Poor father. Nothing would induce him to sit in this bus. Frankly, I couldn't blame him. Driving with Bundle wasn't motoring. It was a recurring near-death experience with an excellent view. But you, she added, beaming, don't seem nervous at all. I'm in training, I said sullenly, and, well, also in something of a hurry. Shall I speed her up a bit? Good Lord, now. She gave a little shrug, as though disappointed I didn't want to travel faster than sound. Then, after a cheerful blast in the klaxon that must have sterilized the entire neighborhood, she asked, You're not escaping from justice, are you? I'm not quite sure, I said truthfully. I shall know soon. She whistled. That Scotland Yard man isn't nearly as much of a rabbit as I thought. Battle, I agreed, is a very good man. You ought to be in diplomacy, Bundle said. You never actually say anything. I thought I babbled. Constantly. Oh boy. You're not eloping with Mademoiselle Brun, are you? Not guilty, I said at once. She passed 3 cars in 30 seconds. I sent up a small prayer. Then, out of nowhere, How long have you known Virginia? I hesitated. That's complicated. I haven't met her many times, yet I feel as though I've known her forever. Bundle nodded like a professor confirming the thesis. Virginia's got brains, she said. She talks nonsense, but she's got brains. She was marvelous in Czechoslovakia. Tim Revel would have had a brilliant career, because she pushed, fought, worked for him, tooth and nail. Because she loved him? I kept my eyes firmly on the road. No, said Bundle simply. Because she didn't. That struck home. Sharply. I didn't speak. Bundle's hands tightened on the wheel. Tim was head over heels. Gorgeous Irishman, dramatic as a cathedral. Virginia was 18. Girls believed that sort of thing then. He told her he'd shoot himself or drink himself to death if she didn't marry him. So she did. And she didn't love him. Not for 1 second, Bundle said. But she made up for it by being an absolute angel. That's Virginia. When she doesn't love, she overcompensates. When she does love, well, she can be a devil. She was silent for a moment. She enjoys her freedom, you know? And anyone who wants to take it from her will have a hard fight on their hands. I turned and looked at her. Why are you telling me all this? She shrugged, eyes fixed on the road. It's interesting to know about people. Some people. Besides, she grinned. One must be a sport. And just like that, the subject closed itself like a book. We ripped through the suburbs, slowed reluctantly among tramlines, and finally spilled into the chaos of Oxford Street. Not bad going, Bundle said, checking her watch. Miraculous, I said. Where do you want to be dropped? Hyde Park Corner will do. She screeched to a stop that tested my collarbone. Goodbye. What about the trip back? I'll find my own way, I said gently. She watched me walk away. I did scare him, she murmured, and for the first time in half an hour, I allowed myself to breathe. I told Bundle she drove like a tonic for nervous old ladies. And she told me I was rude. Fair enough. If we'd hit even one bump at that speed, we'd have had to be collected with teaspoons. I left her laughing and caught a taxi to Victoria. I'd missed the Dover train by 5 minutes. 5 infuriating minutes. So I walked the platform like a caged animal for over an hour, thinking, rethinking, and trying not to think at all. When the train finally carried me south, the journey was mercifully uneventful. But my mind was anything but calm. Dover came and went in a blur of chalk-white cliffs and sea wind. Then I doubled back toward the station porter with what I hoped was a casual smile. Hurstmere, Langley Road? I asked. He pointed me toward the far end of town. The very far end. Langley Road stretched out like a strip of loneliness. House after house faded away until there was only one left. The last one. Hurstmere. The name itself was half swallowed by rust on the gatepost. The place had the look of something abandoned by both humans and hope. Overgrown shrubs. A drive choked with weeds. Windows staring blankly out at nothing. Good choice, I thought. If I were planning mischief, I might have chosen the same spot. I slipped through the gate. It groaned in protest, but the road behind me stayed silent. I started up the drive, ears open, nerves prickling. Yellow leaves drifted down from a dying tree above me and made a soft, sinister rustle. I actually jumped. Me, jumping at leaves. Nerves, I muttered. Didn't know I owned a pair. I followed the curve of the drive and ducked into the shrubbery, moving quietly toward the house. Through the branches, something shifted. A figure. A man, short, square, thick-set, foreign-looking. He walked with that deliberate, no-nonsense tread of a professional on guard duty. The sentry. So, I thought, they're doing this properly. Once he had passed, I crept on, following him but staying deep in the shadows. The house wall rose up beside me, then light. A warm, broad swath spilling from a window. And voices. Many voices. My God. I breathed. What double-dyed idiots. That noise. Anyone could walk in and scare them to death. Couldn't resist. I had to know. I eased up to the window and slowly lifted my head above the sill. 6 men sprawled around a table inside. 4 were hulking brutes with Magyar cheekbones and slanted eyes. The other 2 were small, rat-like fellows with twitching gestures and sharper tongues. They were speaking French. The rough, broken French of men for whom it was a borrowed coat that didn't quite fit. The boss? One growled. When will he be here? The rat-like man shrugged. Any time now. The brute grunted. About time. I have never seen him, this boss of yours. But oh, What great work we could have done instead of waiting. The little man sneered. Great work? Getting caught by the police, you gorilla? That would be your great work. One of the big men surged to his feet with a roar. I insult the comrades, do I? I'll put the red hand around your throat. His friend yanked him back. No fighting. We work together. And King Victor doesn't tolerate disobedience. King Victor. There it was again. The shadow behind everything. Footsteps crunched behind me. The sentry coming round again. I ducked behind a bush, holding my breath. Inside, one man called, "Who's that?" Carlo, making his rounds. Then, "What about the prisoner?" "He's coming round, recovering from the crack we gave him." The words hit me like cold water. A prisoner, alive, recovering. I moved away silently, heart ticking faster. Hurstmere wasn't just a hideout. It was a nest. And there was someone inside that nest they were keeping alive. Someone important. And suddenly, everything tightened into focus. It was time to go further in. And time to stop playing games. God. What a circus. That was my first thought as I crouched under the Herzoslovakian window, listening to half a dozen criminals shout state secrets into the night air like it was a pub argument. They had an open window. A sentry with the subtlety of an elephant and the eyesight of a blind mole. Frenchmen and Herzoslovakians ready to strangle each other over whose gang was stupider. If these were King Victor's elite, then the great mastermind was running a kindergarten. And honestly, it almost made me want to teach them a lesson, just for the entertainment value. I was smiling at the thought when something drifted down from the dark above me. A sound, a low stifled groan. I froze. Looked up. Another groan, soft but unmistakable. Carlo the sentry was still somewhere around the far corner. I had time, barely. The Virginia creeper clung to the wall like a ladder waiting for me. I caught hold, hauled myself up quietly, and reached the window above. Shut, but locks and I have an understanding. A quick tool from my pocket, a practiced flick, and the catch snapped free. I listened. Nothing. Then I eased the window up and slipped inside. The room was thick with shadows. A bed sat in the far corner, just a darker shape in the gloom. Someone lay on it, breathing in ragged, uneven pulls. I crossed the floor, pulled out my pocket torch, and let a thin beam spill across the bed. A man, foreign, pale as wax, his head wrapped in heavy bandages. His hands and feet were tied. His eyes tried to focus on me, dazed, frightened, and then something moved behind me. A shift of air, a footstep. The hair on the back of my neck went rigid. I turned, too late, and reached instinctively for my coat pocket. A voice cut through the dark. "Hands up, Sonny." I froze. The voice was smooth, drawling, and horribly familiar. "I don't guess you expected to see me here." Pause. "I caught the same train as you from Victoria." I turned fully now. Mr. Hiram Fish stood in the doorway, smiling, framed by shadows, and holding a large, very blue automatic leveled straight at my chest. 25. Tuesday night at Chimneys. Lemoy's voice had become low and vibrant with conviction. Now he straightened himself and went on rapidly. "It was suspicious. I tell you, very suspicious. I say to myself, this is a trick. This Cade, this charming, light-hearted young gentleman. He is too good to be true. He is playing a part. Under that smiling mask is the boldest criminal of Europe. King Victor himself." Bundle gasped. Lord Caterham merely stared. Virginia sat very still, her hands clasped tightly together. Lemoyne hurried on, pacing a step or two as he spoke. "I follow him. I take the same train to London, and again the same train to Dover. Always he is ahead of me, too far ahead. A guilty man, my friends, travels quickly. A guilty man knows the secret places. At Dover I lose him. Momentarily." He snapped his fingers. "But I find the house. That lonely house on Langley Road. The place that was written on the paper." Bundle leaned forward eagerly. "And Anthony was there?" Lemoyne gave her a glance of dramatic triumph. "He was there, milady. I arrived, but too late to find him. Yet I found signs. Heavy signs. Footprints on the gravel. Cigarette ash. The place had been entered. And not by one man. By two. Two. Lord Caterham blinked. Two, said Lemoyne emphatically. And one of them had been wounded. There was blood on the sill of an upper window. Virginia caught her breath. Anthony? Lemoyne shook his head impatiently. I do not say. The blood may have been another's. A struggle had taken place. Yes, furniture overturned. A chair broken. A man had been lying bound on a bed. The rope's still there. And then, flight. Sudden flight. A car was heard leaving the place at great speed. The neighbors... they are not observant, he added sarcastically. They heard nothing. They saw nothing. England? Always England. He flung out his hands with a Latin gesture of despair. Virginia rose, her face white. But where has he gone? What has happened to him? Is he? Lemoyne faced her gravely. Madam, I fear that Mr. Cade, or King Victor, or whoever he is, has been taken prisoner. The comrades do not forgive. If he is King Victor, then he has fallen among his own wolves. And if he isn't? Whispered Virginia. Lemoyne hesitated. Then, he said slowly, he has placed himself in great danger. Danger perhaps of death. Lord Caterham gave a faint groan. I knew it, he said. I said so at dinner. Peace never lasts. At least not in my house. Bundle clutched the arms of her chair. But look here, she burst out. Anthony, King Victor? What absolute rot. Anthony couldn't disguise himself as a cheese sandwich, let alone a master criminal. Lemoyne stiffened. You are prejudiced, milady. You admire this young man. You allow sentiment to blind you. Bundle opened her mouth furiously, but Virginia spoke first. Her voice was very quiet. What do you propose to do now, M. Lemoyne? I have already done it, said the Frenchman. I have sent word to Superintendent Battle. He will arrive here at any moment. The house at Dover is already under observation. Virginia's eyes flashed suddenly. And you think that is enough? Sitting around politely while Anthony, maybe. Her voice broke. Lemoyne was startled. So was Lord Caterham, who muttered something about smelling salts. But Bundle leaned over and pressed Virginia's hand. Go on, said Bundle. Say it. Virginia lifted her head. There was a quiet, burning determination in her eyes. You are wrong, M. Lemoyne. Absolutely wrong. Anthony Cade may be reckless. He may be wild. But he is not King Victor. And if he has been kidnapped or trapped or hurt, then I intend to find him. Lemoyne stared. Lord Caterham groaned. Bundle smiled suddenly, with the fierce brightness of battle. And at that moment the door opened, and Treadwell announced with sepulchral finality, Superintendent Battle. Virginia faced him squarely. I want to know what you think of all this, she said quietly. Not what M. Lemoyne thinks. You. Battle looked at her thoughtfully. The hall lights fell on his stolid, imperturbable face. A face that rarely betrayed more than a slow blink. I think, he said at last, that M. Lemoyne is a very clever gentleman. Cleverer than is always good for him. That tells me nothing, said Virginia impatiently. Battle shifted his weight slightly. A movement which with him was the equivalent of another man's sigh. Well, Mrs. Revel, if you want my personal opinion, which mightn't be worth much, I don't believe Mr. Cade is King Victor. Virginia's breath caught. You don't? No, madam, I don't. Battle's voice was grave. He may have his secrets. Most men have. But he hasn't the feel of a man who spent a lifetime dodging police forces on 2 continents. And I've met a few. Virginia steadied herself on the banister. Then why didn't you contradict him? Why didn't you say so just now? Battle looked faintly embarrassed. I don't contradict a colleague in another man's house, he said simply. Not unless I've got cast iron proof. And I haven't got that. Not yet. Virginia's eyes shone suddenly. But you think he may be in danger? I do. Battle paused. and I think he went into that danger with his eyes open. Then we must do something. Battle inclined his head slowly. I've already done something, Mrs. Revel. You saw me leave earlier this evening. I've men watching the house at Dover. If Mr. Cade is alive, we'll get him clear. If he's dead... His voice dropped. Well, we shall at least know. Virginia closed her eyes for a moment. When will you know? Likely in the morning. Battle hesitated. Mrs. Revel, if I might make so bold, I'd advise you to get some sleep. I couldn't sleep. No, agreed Battle simply. I don't suppose you could. For a moment they stood facing each other. The calm, heavy officer, and the slim, restless woman whose world that day had shifted under her feet. Then Battle said quietly, "Good night, Mrs. Revel." "Good night," whispered Virginia. She went slowly up the stairs. Halfway up she stopped and looked back. Battle had already disappeared into the shadows of the hall. She stood there for a long moment, one hand on the balustrade, before turning to go up to her room. She was very pale, but her eyes were shining with a strange, fierce light. A light that spoke of fear, and hope, and something deeper than either. Something that made her murmur softly to herself. "He's not King Victor. He can't be. And I'll prove it." Boris moved out from the shadow of the yew hedge as she appeared. "You are ready, madam?" "Yes," said Virginia quietly. He gave a curt nod and led the way across the dew-drenched grass toward the small postern gate. The night was windless, silvered faintly by a thin moon. Every sound, however small, rang with an unnatural clarity. The gravel crunched loudly beneath Boris's careful steps. Virginia, Lightfoot, made scarcely any sound at all. Beyond the gate, drawn up on the narrow lane, stood a low gray car. Boris opened the door reverently, almost ceremoniously. "Enter, madam." Virginia obeyed without a word. There was a rug folded on the seat. She drew it over her knees automatically. Boris went round, climbed into the driver's seat, and without haste or fuss started the engine. They slid forward into the darkness. For some minutes Virginia did not speak. She felt curiously calm. More calm than at any time during the last 2 days. Fear was there, yes, but it was a quiet thing now, like a shadow far behind her. The note in her bodice seemed to burn against her heart. At last she said, "Where is he?" Boris did not turn his head. "I take you to him, madam." "But where?" "You shall see." Again silence, broken only by the hum of the engine and the soft whisper of the tires on the smooth road. They passed no other cars. Once a dog barked somewhere in the velvety dark, and Virginia started a little. Then she smiled. A curious, reckless exhilaration had taken hold of her. After what seemed an interminable time, Boris swung the car sharply to the left onto a narrower road, little more than a lane. Trees closed in overhead. The moonlight disappeared entirely. The car's headlamps picked out the twisting track in twin tunnels of white. Suddenly Boris spoke. The first voluntary words he had uttered. "You are not afraid, madam?" "No," said Virginia. "You trust the master?" "Yes." Boris gave a low, satisfied grunt, almost like a huge dog pleased with praise. Presently the trees thinned, and the ruined outline of an old house loomed up, black against the faint sky. A gate sagged drunkenly. Boris pushed it open with the car's nose, and they rolled slowly into a weed-choked drive. Virginia leaned forward. "This place. What is it?" "An old house," said Boris briefly. "Long empty." He brought the car to a stop beneath a dark arch of ivy. Springing out, he opened her door. "Come." Virginia stepped down. The night air here was colder. She shivered involuntarily. Boris noticed at once. "Do not fear," he said. "The master waits." He led her around the side of the house. A faint yellow glare showed through broken shutters on an upper window. "Up here," said Boris. A broken stone step led to a side door, half open. Boris stood aside to let her enter. Virginia hesitated only a second. Then she lifted her chin and walked through. Inside was a narrow passage smelling of damp stone. Boris closed the door silently behind them. Follow me, madam. He moved ahead, his big shape blotting out what little light seeped from above. Virginia followed, her heart beginning now to beat faster, painfully. A turn, a short flight of steps, another passage, and then Boris paused before a door. From within came a faint sound. A movement, perhaps. Virginia caught her breath. "He is here," she whispered. Boris nodded, put his hand on the latch, and at that moment the door was flung violently inward. A man darted out, pistol in hand. Virginia cried out, but it was not Anthony. It was the sleek, small, sharp-eyed Frenchman she had last seen hunched over a table at Hurstmere. What of the rat-like men? He gave a quick, vicious laugh. "So, she comes. Enfin, bring her in, Boris." And before she could resist, his hand shot out and gripped her wrist like a steel clamp. Boris closed the door behind them. Virginia found herself staring into a dimly lit room. And in the center of it, bound to a chair, bruised, pale, and yet with the ghost of a smile in his eyes, was Anthony Cade. 26. The 13th of October. "I am at your service," he said at last. "Pray sit down." Anthony accepted one of the vast leather chairs, sinking into it as though into the embrace of some ancient and overfed animal. "It's a simple proposition, Mr. Isaacstein," he said pleasantly, "but an important one. I'll put it plainly. You have been extremely anxious to leave Chimneys." The financier's eyelids flickered. "I had business in the city." "Urgent business," he murmured. "Of course," said Anthony. "Quite so. But you are also nervous. Very nervous indeed. About a certain inconvenience in your luggage." Isaacstein started violently. His thick fingers gripped the arm of the chair. "I know nothing at all, of what you speak." "Don't you?" said Anthony politely. "Perhaps not. But Superintendent Battle found something rather interesting in your suitcase. A revolver." Isaacstein licked his lips. "I have a license for a revolver," he said, regaining a little pomp. "It is not unusual." "Perfectly true," said Anthony. "But revolvers that kill Balkan princes are usually a shade more unusual." The effect was immediate. Isaacstein half rose, then sat down again abruptly. "I did not shoot Prince Michael," he cried. "I swear to you, on my honor, on my life." Anthony raised a hand gently. "My dear Mr. Isaacstein, pray don't excite yourself. If you had shot Prince Michael, you would not be in your office now. But the fact remains. Someone wished you to appear guilty. Someone placed that revolver where it would be found. Someone wanted a panic flight, a clumsy one, and you obligingly supplied it." Isaacstein stared at him, breathing hard. "And why," he said hoarsely, "do you tell me this?" "Because," said Anthony, leaning back, "you know something, not about the murder, about the real business at Chimneys. And you are afraid of the person behind all this. Very natural, very painful, very understandable, but inconvenient to me." Again the little black eyes glittered. "And what is it that you want?" Anthony rose, hat and stick in hand. "Only this, that you come down to Chimneys tonight. 9 o'clock, the council chamber, you, the Baron, Andersey, and 2 or 3 more. Everything will be cleared up. If you're innocent, you've nothing to fear. If you're not, well, at least you will enjoy the evening." "You mock me," muttered Isaacstein. "Not in the least. I am inviting you to safety, Mr. Isaacstein." He moved toward the door. Isaacstein called out sharply, "One moment." Anthony paused. Are you working with the police?" Anthony smiled. "Not exactly, but I have rather a flair for tidying up troublesome affairs. Be there at 9 o'clock. I shouldn't miss it if I were you." And with that he bowed and departed, leaving Isaacstein staring after him with a face in which fear and perplexity struggled for mastery. Anthony rose, brushing an imaginary speck of dust from his sleeve with the air of one who has concluded a minor, rather tedious transaction. "You'll be there, then? 9 o'clock. The council chamber." Isaacstein passed a trembling hand across his forehead. Yes, I will come. His voice was low and uneven. It is necessary. I see that now. If what you say is true, if there is indeed a way. There is, said Anthony. But it won't wait forever. The financier gave a short, barking laugh, half fear, half bravado. You take a good deal upon yourself, Mr. Cade. Anthony smiled. So does everyone who wishes to see this matter ended decently. Good morning. He bowed slightly, turned, and walked towards the door. As his hand touched the knob, Isaacstein's voice came sharply. One moment. Anthony paused without turning. These terms we speak of. You understand they are agreed? Agreed, said Anthony. Subject, naturally, to the complete authenticity of our candidate. You will guarantee that? I will answer for it with my reputation, said Anthony quietly. There was a brief silence. Then, very well, said Isaacstein. I shall be at Chimneys at 9. Anthony nodded and passed out. In the outer office, the youthful and decorative aide sprang up with an ingratiating smile. All fixed up, I hope? He chirped. Perfectly, said Anthony. He stepped into the lift, and as the doors closed he allowed himself the faintest, most elusive smile. One more piece on the board, he murmured. Now for the next. And with that he sauntered out into the bustling brilliance of the city, a man with a private appointment with danger, and a very limited amount of time left to keep it. 27. The 13th of October, continued. He spoke easily, but Virginia, watching him from across the room, saw the little lines of fatigue at the corners of his eyes, and the deeper line that had settled between his brows. Whatever else Anthony Cade had been doing in the last 30 hours, he had not been sleeping. So you have returned, Mr. Cade? Said George Lomax with his usual heavy pomposity. I need hardly say that we are all extremely anxious to hear what you may have to communicate. Anthony smiled pleasantly. I'll communicate everything in due time, Mr. Lomax. I'm afraid I must ask for a moment or two before we begin. There's someone not here yet. Who? Demanded Bill sharply. Mrs. Revel, said Anthony. Bundle caught her breath. You know where she is? She whispered. Anthony nodded. I expect her at any minute. He crossed to the fireplace where Superintendent Battle stood, silent and immovable as a fixed point in space. Everything ready, Battle? Yes, Mr. Cade. And Lemoyne? The Frenchman turned, clicking his heels. I am here, monsieur. Excellent, said Anthony. Then all we need is… He broke off sharply. The door opened once more. Treadwell, looking slightly more sepulchral than usual, announced, Mrs. Revel. Virginia came in quietly. She was very pale, but her head was held high, and her eyes went straight to Anthony's with a strange, steady look. For an instant, just one, something flashed between them, something electric and intimate, as though they were alone in the room. Then Anthony bowed. Thank you for coming. I said I would, said Virginia simply. A little stir went round the circle. Lord Caterham shifted uneasily, muttering something under his breath about dramatic entrances. George Lomax looked offended by the whole thing. The Baron stroked his mustaches. Captain Andersey stiffened. Bundle's eyes danced. Superintendent Battle coughed loudly. If you please, Mr. Cade, he said. We are all assembled. Yes, said Anthony quietly. I think we are. And now, suppose we get to business. He walked to the great carved table in the center of the room, the same table around which so many tragedies of statecraft had once been enacted, laid his hat and stick on it, then turned to face the room full of watching eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, we are here to settle 3 things. 1. Who killed Prince Michael? 2. Who stole the Herzoslovakian diamond? And 3. Who is King Victor? A palpable ripple ran through the gathering. Someone, Bill probably, let out a low whistle. Lemoyne half sprang forward, then checked himself. Battle merely folded his arms deeper. Anthony continued, and if we are fortunate, we shall do so within the next half hour. He paused. Before I begin, I want to say this. I have been accused, falsely I may add, of being King Victor, and Lemoyne even laid out a very pretty case to prove it. A faint flush crept up the Frenchman's neck, but he said nothing. Anthony smiled. And yet, he said, I stand here tonight for a very different reason. I stand here because I know who King Victor really is. Bundle leaned forward breathlessly. Bill stared open-mouthed. Virginia's hand clenched the back of a chair. Anthony's voice dropped, quiet and inexorably clear. And, what is more, I have brought him here. The room leapt to its feet in agitation. Here? Gasped George Lomax. In this house? Demanded Bill. Mon Dieu, muttered Lemoyne. Quite so, said Anthony calmly. King Victor is here, and he will come in when I call him. He walked to the door, laid his hand on the knob, and said in a clear ringing voice, James, bring him in. I remember the way Lord Caterham's face softened when I walked in. He'd always liked me, God knows why. Maybe he saw something familiar in me, or maybe he just liked any excuse to escape the circus his home had become. No trouble at all, he said, and for a moment I almost believed it. But the room was heavy, packed, watching, a whole council of people waiting for answers that none of them wanted to hear from me. And on cue Lomax started blustering, outraged dignity, puffed chest, all the usual theatrics, until Battle leaned in and whispered something that deflated him like a punctured balloon. Very well, he muttered. We're all willing to listen. So they looked to me, just me. I leaned back, feeling every eye on my skin, and said lightly, almost carelessly, it's only an idea of mine. But inside, my pulse hammered, because this wasn't just a theory. This was the turning key. I told them about the cipher, the reference to Richmond, the numbers, the strange little flower ditter from Stiltich's memoirs, and how that ridiculous bundle of junk in the passageway wasn't junk at all. The rows of buttons, rows of ease, rows of knitting, rows like books. And just like that, the room shifted, a collective intake of breath. The life of the Earl of Richmond, I said. Your catalogue lists it, Lord Caterham, and I think the real treasure, the thing everyone has killed for, lied for, hunted for, is hidden behind that book. I'd barely finished before Lemoyne slid forward like a shadow. "Un moment," he said. For the first time that night, the temperature in the room dropped. He scrawled a note, sealed it, and sent Treadwell off with it like it was a death warrant. Then he turned back to me, eyes sharp, predator bright. "If the jewel is truly where you claim," he said, "it has been there 7 years. A quarter hour more does not matter. And then, the attack. But no one shall leave this room, especially a man with questionable antecedents." I lit a cigarette to hide the stain. "So a vagabond life is suspect, is it? 2 months ago you were in South Africa. Before that, where? Are you sure it was not in prison? A French prison?" Battle shifted. Not much, but enough to block the door. Suddenly every word in that room felt like a loaded gun. I laughed. Couldn't help it. "My poor Lemoyne," I said. "You really do see King Victor everywhere. Even in me. Do you deny it?" he snapped. "I never deny anything that amuses me. But his face, God, his face. There was something behind the fury. Something like doubt. Or worse, recognition. What if I tell you," he said, his voice cracking with the strain of it, "that this time I shall get King Victor, and nothing shall stop me." I leaned forward, every nerve sharp. "Then for your sake," I told him quietly, "you'd better watch your step." He smiled, and something in that smile made the hair at the back of my neck rise, because it wasn't confidence. It was certainty, and certainty is always dangerous. I knew the moment he slid that note across the table. Something had shifted. The air got heavier, tighter, like the room itself was leaning in to listen. He said he'd sent for fingerprints, measurements, the kind of cold facts you can't talk your way out of. And for a second, I felt the whole house breathe. I didn't flinch. I just watched him, watched the certainty in his eyes start to crack. Just a little. Because if those documents matched me, then what? I leaned in, calm as still water, and asked him that. What then? And the truth is, he didn't know. Funny thing about being hunted. People think the chase ends the moment they identify you. But they forget that identity isn't the same as guilt. And guilt isn't the same as motive. So I let him talk. Accusations, theories, old crimes pinned like moths on a board. America, impersonation, murder, that one hung in the air longer than the rest. Prince Michael, a bullet, a shadow, a scream swallowed by the walls of Chimneys. He wanted me to wear that crime like a ready-made coat. But even he knew, deep down, it didn't fit. Because King Victor, whoever the world believes him to be, never spilled blood. Not his style, not his legacy. And that's when I saw it, Lemoyne's certainty fitting. Like mist when the sun hits it. I could have denied everything, could have raised my voice, struck the table, demanded proof. But instead I let the silence do what truth rarely can. Unsettle. Because I had something he didn't expect. Something upstairs. Damaged, dazed, breathing. Someone who'd been hit hard for knowing too much. My trump card. And right when the room felt like it was closing in, a sharp whistle sliced through the night. I felt it in my spine before I even heard it clearly. The signal. My signal. I didn't wait for permission. I just moved. Fast. Hard. Cutting through the tension as I crossed to the terrace. The cold air slapping me awake. The others followed. Feet scraping stone. Breaths shallow with anticipation. We reached the library window. The curtain was heavy beneath my hand. The kind of velvet that swallows sound. I pulled it back. Slow. Inside, a figure stood by the bookcase, moving in frantic bursts, pulling out books, shoving them back, fingers trembling around an electric torch, totally consumed, totally unaware. And just as I leaned in to see the face, just as the truth was about to break open in front of us, something tore past me with a sound that wasn't human. A roar, raw, edible. And in that instant, I knew the night wasn't done with us yet. I didn't expect the night to break open like that. 1 second, everything was shadows and whispers. The next, the room exploded into motion. I remember the torch first, slipping from a hand, spitting once, then hitting the floor with a hollow clatter before darkness swallowed it whole. And right after, the sound, a struggle, hard, violent, breathless. I couldn't see a thing, but I could feel it. The weight of bodies slamming into shelves, the frantic scrape of shoes on polished floor, the sharp gasp of someone fighting for their life. For a moment I just stood there, helpless in the dark, my heart clawing at my ribs. Then Cade found the lights. White light flooded the room, and I saw them, 2 figures locked together, swaying like animals caught in the jaws of something inevitable. No words, no time. Just tension stretched so tight it felt ready to snap. And then it did. A single gunshot cracked the air. Sharp, metallic, final. The smaller body folded instantly, dropping like the life had been cut loose from its spine. The smoke, thin and ghostly, curled between us as the other figure straightened and turned. Boris. His eyes were wild, burning, and for a second I wasn't sure if he even recognized any of us. He stood over the fallen body, breath heaving, rage radiating from him like heat off a furnace. And then I saw who was lying at his feet. A woman, her fingers still locked around the gun, her face frozen in that last moment of hatred. Mademoiselle Brun, the prim governess, the quiet shadow who drifted through the house as if she belonged to nobody and nothing. But she belonged to something. Something dangerous enough to twist her mouth like that, even in death. I stared at her, and a chill slid down my spine. All this time, everything that had happened, and the truth had been right here, hiding behind a pair of calm eyes and folded hands. And just like that, the entire game shifted. Because the real question wasn't who she had been. It was who she had been working for, and why she'd finally come out of the dark, with a gun in her hand. 28. King Victor. I watched the note leave his hand, a small thing, sealed in an envelope, but carrying the weight of a verdict. He said it would tell them to bring the fingerprints, the measurements, the proof, King Victor's proof, and he stared at me like he was already watching the mask peel off my face. I didn't blink. I didn't flinch. I just felt this small, involuntary smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. The kind you get when someone thinks they've caught you, but they don't even know the half of it. He thought he'd press my fingers into ink, measure the angles of my ears, match them to a ghost from France. Then it would be over. But I leaned in, curious more than afraid, and all I could think was, if he matches me, what then? He didn't have an answer. I could see it hit him. This moment of doubt. Like he'd never considered a world where unmasking me didn't instantly win him the game. And part of me wanted to tell him the truth right then. Another part, the part that's walked in shadows for too long, kept playing. I imagined myself the way he did. A man fresh out of prison, older, worn down, maybe ready to disappear into a quiet life. A garden, a cottage, a woman worth choosing honesty for. Funny how someone can chase you for years and never imagined you might have changed. He didn't like that idea. Redemption didn't fit into his neat little photos. But I could feel him sliding, slipping, because facts weren't lining up the way he expected. America, Prince Nicholas, too many threads that didn't belong to me, and that was when I reminded him. I never walk into a room without a card up my sleeve. Literally tonight. He was upstairs, bruised, bandaged, still breathing only because I dragged him out of a darker fate. A piece of the puzzle no one saw coming. And as I watched Lemoyne fight the truth, as he clung to the idea that I fit the shape of the villain he'd built in his head, something inside me tightened. Because he wanted a monster, and I wasn't giving him one. Then the whistle cut through the air. Sharp, cold, vital, my cue. All the calm I'd been wearing, the careless smile, the lazy posture, fell away in an instant. My pulse snapped awake. My legs moved before I thought about it. I ran, across the terrace, past the stone pillows, straight to the library window. The curtain was heavy beneath my hand, a velvet swallowing the faint light. But through the gap, I saw the silhouette, a figure tearing through the bookshelves, frantic, desperate, hunting for the jewel, for the truth. And before I could breathe, before I could call out, something exploded past me. A body, the sound not human, a roar, then darkness, a struggle, pistol shot, sharp, absolute. When the lights came on, the whole world tilted. Two figures, one standing, one falling, and the face staring back at us. Eyes wild, breath ragged. Belonged to Boris. But it wasn't his rage that froze me. It was the body on the floor, the twisted expression, the pistol still in her hand. Mademoiselle Brun, the quiet one, the one I never looked at long enough. I felt it hit me like a cold weight in the chest. I suspected her once, let it go, trusted the wrong evidence, and almost lost the truth entirely. She'd worn her lies better than any jewel she hunted. And as everyone around me stared, whispering, doubting, gasping, I just stood there, replaying the moment she stepped out of the shadows and chose murder over being unmasked. And all I could think was, how many times had she stood beside us, silent, unseen, waiting for this? The answer lingered in the air, cold and heavy, and it stayed with me long after the room fell silent. I watched him tap the table like he was striking a match, all fire and frustration. He wanted one thing, and one thing only, King Victor, and I could see it in his eyes, that obsession that eats a man from the inside out. But me, I just felt sorry for him. Poor Lemoyne, I thought. You've chased this ghost so long you've forgotten what a real win looks like. He wanted a confession, a slip, a crack in my armor. He wasn't getting one, so I breathed in, slow, steady, and told him the truth he hated most. You're going to lose, because I had a card he couldn't see, a piece he'd never accounted for, and the weight of it sat with me like a live spark under the ribs. I crossed the room and rang the bell. My finger barely left the metal before the old butler appeared, silent as ever, watching me with that unreadable calm. "There's someone here with me," I told him. "A foreign guest. Bring him in." He nodded, bowed, vanished, and suddenly the air in the room changed. Everyone started fitting their theories together. Isaacstein, eager as a shark scenting blood. The Baron, puffed up with certainty. Even George blundering along behind the rest. And every single one of them thought they'd solved it. Prince Nicholas. They were so sure, so satisfied, but I could already hear the footsteps in the hall. That slow, uneven tread, and something inside me tightened. A strange mix of triumph and dread. They thought they knew the ending. They thought they had the shape of it. But they were wrong. I turned toward the door, felt that electric hush settle over the room, and pulled it open. And there he stood. Neat black beard, round glasses. A fussily perfect appearance only slightly ruined by the bandage around his head. The real Monsieur Lemoyne. For a heartbeat nobody breathed. Then everything exploded. Chairs scraping, bodies lunging, voices cracking like whips. But over all that chaos, I heard a calm, familiar voice drift in from the window. "Mr. Fish, gun ready," tone friendly as a shopkeeper in spring. And he said it like he'd been waiting his whole life for this moment. "No, you don't, Suddy, not tonight." I looked around at them. All of them. Frozen between disbelief and shock. And I realized something. This was the moment the whole game flicked. The moment the truth stopped hiding. And the room suddenly felt too small for what was coming next. 29. Further explanations. I could feel the room watching me, waiting to see how I'd untangle the last lie from the last truth. Funny thing is, lies and truths look the same from far away. It's only when they get close, when they breathe on your skin, that you start to feel the difference. I told them I was the man they were looking for. I watched disbelief rise like a slow tide, and for the first time tonight, everything I'd been hiding pressed up against the surface. The stories, the masks, the convenient identities. All of it. So I said the words out loud, slow and clear. The way you admit a secret that's been following you for years. I'm the one you've been searching for. Not the ghost of a prince lost in Africa. Not the charming wanderer poking at trouble for the fun of it. Not the man they thought they could predict or contain. No, the truth was heavier, older. Stitched to a past I'd buried so deep I almost convinced myself it wasn't mine. I watched their faces twist. Disbelief, shock, outrage. Only Andersey erupted first, sputtering like a kettle left too long on the flame. But I didn't need his approval. That wasn't why I speak. I could feel pressure building behind my ribs, like the room itself was squeezing in. Truth does that. It takes space. So I kept going. I told them I disappeared into the Congo. Reshaped myself. Shed the name that had chained me to a life I no longer wanted. And I walked out of that jungle wearing another identity. Anthony Cade. A simple man with simple ambitions. Freedom. Silence. Maybe a garden somewhere. With nothing more dangerous than a row of stubborn marrows trying to grow in poor soil. But peace doesn't last when your old life has claws. I looked at Isaacstein. Sharp eyes, sharp instincts. And I asked him the one question that mattered. If you came here seeking a prince, and I can stand in front of you as that prince, is that enough? The room tilted. Breaths caught. Even the walls seemed to lean in, listening. Then, I said it plainly. The name I had folded away, locked down, hidden under layers of dust and denial. Nicholas Sergius Alexander Ferdinand Abalovich. Too long, too heavy, too tied to danger. No wonder I tried to kill it. But some names don't die. Some names come back. At the exact moment you least want them to. And there it was again. Mine. Unavoidable. Undeniable. As I stood there, the room holding its breath, I realized something. You can run as far as you like. Across continents, across years. But eventually your past learns to run too. And when it catches up, it looks a lot like this moment. I'd barely settled into the chair when he dropped it on me. Fingerprints, measurements, proof. All of it on the way. In a few minutes, he said, the truth would land on this room like a hammer, and I just sat there, watching him, watching the way his confidence twitched at the edges. I should have been afraid. Maybe anyone else would have been, but instead, I felt this strange, quiet amusement rise up in me, so I leaned in, smiling, because the game had shifted, and he didn't know it yet. What if the measurements matched me? What if the fingerprints lined up perfectly? He thought that would be the end of me, the grand reveal, the final triumph. But I kept thinking, then what? What do you do when the monster you've been hunting simply shrugs and decides not to play monster anymore? I imagined him trying to understand something so simple and so impossible. That a man might get tired, that the thrill might fade, that even a criminal might dream of quiet mornings and a garden full of pointless little vegetable marrows. Funny, isn't it? How hard it is to imagine the villain wanting to be human again. But he couldn't see that. All he could see was the hunt. All he wanted was a neat little ending where he could raise his hand and say, there, I caught him. And still, he kept pushing. America, false identities, old ghosts with borrowed names. Ghosts he thought I was still carrying. But I had already slipped ahead of him. I'd been slipping ahead from the moment I walked into this house. Because I'd been holding something back. Something he never once considered. Person. A living, breathing person hidden upstairs with a battered skull and a borrowed name. The real one. The one he should have been chasing. And I'd watched Lemoyne puff himself up with certainty. Watched him build his entire case out of shadows. While the truth waited calmly a few steps above his head. I knew the moment the whistle tore across the terrace that everything was about to break open. So I ran. Straight through the window. Cold air cutting across my face. Heart kicking in my chest as the others scrambled behind me. Then the library. The dark figure tearing books from the shelves. The frantic movements. The torch beams shaking. And suddenly, a blur of fury slammed past me. An edible sound tearing through the room. And the lights exploded into brightness just as the struggle peaked. One shot. Sharp. Vital. And silence. I saw the body on the floor. The small frame. The stillness. And everything inside me turned cold when I recognized her. All the suspicions I had pushed aside, all the second guessing, all the misdirection. It all snapped together in that one brutal moment. She had been under my nose from the beginning. Living with us. Smiling at us. Studying us. And now she lay there with that same cold, dangerous intelligence frozen on her face. For a second, just a second, I felt the weight of every wrong turn I'd taken, every assumption, every moment I trusted the wrong clue. But the truth, the real truth, had finally forced its way into the light. And standing there, breathing in the gunpowder and the silence, I realized something that sent a shiver through me. In this house, behind every mask, there had always been another mask waiting underneath, and I wasn't done peeling them back. Not yet. 30. Anthony signs on for a new job. I never expected the night to collapse the way it did. Not with so many eyes on me. Not with the air in that room stretched tight enough to snap. The Frenchman had been circling me for hours, waiting for his moment, clutching that note he'd written as if it were scripture. He'd sent it off with such confidence. Fingerprints, measurements, all the little pieces he believed would finally unmask me. And as he stared at me, waiting to see me crack, I felt something strange inside me. Not fear, almost amusement, because if the truth really came down to ink and tape measures, well, then the game was already won. He didn't understand that. Not yet. I leaned back, watching him twitch and burn, convinced he was finally tightening the net around me, and part of me wanted to let him believe it. Let him enjoy the last few minutes of certainty he'd ever have. I even imagined it. My fingerprints on the page, the measurements lining up perfectly. His triumph breaking into that sharp little smile of his. And then what? Would it hurt me? Would it trap me? Could it even touch the life I'd built out of dust, danger, and 1,000 mere escapes? No, because even if I were the man he hunted, even if I carried every scar, every mistake, every shadow he thought he could pin on me, it wouldn't matter. Not anymore. I survived too much, outgrown too much. And somewhere along the way, I changed. I wasn't sure when it happened. Maybe the first night I saw her face, or the first moment I realized I wanted something more than running, hiding, improvising my way through trouble. Repentance. He laughed at the word. I didn't, because sometimes a man really does want to trade the chaos for something quieter. A life, a home, a woman who makes him forget the weight of his own history. But try explaining that to a man who only wants a trophy criminal for his file. He kept pushing, circling back to old crimes, dead princes, imposters in far-flung countries. Every accusation rolled off me. I'd heard worse. I'd lived worse. It wasn't until he snapped that last word, murder, that the air shifted. Prince Michael. There it was. The wound everyone kept pressing. The one thing I couldn't laugh off. I didn't need to defend myself. The truth has a way of rising whether you call for it or not. And right on cue, it did. A whistle cut the night. A sharp, slicing note. The signal I'd been waiting for. I didn't hesitate. I moved. Through the window, across the cold terrace, toward the library where everything had finally converged. Moonlight brushing the stone, curtains breathing in the draught, and behind them, a shadow tearing through books, desperate hands searching, frantic, wild. I could almost feel the guilt radiating from that figure. The panic, the darkness. Boris hit the room like a storm. The crash of bottles, the grunt of effort. The furious struggle swallowed the silence whole. I reached the doorway just as the lights came on, just in time to see the final brutal motion, the sharp pistol crack, the body folding to the floor, and when the dust settled, when the rage drained out of Boris's eyes and all that was left was grim purpose, I saw her, the governess, the quiet one, the harmless one, her face twisted with something venomous and final. She had fooled us all. And as I stood there, staring down at the woman who had turned murder into a mask, I felt a cold truth settle into me. Danger never looks the way you expect. Evil rarely enters a room wearing its own name. Sometimes it smiles politely, sometimes it pours your tea, sometimes it tutors children in the afternoon, and shoots a prince at midnight. That's the thing about truth. It waits, it watches, and when the moment comes, it steps out of the dark and stares right back at you. I watched them all file out of the room, and for the first time that night I finally had a second to breathe. Battle was still there, pretending to study the paneling like it was hiding state secrets. I knew better. You want to ask me something, don't you? I said. And he didn't even have to answer. I could feel the question hanging in the air between us. It's strange, how a man can stare straight through you, not unkindly, just quietly peeling away the layers you thought you'd hidden well. He asked about the dead woman, and yes, she'd once been Queen Varaga, my family's ghost, a secret I'd hoped the world would never drag back into the light. Battle promised me it would stay buried. If anyone could keep something quiet, it was him. Discretion was practically woven into his soul. But that wasn't the real question he had. He wanted to know why I'd killed off my old name. Why Nicholas Abalovich vanished into the jungle and crawled back out as Anthony Cade. So I told him. I told him how I'd grown up half English, raised on ideas I thought were noble at the time. Equality, democracy, the brotherhood of man. Ideas my younger self clung to like gospel. Until the world beat those ideals out of me, one dent at a time. You can believe in brotherhood all you want, but one ride on a crowded tube train will teach you everything you need to know about human nature. People don't budge an inch. Not for kindness, not for courtesy, not even for decency. You can't ask people to be better. You have to make them. That's when Battle gave me that little half smile of his. Said I'd make a fine king. A king. God help me. The word still felt foreign in my mouth. But it wasn't duty dragging me back to Czechoslovakia. No, it was something far stronger. A woman. Virginia. I'd do more than be a king for her. I'd reshape the whole damn country if I had to. Before I could explain any of that, I caught Boris standing outside the window, tall and silent, staring like a loyal dog who just sensed his master's change of heartbeat. Battle said it was instinct, and maybe it was. I followed Boris out into the moonlight. He said nothing, just pointed. And there they were, two figures on a stone bench, glowing pale in the silver wash of night. Virginia and Jimmy McGrath. Of all the people I expected to find waiting in the dark, he definitely wasn't on the list. Turns out he chased me across half the world because he suspected he'd sent me into something bigger and darker than either of us realized. And knowing Jimmy, of course he found Virginia first, charmed her instantly, and managed to look heroic doing it. I should have been annoyed. Instead I almost laughed. Jimmy, bless him, wanted one last job before disappearing back into whatever adventure he'd come from. So I gave him one package, a car, £1,000, a mission to London. Watching his eyes light up was worth the whole evening. But Virginia, she was watching me, and I realized I'd never told her the one thing everyone else already knew. My name, my real name. She took it better than I expected, better than I deserved. And when I told her I was dragging her off to Czechoslovakia to play queen for 4 risky years, if we lasted that long, she only smiled. Mind? She said. She'd love it. God, she was extraordinary. Jimmy slipped away quietly, the gentleman he always pretended not to be, and I finally had her to myself. For the first time since the chaos began, we talked about brigands, assassins, moral reform, all the things she planned to fix as queen. Her optimism was ridiculous, contagious, beautiful. And then it hit me. I was supposed to be in some stiff conference talking oil and politics, while she was here in the moonlight, looking up at me like I might actually be worth something. I told her I loved her, really said it, held her close, felt her heartbeat against mine, and when I asked if she loved me, she whispered, soft as a spark, not a bit. Then she smiled, wicked and perfect. And in that moment I knew I was done for, hopelessly, utterly hers, and I'd love her until the day I died. 31. Sundry Details. I remember that morning at Chimneys, 11 a.m., Thursday, and everything felt strangely like a funeral. Cold air, soft earth, and a kind of hush settling over all of us. I stood there watching the constable digging, jacket off, face flushed, breath coming in sharp bursts. Funny how even the simplest motion can feel sacred when everyone's holding their breath. There were people around me, friends, allies, accidental companions in this bizarre week, but the way they stood made it feel like we were burying something more than a package. Maybe a secret, maybe a chapter, maybe a whole world. Everyone had their roles. One man looked like the heir to a fortune he never earned. Another wore the expression of a professional who felt proud of how smoothly the funeral arrangements were going. And then there was me, standing in that solemn quiet wearing that ridiculous English mask, the one we all put on whenever anything feels remotely ceremonial. Stoic, composed, pretending, but beneath all that, I just wanted this to be over. The digging stopped. A small ripple of excitement passed through us, the kind that tightens the air before anyone speaks. And then the package came out. Just a small canvas thing handled with all the ceremony of a crown jewel. It moved from hand to hand like some sacred relic, and I watched it, feeling strangely detached, as if I were somewhere outside myself, looking down on a scene from a play I hadn't auditioned for. And then, almost mercifully, I slipped away. I couldn't stand there through the speeches, through the pomp, through another round of grand declarations about empire and duty and national treasures. So I left the little gathering behind, walked out onto the terrace, letting the air hit my face like freedom. All I could think was, I've had enough of being part of a spectacle. Enough of being the polite lord of the manor while government men treat Chimneys like a revolving door for diplomacy, crises, and minor catastrophes. I just wanted quiet, a road ahead, a car humming beneath me, distance. I remember thinking, if this place is so precious to the nation, let the nation pay for it. Because I was done, completely, gloriously done. Somewhere inside, one of them was giving a speech, probably about empire, stability, the future. All those grand words that mean absolutely nothing when whispered over graves or dug up secrets. And there I was, standing in the sun, feeling like a man slipping out the back door of his own life. And just before I walked away for good, I heard someone behind me mutter. Not to me, not to anyone, but just to the world. This has been a great little week. A strange thing to say. A strange ending to a stranger story. But I suppose, in its own crooked way, it was true. And that was Chimneys. That was the week. And that was the end. You've just heard The Secret of Chimneys by Agatha Christie. A tale where the corridors of English elegance conceal the footsteps of spies, schemers, and dreamers alike. I'm Mowell, your host. And here on Audible Archives we know that every mystery ends with revelation, and every revelation begins with a secret. If you enjoyed unraveling this one, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, because the next mystery is already waiting, just beyond the door.